Chapter 1 Super Rich Gift Pack, starting with a Beauty Plus Supercar. Inside Seoul National University. Gu Xiaxia's face flushed, and she said excitedly, I can't bear to book the presidential suite for $88.88 a night. You can't even afford the latest iPhone 13, how can I trust you to give me a future? Gong Tianyu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hidden anger. What do you mean? Gu Xiaxia said shamelessly, I want to find a man who can give me a future and a high-quality life, but you don't meet the requirements. Gong Tianyu gradually lost his patience and said, then break up. You will be the dog of whoever has the money. I won't serve you anymore, young master. Gong Tianyu turned around and left the university. He was tired. Looking at Gong Tianyu's back, Gu Xiaxia shouted angrily, what qualifications do you have to break up? It's obviously me who wants to dump you. I'm so pissed off. But no matter how she shouted, Gong Tianyu would not hear her. Gong Tianyu, who was wearing headphones, had long blocked out the barking of her dog. Ding! The 24-hour leisure system is loading. Progress, 0.1% 100. What sound? Brake. Bang! A luxury car on the road suddenly braked and eventually hit Gong Tianyu. It hurt so much. A young girl got out of the car and said in a panic, I thought it was the brakes. I'll take you to the hospital. Gong Tianyu's eyes went dark and he gradually lost consciousness. He only knew that he slept for a very long time. When I woke up again, I was already lying in a hospital ward, surrounded by the smell of disinfectant and the noisy sounds of life and death. And a woman's voice. Gong Tianyu thought, who is playing that kind of movie? And it's so loud, it feels like it's right next to my ear. Wait, the feeling in my body, am I having a wet dream? 24-hour leisure god system loading completed, the master is seriously injured, the system is treating. Congratulations on your perfect recovery. All the pain disappeared immediately, and Gong Tianyu woke up completely. He clearly remembered that before he fainted, a doctor told him that he would be a vegetable for the rest of his life. Don't I have to be a vegetable anymore? Just now it seemed like the system was bound? Wait a minute. Why is your body so soft? And the body odor of women. Gong Tianyu looked forward. She? What a pair of white silk legs, she is sitting on me. It was so big that the clothes were almost torn. Is it her voice? Gong Tianyu swallowed hard, Sister Nurse, you. Why did you wake up? You, don't look. Nurse Jiang Xiaoyu blushed and quickly covered her body with her hands. How embarrassing. Didn't the doctor say this man would never wake up again? He saw everything. Oh no, how can I face people in the future? Gong Tianyu's throat rolled, and he said in confusion, Sister Nurse, are you so demanding? This is in the hospital. You are too brave, too. Do you think I want this? Nurse Jiang Xiaoyu said unhappily. She slowly told what happened to her. There was a disgusting beast who couldn't get me, so he put drugs in my water cup. The drug is taking effect, so I'm just. Gong Tianyu was helpless. Why didn't you even prepare for that? You'll get pregnant. Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, and she said in shame and anger, the drug is taking effect, how can I care so much, just get pregnant, a beauty like me is pregnant with your baby, you won't suffer any loss. Gong Tianyu was silent, so just enjoy it. Gong Tianyu gradually changed from being passive to being active. Jiang Xiaoyu was shocked, he was so thin, how could he be so strong in that aspect? After several hours of communication, the system's electronic synthesizer sounded. You have grown into a man and completed a major event in your life. Congratulations on triggering the godly rich reward. Reward, a Pagani Huayra worth 30 million yuan, parked at the entrance of the hospital mall. Today you have breathed for 10 hours, current reward, 1 billion yuan, after 24 hours, the accumulated super rich rewards will be issued to bank cards. After the electronic synthesized sound, a brand new car key suddenly appeared in Gong Tianyu's hand. Car keys? I talked to the nurse about life and ideals, and was rewarded with a sports car worth 30 million? Holy crap! Thinking of the handsome posture of driving a supercar with one hand and charming thousands of beauties, a smile of anticipation gradually appeared on Gong Tianyu's lips. But what about the 1 billion? Gong Tianyu wondered in his heart, system. I will be rewarded 1 billion for breathing for 10 hours. What does this mean? As long as you are alive, you will be rewarded 100 million yuan every hour, and 72 billion yuan every month. When you complete important life events or special tasks, you will receive luxury goods, companies with a market value of trillions, and life and career skills. Damn, you get rewarded money just for breathing? If it is 72 billion per month, wouldn't it be 864 billion per year? Moreover, on top of the 864 billion, the system will also reward various luxury goods, companies, etc. He will have endless money to spend. It's really a great value gift package for the rich. It's hard not to be a billionaire. Gu Xiaxia, do you know what you have lost? You have lost the chance to be the woman of a billionaire. The more he thought about it, the more Gong Tianyu's mouth corners curled up. Nurse Jiang Xiaoyu blushed. Hey! Are you men so happy doing this kind of thing? Gong Tianyu touched his head awkwardly. Ahem, of course I'm happy. You're not a man, so you don't understand. Gong Tianyu could only respond perfunctorily. He couldn't say that he had a system, right? LSP, you filthy bastard. Jiang Xiaoyu cursed in shame and anger. Gong Tianyu just smiled and said nothing, his heart is still immersed in joy. There was a top-notch nurse beauty who took the initiative to be with him, and then bound him to the 24-hour leisure super-rich system, which gave him unlimited wealth rewards every day from the beginning. My luck is so good, it's a great start. At this time, there were bursts of noisy voices coming from outside. Open the door quickly. At this moment, after a dull bang, the door was pushed open, and a rich second generation dressed in branded clothes looked at Gong Tianyu and Jiang Xiaoyu with flaming eyes. The second generation rich man was furious when he saw the scene in front of him. His face was ugly and almost looked like a murderer. You two dogs. Chapter 2, 5 Billion Riverview Restaurant, unlock the exclusive canteen for the super rich. The rich second generation Jing Xiangyu was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his facial features were ferocious. He worked so hard for a long time, but ended up giving the student a free ride. Thinking that Jiang Xiaoyu's first blood was not taken by him, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Jing Xiangyu came in with the Jiang family's old lady Shenrong. Seeing this scene, the old lady's face turned red. She felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This bitch actually made her lose face in public. She raised her hand, slapped her granddaughter Jiang Xiaoyu, and started to curse. You're not with your fiancé, Master Jing, but you're hooking up with some other guy out there. Do you still have any sense of shame? Gong Tianyu felt distressed when the nurse was beaten, and at the same time he was angry, and asked, a person who drugged someone and used low-class means to get Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu doesn't want to have sex with such a wretched man, how come she has no sense of shame? The old lady glared at him and snorted coldly, it's not your turn to speak on the Jiang family's affairs. Besides, even if young Master Jing drugged her, it would be an honor for Jiang Xiaoyu. In Seoul, many women would love to have a one-night stand with him. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her head stubbornly, Grandma, even if I die, I will never let Jing Xiangyu touch me. Hearing this, Jing Xiangyu was like a powder keg that had exploded, and he roared, damn it, you would rather lose your virginity to a poor student than let me touch you? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes were firm, that's right. I can give my first time to any man, but not to you. Jing Xiangyu cast a fierce look at Gong Tianyu, good. Very good. This student slept with you, right? I will find someone to castrate him today and break his legs, making him suffer for the rest of his life. I want to see which man dares to touch you in the future. I will destroy anyone who touches you. Jing Xiangyu's face was full of viciousness and cruelty. Gong Tianyu felt unhappy. Is a wretched man who drugs people so lawless? If you can't catch her, you don't want other men to catch her? This kind of bullying of men and women is so fucking disgusting. Damn, you really think no one can deal with him, right? Just when Gong Tianyu wanted to beat someone up, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host encountered a special event, triggering the choice of the rich. Option 1, how can a super rich man be intimidated by others? Beat him up like a pig and you will be rewarded with a Riverview restaurant worth 5 billion yuan. Choice 2, kneel down and kowtow to the rich second generation to apologize. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Reward, a real man can bend and stretch. Choice 3, run away in disgrace. If you can't afford to offend, you can afford to hide. You will be rewarded with a set of winning lottery numbers worth 20 yuan. Holy crap! This choice, is there any need to choose? 20 yuan? Ha, even a dog won't want it. As for the title of a man who can bend and stretch? Pa! Can a title be used to make a living? A Riverview villa with a market value of 5 billion yuan, this is awesome, it's a cash cow that can bring in income every day. It's a total money-making machine. This Riverview restaurant must be taken. Today, he is going to beat Jing Xiangyu up. Gong Tianyu rubbed his hands together, sat up, and walked quickly to the rich second-generation Jing Xiangyu. Jing Xiangyu felt a little uneasy and asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" "What are you doing?" "I'm going to beat a scum like you to death." Gong Tianyu's tone was very bad. He couldn't stand people like Jing Xiangyu the most. Jing Xiangyu said angrily, "Just try and see if you dare to touch me." Gong Tianyu certainly won't indulge the other party, haha, let's give it a try. Do you think I dare not? Fuck you. Take my fist. Gong Tianyu swung his fist at him. Although Jing Xiangyu came from a wealthy family and had learned a lot of taekwondo, how could he be a match for the sports student Gong Tianyu? Besides being beaten, he still had to be beaten. Jing Xiangyu was extremely angry. He didn't expect this poor student to hit me as soon as he said, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my dad is?" Gong Tianyu, who had a 24-hour leisure system, was not afraid at all and said arrogantly, "Your father is a poor man." Gong Tianyu became more and more ruthless in his attacks. After playing for a while, he would stop to ponder and study for a while, muttering, "My face isn't swollen enough. The mouth isn't purple enough, the nose isn't swollen enough. The ears don't look like a pig either." Gong Tianyu stopped only when Jing Xiangyu's face was swollen on both sides, his mouth was bruised, and his nose was beaten like a pig's nose. Gong Tianyu smiled with relief, a satisfied smile on his face. "This time it looks like a pig's head." 1,000 Chao Nimas were running through Jing Xiangyu's heart. There is no way, the system says that you must be beaten into a pig's head. Gong Tianyu just followed the instructions strictly. Congratulations on winning the award, absolute control of a restaurant with a market value of 5 billion. Phew! The reward is finally in hand. I have now transformed myself into a small boss of a company. And since I own a restaurant, I can enjoy my meals freely in the future. After taking out a tissue to wipe his hands, Gong Tianyu left the hospital in a swagger. As for how badly young Master Jing was injured, who cares? Let's go. Let's enjoy a wonderful leisure and luxurious life. Jing Xiangyu looked at Gong Tianyu's back with resentment and was extremely angry, but he dared not say anything, for fear that Gong Tianyu would come back and beat him again. This anger can only be vented on that bitch Jiang Xiaoyu. Turning his head, he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu in the ward and said angrily, "The wild man you found is great. I'll give you 3 days to strip naked and come to my bed. I don't mind if you've slept with him. Otherwise, I will bankrupt the Jiang family, and I will not let this student who touched you live anymore. This bitch. Wouldn't she rather find someone else than give her body to him? Wait for her to come to her bed, then she will prepare the camera and post all her private photos on the internet, letting the whole world know that she has slept with him." Jing Xiangyu also wanted to find a group of the smelliest men and have them line up one by one to ravage Jiang Xiaoyu. "Aren't you, Jiang Xiaoyu, a bitch? Don't you just like to find men casually?" A meticulous plan of revenge was brewing in Jing Xiangyu's heart. As he thought about it, he walked outside in embarrassment. The doctors and nurses all rushed to bandage his wound. Jiang Xiaoyu's grandmother, Shenron, was really scared and angry. It's all that student's fault. If he hadn't been so mean, how could our Jiang family be in such a disaster? It's over. Chapter 3. I am in my early 20s and I have a daughter of the same age? Compared to her grandmother's worries about the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoyu was more concerned about whether Gong Tianyu had any accidents. No. She had to find Gong Tianyu quickly. Before Jing Xiangyu launches revenge, let Gong Tianyu escape quickly. After all, he is her real man. She hurriedly chased after him outside the hospital. Gong Tianyu must not fall into Jing Xiangyu's clutches because of her. Fortunately, Gong Tianyu didn't go far. Jiang Xiaoyu bent over, panting, "Hey." Gong Tianyu turned around and said with a playful smile, "Sister nurse, the effect of your medicine has worn off, why are you still looking for me? Are you in love with me?" "Bah! Who fell in love with you?" "Narcissist," Jiang Xiaoyu said unhappily. She took out a bank card from her bag. "I'm here to remind you that Master Jing wants to kill you. Run while he still has time to spare and target you. I only have 1 million in savings. Take this money and flee Seoul. Run as far as possible, and never come back to Seoul." There were tears in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. It was all his fault that this student was harmed. Looking at the bank card, Gong Tianyu found it a little funny. I have a 24-hour leisure system, so it seems that I am not short of money. Moreover, the system will not let anything happen to you. I don't want this money. I, Gong Tianyu, have never been afraid of anything. Gong Tianyu's stubbornness and disobedience made Jiang Xiaoyu angry. What kind of person are you? No matter what, we have slept together and had a brief romance. Will you be satisfied if I collect your body? Gong Tianyu felt warm in his heart and said in a mean way, wow. You still said you didn't fall in love with me? So you care about me so much? Who cares about you? It would be better if you died, you stinky man. Jiang Xiaoyu cursed angrily. Gong Tianyu touched her tender face and teased, I don't know which nurse was the one who stuck so tightly to me just now. Why didn't you call me a stinky man just now? Thinking of what happened in the hospital ward before, Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned red to her ears, and she said shyly, you big hooligan, I won't pay attention to you. Looking at the pair of long white silk legs leaving, Gong Tianyu's eyes were filled with more love. What a lovely girl. Okay. We really have to go. That Pagani Huayra worth 30 million is still waiting for its owner. Gong Tianyu's mood became more and more excited and expectant. This is the first time I have come into contact with a sports car in my life. After walking for about 10 minutes, Gong Tianyu saw the supercar. The whole car is black and white, with smooth lines, handsome and cool appearance, and brand new condition. After just one look, Gong Tianyu fell in love with it. But there were quite a few people gathered around the sports car. Who wouldn't want to take a few more glances at this big thing that many people work hard for their entire lives but still can't get? There were a few tall and beautifully dressed girls who went a bit too far. They actually sat directly in their own cars and took pictures with their mobile phones. When Gong Tianyu got closer, he also heard what the girl said, it's my 25th birthday. Thank you to my father for giving me a birthday present, a Pagani function worth 30 million. Dad? Gong Tianyu's face looked strange. This girl is about the same age as me, how come I am her father? Which night of affair did I have? You know, he just became a real man today. Before this, except for occasionally rewarding himself, he had always been a virgin. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I came here for the car. Walk, speed up and feel your beloved car earlier. The smile on Gong Tianyu's face also became brighter. When the girls saw Gong Tianyu, who was wearing ordinary clothes, smiling at them, they couldn't help but felt disgusted and said with disdain, you stinky loser. What are you looking at? How many lifetimes have you never seen a beautiful woman? Your obscene look is disgusting. They hate poor losers like Gong Tianyu the most. They usually just stare at their legs or their private parts. They are wearing such cool clothes, not for poor people like this. Only rich fathers are worthy of appreciating their bodies. This kind of loser and poor bastard is not even qualified to be their dog. Gong Tianyu was also very convinced. These girls only have the looks of internet celebrities, how can you be so narcissistic as to think you are looking at them? He was clearly looking at the car. Damn it, he takes photos and records a short video in front of his own car to show off, and then scolds the car owner after filming? What a bunch of bastards. Do you really think you have a good temper and are a soft persimmon that is easy to bully? Gong Tianyu directly said, are you afraid of being seen? Then don't wear it. Don't be narcissistic, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at this car. This Pagani Huayra is my car. I came here for it. Gong Tianyu told the truth. With the example of nurse sister Jiang Xiaoyu, this group of people with average looks could no longer arouse his interest. After he finished speaking, the air suddenly fell into silence. Swish, 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 dozens of eyes turned to him. This student in school uniform actually said that the Pagani Huayra was his? Oh my god. Is this true? That is a top-notch sports car with a landing price of over 30 million. Only the top second-generation rich and wealthy people have such purchasing power. Is this student just bragging here? Some people also think that Gong Tianyu might really be the owner of the car. For a moment, everyone was filled with curiosity. The socialite said sarcastically, idiot. Give me back your car. Do you know how much it costs? Even if I sell you, you won't be able to afford even one wheel of it. Gong Tianyu sneered, oh? Really? Idiot. Are you kidding me? Seeing Gong Tianyu being so calm, several socialite girls were furious. He was obviously a poor loser. Why was he pretending to be so calm? Gong Tianyu took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it lightly. Under the gaze of surprised eyes, the gull-wing doors of the Pagani Huayra popped up like wings. The luxurious interior displays extravagance to the extreme. Gong Tianyu held the high-end steering wheel with one hand and sat in the driver's seat contentedly. The temperament of the body was sublimated in an instant. Even though he is only wearing clothes bought from Taobao, it is hard to hide his handsomeness and wealth. The super rich man who drives a supercar worth 30 million actually wears tattered clothes that cost only a few hundred yuan each. It's really so low-key and so down-to-earth. The onlookers were so shocked that their eyes almost dropped to the ground, and they all expressed their surprise in excited tones. Fuck! This handsome guy, he is actually. Chapter 4, the identity of the 30 million car owner is exposed, and the socialite is shocked. He actually is the owner of this supercar. Oh my god. Too young, right? He's only in his early 20s, and he's already achieved something I wouldn't dare to dream of in my lifetime. That's awesome. What a horrible family background this is. Oh. When can I drive a car like this? Don't even think about it in this life. Some things you haven't had since you were born, so you will never be able to have them in this life. Everyone around was envious and admired Gong Tianyu. Everyone consciously made way for Gong Tianyu. Several socialites stood there stupidly, as if they were under a spell. Their legs were shaking and cold sweat from fear soaked their bodies. What the hell did they just do? Calling someone a loser and a wretched person? And even talking about the quintessence of Chinese culture to them? Those fake socialites are regretting their decision so much. Why are they so stupid? The owners of supercars worth 30 million are poor losers, so what are they? How dare they mock others? My mouth stunk just now. Damn, did I eat shit? If everything could go back to the way it was just now, those fake socialites would definitely keep all those unpleasant words to themselves forever. Thinking about what they will face soon, the fake socialites become more and more scared. Gong Tianyu looked at the celebrities with cold eyes and asked, "What did you just say about me? How about you repeat it to me again? I don't think I heard it clearly." Gong Tianyu's voice was not loud, but it was filled with a hint of anger, which gave the socialites a full sense of oppression and tension. The ladies were about to cry, and said humbly, "Dad, we were wrong. We really didn't know this was your car, otherwise you would chop us into pieces, and we wouldn't dare to humiliate you." Dad! Are you in need of a capable goddaughter? Gong Tianyu showed sarcasm on his face. Oh. You are not noble anymore? Weren't you afraid of being seen just now? Several socialite girls blushed and lowered their heads. Dad, we are only noble in front of poor people. In front of a rich dad like you, we are just your playthings. As long as you want, we can lick your feet and be your slave forever. Gong Tianyu felt sick after hearing this. How much does this person want money to be so despicable? It's really disgusting. I've never seen anything like this in my life. The onlookers all looked at these socialites with disdain and disgust. It turns out that these arrogant girls can also call rich men dad. How despicable. Gong Tianyu looked at the fake celebrity with disgust, his mouth twitched, and he uttered only one word, "Get lost." The shout of "get out" scared the ladies so much that their faces turned pale and they quickly hid aside. Accompanied by the sound of the engine starting, the Pagani wind god disappeared without a trace like a stream of light. If it weren't for the Real exhaust smoke from the sports car in the air, it would seem that this 30 million supercar had never appeared here. The socialites looked at the departing car with reluctance and regret. If we hadn't said such mean things just now, we might have been in the bed of this rich man. There were also voices of humiliation around him. Even if you guys didn't say such mean things, he drives a 30 million supercar, he's so young, he can find anything, why would he be interested in you, the mediocre fans? You are young, you have hands and feet, but you always want to open your legs and get something for nothing. What kind of thinking is that? Some people also took a short video of the whole process and uploaded it to the internet. The video received millions of views as soon as it was released. The short videos that the internet celebrities shot at the beginning also received a lot of criticism from netizens. I thought they were real rich girls and celebrities. It turns out that they were just street photos packaged? You are a poor bastard, but you keep calling the car owner a poor bastard. What kind of nonsense is that? Unfollow, never see you again. He usually has such a good image in videos, but I didn't expect his character in real life is so bad. I have also unfollowed him. The accounts of several socialites, which had worked hard to build up 1 million followers, fell below tens of thousands in just a few hours. At this time, the fake socialite who first filmed the video also received a call from the live broadcast union, Joe Choo-Choo. What the hell are you doing? Filming someone's sports car to humiliate the owner, what's wrong with you? Are you stupid? Joe Choo-Choo looked aggrieved. Supervisor, I don't know him, I will never do this again? The supervisor from the union, your career as an internet celebrity is over, and you still want to have a future? What the hell are you thinking about? The union has spent tens of millions on your investment, operation, and packaging. Now that your account has been destroyed due to your personal reasons, the union will sue you in the near future and demand compensation. The socialite's cell phone fell to the ground with a clang. Thinking of the huge compensation, she collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. If she hadn't provoked Gong Tianyu, she would still be a glamorous internet celebrity. But she just humiliated someone, and now she has nothing. The other socialites were still confused. Choo-Choo, what's wrong? What did the union say? The union terminated our contract and demanded compensation for the tens of millions of dollars they invested in us. What? The other socialites were all dumbfounded. The passers-by who had not yet left showed no sympathy or pity for them. You are so arrogant and look down on others. You deserve this fate. Gong Tianyu drove the Pagani Wind God all the way to the highway. Enjoy the driving experience of a supercar. A light breeze blew into the car, coupled with the exciting sound of the supercar. It's such a great enjoyment. The pushback feeling from the comfortable seat and the little DJ in the car all brought waves of pleasure to Gong Tianyu. The private car drivers on the road all looked at the Pagani Wind God in front of them with shock. What the hell? A Pagani Wind God worth 30 million. And the guy driving it is a young man? When did this kind of rich second generation appear in Seoul? Although many cars avoided Gong Tianyu's Pagani, there was a luxury car that was chasing it closely from behind, as if it would not stop until it caught up with it. The one who brought this kind of emotion to Gong Tianyu was the stupid female driver of the luxury car last time. Gong Tianyu's palms were covered with sweat. What is this car behind doing? Thinking of some bad things, Gong Tianyu quickly increased his speed. Just after Gong Tianyu accelerated his driving, the luxury car in the rearview mirror also accelerated. Damn! Who is this idiot driving the car? How did you get your driver's license? In the luxury sports car behind, a hot girl in the passenger seat said excitedly, Wan. Quick, speed up, catch up quickly and get the contact information of this boy. Chapter 5, Continuous Romantic Encounters. The senior sister came to chat up with me wearing Balenciaga. Shangwan Wan, who was driving, said worriedly, let's not do it. If I hit someone and send him to the hospital like last time, I will have to pay a lot of money again. Last time I knocked that little brother into a vegetable state. When I got home, my dad scolded me. The girl in the passenger seat blushed slightly. Oh, it was an accident last time. How is it possible that you always send people to the hospital? You've only hit 2 people this month. It's happened once, twice, but it won't happen again. Shangwan Wan pouted, I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm just afraid of 1. The girl in the passenger seat gradually lost her patience. Why are you guys dithering like a woman? Just speed up when I tell you to. Such a handsome and rich guy is a perfect match for you. Speed up. Push on. The girl grabbed the steering wheel fearlessly. Hey! Don't grab the steering wheel. Going so fast will cause a car accident. In order to avoid this idiot, Gong Tianyu took many detours along the way, or maybe he felt his life was in danger, even his human potential was stimulated. Gong Tianyu showed off his various driving skills and took many detours along the way. The drivers on the road were shocked and exclaimed, oh my god! Is the owner of this Pagani Wind God a professional racing driver? No. Maybe even a racing driver doesn't have this ability. Even so, Gong Tianyu still couldn't get rid of the car behind him. In the luxury car, the hot girl in the passenger seat, her eyes lit up when she saw Gong Tianyu's extreme driving skills. Huh? Like me, a professional racing driver? I like it. In that case, let's have a fast and furious game. Shangwan Wan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt helpless. Once this bestie touches the steering wheel, she doesn't care about anything else. She is a real car fanatic. Or maybe he is a madman. He often sends people to the hospital because of racing with others or because he is too excited. After Gong Tianyu parked the car in front of the university gate, a loud noise was heard from behind the sports car. Sure enough, they collided. Fuck. He's been rear-ended. Gong Tianyu got out of the Pagani Wind God, and the two girls also got out of their own cars. When he saw the other person, Gong Tianyu's face turned black. You again? Shangwan Wanwan lowered her head a little embarrassed. Ahem, little brother, are you okay so soon? Damn it. What do you mean it's all right so soon? You wish you could stay in the hospital a few more days, right? Gong Tianyu said unhappily, so you knew I was fine, so you immediately drove your car again to chase me and hit me, and you wanted to send me to the hospital, right? You bumped into me twice in 1 month. Miss, there is no grudge between us, right? Are you so persistent that you want to knock me to death? Gong Tianyu was very unhappy. Shangwan Wanwan blushed like a child who had done something wrong. Ahem, you're so handsome. I wanted to ask you for your contact information last time. I was in a hurry and I mistook the brake for the accelerator. I'm so sorry, little brother, but I paid for your medical expenses. Listening to her reasons, Gong Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you wanted WeChat? Come on, I'll add you, don't bump into me next time. Miss Shangwan Wanwan said in a low voice. I know. After adding the contact information, Shangwan Wanwan said to Gong Tianyu, by the way, little brother, I am a student at the aviation university next door. When you are free later, I will treat you to a meal. From aviation university? The future flight attendant's successor. Gong Tianyu readily agreed, okay. As long as you don't hit me with your car, anything is fine. I didn't mean it. Shangwan Wanwan looked a little aggrieved. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, Shangwan Wanwan took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Gong Tianyu. You have just been discharged from the hospital, right? There is 10 million in the card, and the last 6 digits of the password. You should buy some food to nourish yourself so that you won't be too weak. Holding the bank card in his hand, Gong Tianyu said in resistance, what is this for? I don't want it. But Shangwan Wanwan and her best friend just drove away. Looking at the bank card in his hand, Gong Tianyu sighed, forget it, I'll give it to her next time we meet. In the grass of the flower bed opposite the university gate, a dark-skinned boy took everything in. After the two sisters left, Gong Tianyu drove a Pagani Huayra and entered the campus of Seoul National University in a very cool way. However, things are different now. He has bid farewell to the hard life of riding an electric bike to school every day. I am also a guy who can drive a luxury car with one hand. Along the way, Gong Tianyu attracted the attention of many students in the university. The university students exclaimed in surprise. Fuck! There are people in our school who can afford a car worth 30 million. So handsome and cool. The only regret is that there isn't an extremely beautiful woman sitting in the passenger seat. Even a supercar worth 30 million is available to him. What kind of beauty do you want in the passenger seat? Isn't she as diligent as you in changing clothes every day? As for the college students, those senior and junior students who were wearing shorts or black stockings were all giving Gong Tianyu flirtatious glances. The criteria that fairies use to choose their husbands are, first, that they must be handsome enough, and second, that they must be rich enough. This is what they want the Mary Sue male protagonist to be in their minds. It just so happened that Gong Tianyu met all of their requirements. Such as Gong Tianyu, a rich second generation. Just a little bit of it showing between the nails is enough to satisfy their vanity. Some girls even thought of names for their children after meeting Gong Tianyu. Because there were many people in Seoul University, Gong Tianyu did not want to cause any unnecessary traffic accidents, so he did not drive very fast, but just moved forward slowly. On the street, a senior sister wearing Balenciaga boldly approached Gong Tianyu. Hey, junior brother, I sprained my foot. Can you drive me to the dormitory? Gong Tianyu looked towards his senior schoolmate. Balenciaga's black silk legs with small high heels, charming cheeks. Any boy who sees her can't help but want to do something impulsive to her. Gong Tianyu had no resistance to this kind of top-notch beauty and said, get in the car. The other girls on the university campus looked at the two in disbelief. Is this possible? If I had known, I would have done the same. After the senior sister in black stockings sat in the passenger seat, she swung her long hair, subtly scratching Gong Tianyu's face and making it itchy. This senior student seemed to do it on purpose, always using her long black legs to have some physical contact with Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu couldn't stand this kind of teasing. Senior sister, be honest, I can't stand you doing this. Chapter 6, The Romantic Life of a Rich Man. Little brother, sister just wants you to be unable to bear it. We're here. The candy in my mouth is melting. Come on, Junior, I'll give you an imported candy as a reward. As the sweet candy entered his mouth, Gong Tianyu's heart began to beat faster. Just when Gong Tianyu's face was burning hot, the senior sister hit him again. Her soft lips gently touched his face, leaving a lipstick mark. The senior schoolmate said to him, "My name is Li Shersher, and I major in e-commerce. See you next time, Junior." Wave. The senior student walked with her long legs in black stockings and gradually disappeared from Gong Tianyu's sight. Gong Tianyu touched his cheek in astonishment. He felt that everything was like being in heaven, which was a little unreal. On this day, a nurse first gave him. Then, two top-notch sisters, a senior wearing black silk stockings from Balenciaga. There are always countless beautiful girls around him. Is this the charm of being rich and powerful? Oh. This damn romantic life. Is it so happy to have money? Who knew he was so troubled? But please don't worry about this a little more. The closeness between the two in the car made the boys in the university envious. Ah. The white moonlight in my heart. My senior, my goddess. I thought about him, and how he could be so close to me. Compared to him, what is the difference between me and him? The difference between you and him might just be a 30 million car? So if I have money, I can also have a senior, right? No. You might still be a little short of 1 billion points in looks. Look at his face, it's so handsome that it can almost burst the universe and the sky. Look at you again, even beauty filters can't save you. This classmate is almost autistic when looking at his good brother. You really stab me in the heart. Faced with these envious and jealous eyes, Gong Tianyu's mouth corners slightly raised. Are you jealous? Are you as handsome as me? Are you jealous? Do you have the ability to drive a 30 million sports car with one hand? Alas! This wonderful life of getting rich quickly is helpless. Who says I am God's favorite? Greedily sniffing the scent of perfume left by his senior schoolmate, Gong Tianyu drove the car to the carport in a good mood. Before he drove over, Gong Tianyu saw a BMW. In front of the BMW, there were many familiar people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, including the ex-girlfriend Gu Xiaxia and her current boyfriend Ma Mingyang. Gu Xiaxia majored in performing arts, and Ma Mingyang majored in computer science, a bespectacled guy wearing glasses. There are a few people like me who are majoring in the Department of Physical Education, and they are also close to Ma Mingyang from the Department of Computer Science. Ma Mingyang showed off to the people around him very proudly, "Come, take a look at my new car, isn't it handsome and cool?" A group of Ma Mingyang's lackeys cooperated very well and flattered him, "So handsome and cool. A BMW has been driven to the school, Brother Yang is so awesome." There was also a silly guy from the sports department who said, "Brother Yang, I want you to be called the most handsome guy in Seoul National University." Ma Mingyang's face was dark, and he said angrily, "If you don't know how to praise, don't force yourself to praise." Others, "Brother Yang, don't pay attention to this dumb idiot." Everyone's attention quickly returned to the car. "Brother Ma, this BMW of yours must have cost a lot of money, right?" Seeing that these poor classmates were so interested, Ma Mingyang also felt the urge to show off. Ma Mingyang said in a daze, "Oh, I haven't spent any money yet. My family's relocation compensation has come in, right? My dad bought a better one, so this BMW is naturally mine." After saying that, Ma Mingyang looked at the people around him with a smug look on his face, listening to the flattery around him with a look of enjoyment. Your dad is really rich. He can give you a car worth millions of dollars just like that. The rich dad is always someone else's. Think about my dad, that old man. Last time I just wanted to ask him for money to buy a motorcycle, he said. "I think you look like a motorcycle." Brother Yang, does your father need a son? If so, I will sever my parent-child relationship with the old man and my family right this very night. You're a fucking wolf. The best friends of the ex-girlfriend Gu Xiaxia who were in the same major all cast envious glances at Gu Xiaxia. "Xiaxia, you have good taste. You found a rich boyfriend like Brother Yang." Gu Xiaxia raised her head with pride. "Of course. I have always had good taste. I was just playing with poor bastard Gong Tianyu. It's ridiculous that he really thought I could walk down the aisle with him. If I'm with him, I'll never have the chance to sit on the passenger seat of a BMW in my life." Ma Mingyang hugged her waist and said, "Fortunately, you have come to your senses and become my baby. Having you is the greatest blessing in his life. Gu Xia, that's right, only a capable man like you, Brother Yang, can let me be your baby for the rest of my life. After saying that, Gu Xia pressed herself against Ma Mingyang with a charming look on her face. The two people's disgusting words and the scene in front of them were so stimulating that Gong Tianyu almost vomited his overnight meal. Ma Mingyang weighed about 200 to 300 kilograms, was not very tall, had a very dark complexion, and had pimples all over his face, just like a gas tank that had become a spirit. Gong Tianyu said with sarcasm, "Is money so good? It makes you, Gu Xia, fall in love with someone like Ma Mingyang. Ha, it seems that being poor is the original sin. But starting today, everything changed. He, Gong Tianyu, is no longer that poor student. He owns a supercar worth 30 million yuan and a listed company worth 5 billion yuan. In the future, there will only be countless rewards for the rich. He will use the rewards and social connections in his hands to become a man that drives the whole world crazy. You lose the right to ride a 30 million Pagani function just to drive a BMW. It's really not worth it. It's time to step in and put an end to Ma Mingyang's pretense." Gong Tianyu drove the car over, and the buzzing sound of the supercar instantly attracted everyone's attention. "We're having a great time chatting. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to you, Miss Gu, that you dumped me. It's only been a few days since we broke up, and I've already bought a Pagani function. Isn't that a surprise? Isn't that exciting?" The air instantly fell into an awkward stasis. Faces full of surprise and disbelief looked at Gong Tianyu. After a long time, everyone was surprised like a tidal wave. "Oh my god! This Pagani wind god! I've only seen this kind of car in short videos, but today I actually saw the real thing in real life?" Some students who don't know much about cars asked curiously, "Is this car expensive? Compared with a BMW, which one is more expensive?" The veteran car lovers rolled their eyes in displeasure. Compared with this car, the BMW's rubbish is simply inferior to this car. This car is priced at 30 million, enough to buy 10 BMWs. But, hasn't Gong Tianyu always been the poorest person in school? How come he can suddenly afford such a nice car? Gu Xia clenched her fists uncomfortably, stared with her eyes, and said with a very ugly expression, "Where did you get the money to buy a car?" Chapter 7, Driving a sports car with one hand, goddesses throw themselves into his arms. Gong Tianyu looked at Gu Xia coldly. "Why do you care where I got the money? It seems we have broken up." The positions of the students present also changed. Now it seems that Brother Gong is the richest in our class. Brother Tianyu usually has to collect money from others to buy instant noodles. It turns out that he has been pretending to be poor. The low-key rich second generation is right next to us. The famous gold diggers in various majors walked towards Gong Tianyu with seductive eyes on their faces. "Brother Tianyu, are you free tonight? My size is 36C. One's eye little bun, how can Brother Tianyu like you? Brother Tianyu, I'm D. Get out of the way. I'm still E." These girls whispered sweetly in Gong Tianyu's ears, just like a large-scale scene of concubines in the harem fighting for his favor. Gong Tianyu said teasingly, "How about we stop fighting and play a game of king and princess?" "Wow! Really? Can we serve the emperor together?" The girls looked over eagerly, their beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Looking at the reactions on their faces, Gong Tianyu felt extremely ironic. If I were still the poor boy with no money before, these girls wouldn't even look at me, right? During the sophomore year, many college girls will compete with each other, and would even do things that sacrifice their bodies for money. When you have money, you will find that you seem to have the charm of the national husband. Gu Xia looked very unhappy. Where did this damn loser make his fortune? How come you are so rich? The sense of superiority she had for being with a second-generation rich man had completely disappeared, and she began to waver in her heart. Was it my fault that I broke up with Gong Tianyu? I could have been sitting in the passenger seat of a Pagani Huayra, but I messed up a good hand. No. I have to find a chance to get back together with Gong Tianyu, even if it means we have to get out of bed together in advance. Just as Gu Xia was immersed in how to implement the plan, the boy who witnessed Gong Tianyu and Shangguan Wanwan chatting outside the school came over leisurely with a Coke and a bag of spicy strips. Seeing these girls trying to please Gong Tianyu so much, he became jealous. I'm just a loser, how can I be favored by beautiful girls? The boy's name was Song Hao. He said, don't be fooled by this loser. He didn't buy the car with his own money. The students in front of the carport were stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, he didn't buy it? Then there's no way there's a place to rent a car worth 30 million, right? Sun Hao ate spicy noodles while saying, "Who said he rented this car? I saw it outside the school just now. A rich woman hit him and gave him a bank card. Don't you forget? A few days ago, the teacher said that Gong Tianyu was hit by a female driver and had to be hospitalized and couldn't come to training. It's only been a few days, and he's alive and kicking now?" It was only a few days after he was hit by a female driver, but he drove the Pagani wind god back. What do you think? Was the car accident an accident, or was it carefully planned by Gong Tianyu? According to Song Hao's thinking logic, everyone was misled. Yes. I was just bumped into by a rich woman and she blackmailed me for a bank card. This shows that Gong Tianyu often does this. Both times the drivers were female. He felt that women were easier to bully and easier to get away with than hot-tempered male drivers. It turns out that Gong Tianyu is not a rich man at all. Ma Mingyang slapped his forehead and said, "I understand now. He didn't spend his own money on this car. He got it by blackmailing others." The ex-girlfriend Gu Xiaxia's expression also softened, and she regained her pride. "I knew you were a loser with no future. Do you think that by blackmailing me with the car, I can return to your arms? You are an ordinary person. You can't afford to maintain a car worth 30 million. In a few days, you will have to sell the car, or you can get 10 or 20 million in exchange. But after you spend the 10 or 20 million, you will still be a poor man with nothing." Ma Mingyang's confidence, which had been shattered by the blow earlier, was also restored at this moment. He raised his head proudly. "Not bad. Although I am only a second-generation demolition worker, the value of my house is increasing now. Just by being a rent collector, our family will have endless money to spend. Gong Tianyu, what can you compare with me?" The other boys present also laughed at Gong Tianyu mercilessly. "I thought he was a rich second generation who pretended to be poor, but after all this time he is still a poor bastard. Damn it. A waste of our emojis." Those gold-digging girls also quickly straightened their clothes and said, "You poor bastard, you still want to see our 36D and play the king game with us? Bah! We're only showing it to the dogs, not to you." Looking at the reactions of these gold-digger women, Gong Tianyu felt confused. "Are you guys poisonous? It makes me want to see it. Isn't Nurse Jiang Xiaoyu 1,000 times prettier than you? Even Shang Wan and Senior Li Shishir are prettier than you. Do you really think of yourself as a treasure?" Gong Tianyu asked calmly, "For you, is it more painful to admit that others are excellent than to have no money to eat?" Seeing that Gong Tianyu was clearly exposed, but still dared to be so stubborn, Ma Mingyang was furious. Hey, what's the matter? I hit you in the sore spot. Are you defensive? Do you dare to say that your money is not earned by fraud? If you did it, don't be afraid of what others say." Gong Tianyu sneered, "Sorry. It's really not." Ma Mingyang said unhappily. "Ha ha. Are you treating us like fools? You come from an average family, haven't graduated yet and don't have a job. If you don't cheat people by hitting someone, how can you afford a 30 million car?" Ma Mingyang's lackeys were even more enthusiastic in humiliating him. The thought of having such a vain and corrupt classmate is more disgusting than eating shit. Sun Hao said sarcastically, "You have to be careful when you make money like this. Don't let an accident happen and you might lose your life." Looking at Song Hao, Gong Tianyu almost sent him away with one sentence, "Don't worry. I will be alive and kicking when your grandson dies and is hung on the wall." Song Hao's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he was very angry. "You fucking Gong Tianyu. Can you speak human language? Didn't Song Hao remind you with good intentions? It would be fine if you were ungrateful, but you also said such vicious words? Song Hao. Don't bother with such an uncultured person. What a bunch of idiots, huh?" Gong Tianyu didn't bother to explain anything to them. "Anyway, after a long time, the wealth that I have revealed will be enough for them to realize it belatedly. Let them continue to be immersed in their own world sadly." Gong Tianyu closed the car door, turned around and left. Seeing Gong Tianyu leaving, Ma Mingyang humiliated him again. Someone left because he felt guilty. Gong Tianyu said disdainfully, I just don't bother to show off in front of you. In front of people of your level, I have no desire to show off. With a 24-hour leisure system, Gong Tianyu's assets will increase. The opponents and people you will come into contact with and deal with in the future will at least be at the level of Ma, and Gates. Are these scumbags in the university worth his attention? Gu Xiaxia, who was always vain and arrogant, was so angry that she broke down. Gong Tianyu, will you die if you don't show off for a day? Chapter 8, beat up Brother Wolf and reward him with 80 billion yuan of listed companies. After leaving the carport, several of them also returned to their respective professional departments. The daily routine of the physical education department is various sports training every day. After a round of training, the halftime break began. Everyone was gossiping about games, or telling dirty jokes, and everything else. At this time, a group of hooligans with dyed hair came over here with ill intentions. Song Hao and others looked at the newcomer in surprise. Why is Brother Wolf here? Brother Wolf, nicknamed Old Wolf, is a well-known gangster in Seoul University. He is surrounded by many spirited young men and does whatever is lawless in the school. Robbery, extortion, school bullying, you name it, they do it. Some girls in the school were even sexually assaulted by them. They dared not speak out for fear of retaliation and were forced to ask their families to transfer them to other schools. The Old Wolf said in a savage tone, "Which bastard is called Gong Tianyu?" The eyes of the classmates around all subconsciously looked at Gong Tianyu. Song Hao stood up and pointed at Gong Tianyu and said, "Brother Wolf, he is Gong Tianyu. How did this bastard offend you?" Old Wolf snorted coldly, "He didn't provoke me. This bastard slept with someone's fiancée in front of Master Jing and beat her up. Master Jing specifically asked me to take care of this bastard." Upon hearing this, there were several more looks of contempt towards Gong Tianyu from the surrounding area. A girl from the Department of Physical Education said with disgust, "Gong Tianyu, why do you do everything? You either scam others to get money or you cheat on them. Why are you so horny? Have you never seen a woman in your lifetime?" After this girl humiliated him, other girls followed suit and began to spit on him. Ugh! What kind of person is this? He actually slept with someone else's wife. I despise people who steal other people's wives the most. Lao Lang put out the cigarette in his hand and said to the thugs around him, "Beat this bastard to death." Song Hao was gloating on the side, making a megaphone with his hand and shouting to the surroundings, "Other majors who don't have classes, come and have a look. Brother Wolf is going to clean up the mess, and Gong Tianyu is going to get beaten." Song Hao and Ma Mingyang have a very close relationship. With Ma Mingyang's current status as a second-generation rich, the two of them are even closer, and to some extent, they have even reached the level of a perfect match. Gong Tianyu was going to be beaten at this moment, and he was happier than anyone else. Facing this group of aggressive people, Gong Tianyu felt a little nervous, and beads of sweat appeared on his palms. At this moment, the electronic synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The system detected a special event, triggering the choice of the rich. Choice 1, let them beat you up honestly. A real man should be able to bend and stretch. He should learn from Han Xian's humiliation under his crotch. Reward, Durex 1. Option 2, how dare someone cause trouble for the super rich? Are you tired of living? Go and beat him up, beat him to death. Reward, 80 billion market value Joding Investment Group 1, body strengthening card 1. Option 3, run away quickly. Reward, adult worth 5,000. After just a quick glance, Gong Tianyu filtered out options 1 and 3. With my handsome face and the wealth I have now, do I still need those two things? Even if I really get a girl pregnant, I have the ability to take responsibility. Chun Haobei, my roommate from the Department of Physical Education, was a hot-tempered man. He rolled up his sleeves and stood up first. Old Wolf. Fuck your mother, you want to beat up my brother? I'm going to kill you first. Damn it! Chun Haobei swung his fist directly, and Gong Tianyu's other two roommates also attacked at the same time. Gong Tianyu flexed his knuckles and joined the battle. You are fighting with someone, the body strengthening card has been used directly for you. The rewards from Joding Investment Group have been issued. Please go there in time to complete the handover procedures. 2 system prompts sounded, and Gong Tianyu felt an additional surge of power in his body. Now, with one punch, I can even split mountains and crush rocks. Moreover, in Gong Tianyu's eyes, Lao Lang's fist was full of flaws. Gong Tianyu also swung his fist forward fiercely. With his extremely strong fighting power, he knocked out the Old Wolf's teeth with just a few punches, saving him the money of going to the hospital to have his teeth extracted. Gong Tianyu pinched Lao Lang's hair and raised his knee to slam it into his nose. After a sharp pain, the Old Wolf's nostrils began to bleed profusely, and he fell to the ground, covering his head. The students in the physical education department were all stunned and looked at what they saw in disbelief. There are more than 20 people in Lao Lang's group, but only 4 people on Gong Tianyu's side. Gong Tianyu's fighting power is off the charts, and he defeated everyone? How is this possible? Song Hao covered his mouth and his eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. According to the script, shouldn't Gong Tianyu and the others be beaten into the hospital? Fuck. Is Gong Tianyu possessed by the god of war by Qi? He looks thin and skinny, but I never thought he has such terrifying explosive power. At this moment, the teacher in charge of physical education was walking towards this side. Song Hao ran up to complain, Teacher, teacher. Gong Tianyu beat up Brother Lang and the others. Fighting with others in school is a disgrace to the school spirit and discipline. He is so lawless. The physical education teacher looked at Gong Tianyu and asked, You beat them like this? Gong Tianyu nodded. Instead of giving Gong Tianyu a lesson, the PE teacher praised him profusely. Good boy. You are worthy of being my student. Your fighting ability is as terrifying as mine. Look at it, learn from Gong Tianyu. This is a role model for athletes. A bully like Lao Lang in school should be beaten up. Beat him to death. After a few beatings, he won't bully others anymore. Song Hao was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What? The other students in the physical education department also widened their eyes in confusion. How can someone be severely injured and still become a role model? Moreover, online people are encouraged to fight violence with violence? This is not the PE teacher's fault, after all he is a retired soldier. Because he was hit by a bullet and a bullet fragment remained in his body, he could no longer fight in the battlefield, so he became a leisurely physical education teacher at Seoul University. On the battlefield, only force can solve problems. The old wolf struggled to get up from the ground, glared at Gong Tianyu fiercely, and said angrily, You have guts, you wait for me. His roommate, Chen Haobei, slapped him in the face, You little bastard, beep, beep. I'll beat you up again next time, get lost. Lao Lang and his friends limped to the hospital. Gong Tianyu and his 3 roommates also returned to the dormitory together. The 3 roommates are Chen Haobei, Li Haodong, and Zhang Xiong. Several roommates rummaged through the drawers and found steamed buns, pickled mustard tubes and lao gan ma. Chen Haobei made a bucket of Master Kong instant noodles. Gong Tianyu glanced at his brothers and patted them on the shoulders. Brothers, don't eat this pig food. Come on, I'll take you to eat something good and replenish your nutrition. My roommates, fuck. Brother are you so crazy now? Instant noodles have become pig food? Chapter 9 Poor. You can't afford to eat at this restaurant. Brother Yu is really rich. Chen Haobei looked towards Gong Tianyu and said, Yuzi, I believe that your money definitely didn't come from fraud. Tell us the truth, where did you get the money? Gong Tianyu casually made up an excuse. Didn't someone in Seoul recently win a lottery worth 100 million? In fact, the one who won the mysterious jackpot was me. Gong Tianyu won the lottery, and his roommates were immediately surprised and said happily, Fuck, you really got rich. You old man, your luck is just too good. I was scratching the lottery ticket and someone said I won a girlfriend. When I went to claim the prize, it turned out to be an inflatable one. Poochie. Ha, you are really handsome. I won a prize, I won a girlfriend, an inflatable one, ha, I can make fun of you for the whole college. What are you laughing at? It's as if you didn't buy it. Do you believe me? I'll tell the rest of the class. Chen Haobei looked at the instant noodles in his hand and lost his appetite. He threw them directly into the trash can. My brother won 100 million in the lottery, I'm eating chicken feather instant noodles. Li Haodong and Zhang Xiong also said, instant noodles are pig food. Dogs won't eat them even if they are fed to them. After eating instant noodles for half a month, I am almost vomiting. Finally, I can try the taste of meat. My roommates are usually willing to play the role of bootlickers in order to pursue goddesses. He exchanged his poverty and hunger for the goddess's glamour and beauty. Of course, in the end, he only moved himself, but he still enjoyed it. After a simple tidying up, the 4 roommates in Gong Tianyu's dormitory took the bus to the Riverview restaurant. Several people got off the car together, and before entering the Riverview restaurant, they met a girl from school. Her name was Zhang Nan, and she was a good friend of her ex-girlfriend Gu Xiaxia, professional in the medical field. Zhang Nan also spotted Gong Tianyu and the other 3, and was the first to speak. Aren't these the poorest 4 people from Seoul University? Do you want to eat at the Riverview restaurant? The young receptionist at the door frowned and asked, Nan, do you know them? Zhang Nan greeted the waitress and said, Cousin. Of course I know her. Among them, Gong Tianyu is the poorest. She has to post on Pink Sixie in the classmates group to ask us to help her bargain for a small amount when she wants to buy socks. The guests passing by, including Zhang Nan's cousin at the door, all had expressions of disgust and contempt on their faces. How fucking poor must one be to use Pink Sixie to buy socks? With this level of status, do you dare to dream of eating in a restaurant with a river view? Don't you have any idea how much money you have? Gong Tianyu didn't bother to pay attention to the teasing looks, and went into the restaurant with his roommates. But he was stopped by the waiter at the door. Hey, the fast food restaurant is across the street. Gong Tianyu frowned and looked at the waiter unhappily. I'm not going to eat at a fast food restaurant today, I'm going to eat here. Ha ha. Do you know how much it costs to have a meal here? Zhang Nan's cousin said with contempt and disdain on her face. Gong Tianyu said impatiently, no matter how much it costs, I can afford it. The entire Riverview restaurant belongs to Gong Tianyu. He doesn't have to pay for meals here, so he is certainly qualified to say this. Zhang Nan said angrily, what a fool. How many kilograms of horse urine did you drink to brag so much? Zhang Nan said to her cousin, sister, you should quickly ask the security guard to chase him away. If he really gets in, it will affect the dining experience of the guests inside. Her friend looked at Gong Tianyu with some disgust, and then said, alright, stop wasting time on this idiot, let's go upstairs. Before leaving, Zhang Nan glared at Gong Tianyu again, and then the few of them went up to the second floor of the restaurant. At the restaurant entrance, only the receptionist and Gong Tianyu and 3 others were left. The waiter at the door looked at Gong Tianyu and the others irritably, are you annoying? If you don't leave, I'll really call security. Ding! A luxury car stopped at the door of the restaurant. Shangwan Wanwan and her best friend Lin Tong got out of the car together. Huh? Little brother? It's you. Why don't you go in? Gong Tianyu shrugged helplessly, I want to go in, but someone won't let me in. Who doesn't let you in? Why not let you in? Shangwan Wanwan asked unhappily. The waiter stepped forward and said, Ms. Shangwan. You don't know, he is a poor bastard. My cousin goes to the same school as him, and she just told me that she usually buys socks from Pink Sixie. All the people eating there are well-known figures in Seoul. What will his family think if we let a poor guy like him in? Is he eating the same level of food as the poor guy? Shangwan Wanwan looked at Zhang Nan's cousin with amusement. His car is a 30 million Pagani function, and you say he is poor? He is poor, what are you? Zhang Nan's sister was stunned. She took several steps back and stammered, what, he has a sports car worth 30 million. Gong Shenhao, I really don't know you. Gong Tianyu looked at the other person unhappily, can I go in now? Zhang Nan's sister stammered, yes. Gong Tianyu pushed him away and said with disgust, get out of the way, stand further away, don't get in my way. After entering the restaurant, Shangwan Wanwan said to Gong Tianyu, last time I agreed to treat you to a meal. Come on, this time, I'll treat you. Gong Tianyu did not follow the polite instructions and sat down with the 2 women. Shangwan Wanwan and Lin Tong said, please sit down first. We will go to the front desk to get the menu. The roommates looked over with gossip and said, you are really good. No wonder you broke up with that bitch Gu Xia. It turns out you hooked up with a girl from the aviation university. Shangwan Wanwan. The daughter of a second-tier family at Seoul University. If you get with her, you won't have to worry about your next life. Gong Tianyu coughed awkwardly, we don't actually have anything. Chun Haobei obviously didn't believe it, it's nothing yet? The way she looked at you was exactly like the reaction of a crazy fan seeing a handsome guy. Oh, that leg and that hand, they deliberately rubbed against you several times. At this time, Shangwan Wanwan and her partner came back with the menu. Gong Tianyu hurriedly said, ahem, stop talking, I'm back. Oh my brother you is shy, his face is red. Shangwan Wanwan looked over with a smile, little brother, what are you guys talking about so happily? Gong Tianyu said awkwardly, ahem, we didn't talk about anything. At the entrance of Jiangjing restaurant, the general manager came in from outside and casually glanced at Gong Tianyu's table. The next second, the general manager's breathing quickened, and he quickly took out a photo and compared it with Gong Tianyu. This is the boss. Chapter 10, How can 300,000 yuan of pig food be worthy of the boss? The general manager immediately called everyone in the Riverview restaurant. All the employees of Riverview restaurant, general manager, are you looking for us? The general manager pointed at Gong Tianyu and said, did you see that handsome guy who is as handsome as me? All the employees in the restaurant disagreed. Boss, with your mature uncle face and ordinary looks, how dare you say that you can compare with the other person's appearance? Who is he? The employees in the Riverview restaurant asked curiously. The general manager said in a serious and solemn tone, prick up your ears and listen carefully. The true identity of this person is Gong Tianyu, the owner of our Riverview restaurant. All the employees were surprised and their eyes widened. What? He is the boss? So young. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, but he's already the boss of a 5 billion listed company? Some core senior executives couldn't help but ask, General Manager, Mr. Gong's family must be very rich and powerful, right? Ha ha. He doesn't rely on his family, he really started from scratch. He is very young, but he bet all in on a few stocks. Whichever one he buys will go up in value, said the general manager with true admiration. In fact, stocks and the like are just a source of wealth arranged by the system for Gong Tianyu to deceive outsiders and prevent him from being invited for tea by relevant departments. The core executives present said, wow. In his early 20s, he has already done such a deep study of stocks, and he uses the profits from stock trading to invest in business. How awesome! Compared to those students in college who only know how to play games, he has already taken a big lead. The general manager seemed to remember something and specifically instructed, the boss is dressed in ordinary clothes and keeps a low profile. He must be afraid that some people will know his identity, but we have to provide him with the highest privileges. To the outside world, just tell them that he is the emperor member of the Riverview restaurant. Everyone immediately kept it in mind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan's cousin's body was drenched with sweat, she was shaking like a sieve, and her face looked extremely ugly. The general manager's words undoubtedly caused a double blow to her heart. First, a lady from the Shangguan family said that his car was a supercar worth 30 million. While she was still in shock, she heard that he was the president of a restaurant with a market value of 5 billion and the owner of this place. She just laughed at me and humiliated me, and gave me so much face. It's over, I'm in big trouble. Seeing Zhang Nan's cousin's reaction, the general manager frowned and said, Wang Feng. You are shaking like this and you keep looking at the boss's table. Have you offended the boss? The waitress Wang Feng stammered, I. Several colleagues who disliked Wang Feng said, General Manager, she just stopped people from entering because her cousin said the boss is poor and usually buys socks on Pinduoduo. She just thinks the boss can't afford to eat here, and she keeps mocking him for being poor. Upon hearing the complaints from his subordinates, the general manager's face turned dark, his heart was stuck in his throat with nervousness, and he was furious. You're just a stupid waiter, and you say the boss of a multi-billion-dollar listed company is poor? He is a poor guy, so who the hell are you? This stupid waiter is trying to kill himself. The boss must be feeling very bad about the restaurant now. If you trace it back, isn't it because I, as the general manager, am incompetent and hired anyone I wanted that caused this situation? The general manager was furious and slapped Wang Feng in the face with a loud slap. Pack your things, get your salary from the finance department, and get out. Don't let me see you again. Wang Feng said with a look of despair, General Manager, I won't dare to do it again, please give me another chance. The general manager said unhappily. Humph. Begging me is useless. You should go to the boss and apologize in person. See if he will forgive you. After all, I have to give an explanation to the boss about this matter. After the commotion here, the general manager said to the people in the kitchen, by the way, what did the boss order? The person below said, General Manager, the boss didn't order the food, it was Miss Shangguan who ordered it. The whole table is about 300,000. The general manager interrupted with disdain, how can pig food that costs only 300,000 yuan a meal be worthy of the boss's worth? Replace them all for me and serve the boss the best dishes and the best wine. The kitchen team, okay. We'll do it right away. Lin Tong deliberately knocked over the wine glass, and all the wine spilled on Shangguan Wanwan's chair. Shangguan Wanwan stood up, it's all wet. I'll eat while standing. Lin Tong added, why are you standing? Otherwise, you can sit on brother Gong Tianyu. I think he should know how to be gentle and considerate to women, right? Gong Tianyu was stunned and said in astonishment, yes. Lin Tong pushed Shangguan Wanwan and whispered, Wanwan, why don't you seize the opportunity to warm up your relationship with little brother? Shangguan Wanwan's cheeks blushed shyly, little brother, can I sit on you? Gong Tianyu smiled brightly, sure. Shangguan Wanwan sat down. However, this made Gong Tianyu suffer. Although he didn't want to think about those dirty things, he couldn't control his body. Both of their faces were flushed. Shangwan Wanwan was wearing a stewardess uniform today and black stockings on her legs. The roommates watched the fun and took several photos in succession. They hugged each other. Come on in guys, post it on WeChat moments and make you GE's ex-girlfriend Gu Xia mad. Let that bitch know that our Chanyu can find someone better if he leaves her. Shangwan Wanwan's face felt very hot and her heart was beating fast. This was the first time she hugged a boy so tightly. His embrace was so warm, she wanted to stay in it forever. At this time, Zhang Nan's cousin Wang Fong walked over quickly and knelt down in front of Gong Tianyu with a plop. The general manager knows that I have offended you and is determined to fire me. Please, forgive me. I really can't live without this job. Gong Tianyu glanced at her coldly. Will you still dare to look down on others in the future? Wang Fong shook her head like a rattle. No, I won't dare anymore. From now on, I will never listen to what others say. Gong Tianyu was too lazy to argue with a waiter. This won't happen again. Get lost. At this time, the general manager also came over with wine and food, and scolded Wang Fong. I will punish you to clean the restaurant's toilets for a month. If you do the same thing again in the future, you will be kicked out. Served with exquisite dishes and a bottle of wine. Looking at the meal worth tens of millions on the table, Shangwan Wanwan frowned. I didn't order these, was it the wrong order? Chapter 11, Gifts of Wine and Food Worth Tens of Millions, a Luxurious Feast. The general manager smiled and looked at Gong Tianyu. I didn't make a mistake. This gentleman is an emperor member of our restaurant. These dishes and wines are all free dishes and wines from our restaurant. Oh my god. Emperor member? Shangwan Wanwan was startled and looked at Gong Tianyu in surprise and shock. I thought Pagani Wind God was Gong Tianyu's strength. To become an imperial member, one must spend 50 million on a meal at the Riverview restaurant and pay with one's own money, not credit cards. The little brother I accidentally bumped into, is his strength and background so terrifying? Even though she was the eldest daughter of a second-tier family in Seoul, she admitted that she did not have such ability. The identity of the little brother is so terrifying. The first complimentary dish is the appetizer, the golden sundae. It's made with smoked Madagascar vanilla and ice cream made with Tahitian vanilla beans, and is wrapped in 23-karat gold leaf. The second dish was Louis XVIII pizza. We put a variety of caviar and various rare lobsters in it. The salt used to make it was also airlifted from Australia. The third complimentary dish is Iranian pearl caviar. This small bite costs 300,000. The final gift was harsher champagne, which is now priced at 17 million yuan per bottle. The boss introduced the dishes very enthusiastically and patiently. Gong Tianyu's roommates were already stunned, their faces flushed as they swallowed saliva madly, feeling extremely surprised. Gong Tianyu glanced at the general manager calmly and praised him. That's thoughtful. The general manager chuckled and said, this is all what I should do. Please enjoy your meal slowly, emperor member. I won't bother you anymore. After the general manager left, Lin Tong looked over admiringly. Wow. I didn't expect you to be so capable, you're an emperor member. Wanwan, this little brother is so good looking, and so ordinary and low-key, not much better than those rich second generations, why don't you seize the opportunity? Shangwan Wanwan glared at Lin Tong and said, you little bitch, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart when I get back. I don't know who it is, but last time I went back, I took a photo of brother Gong Tianyu that I wanted to secretly take, and designed it as wallpaper for my phone and computer. My house is full of his posters. Lin Tong directly revealed some very explosive content. Shangwan Wanwan blushed. You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Lin Tong is really something, how could she reveal everything to others? Now everyone knows, there are no secrets anymore. Gong Tianyu smiled and helped Shangwan Wanwan out of the predicament. Eat, it will get cold if you don't eat now. Faced with this meal worth tens of millions, several people ate it with relish. Every bite you take can buy you a house in the city center of a second-tier city. The tall buildings on the Seoul River beach are reflected in the river view outside. The cool sea breeze blows comfortably on the bodies of several people in this hot summer. The wine glasses clinked, and several people ate their feast while looking at the sea, chatting and laughing. Comfortable and cozy. Gong Tianyu really likes this kind of leisure enjoyment. The roommates had never eaten so many delicious foods before. They wolfed down the food while mumbling, you are really rich. You even competed with me for instant noodle soup. But now I have transformed myself into an imperial member of the Riverview restaurant. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, that's right. How can I lie to you? I'll go to the front desk to get a few packs of tissues. You guys eat first. After making an excuse, Gong Tianyu came to the front desk. The general manager at the front desk had already prepared a document and handed it over with both hands. Boss. This is the procedure for you to acquire the Riverview restaurant. Gong Tianyu took it and said, the school cafeteria is outsourced to the principal's relatives. The food is really terrible and the hygiene is too poor. If possible, I plan to eat here every day at noon and in the evening. How much is the annual package? The general manager burst out laughing. Boss, you are joking. The entire Riverview restaurant is yours. How can I ask you to spend money? You can come over any time to eat in the future. We have an RV here. When the time comes, just give us a heads up and we'll drive over to pick you up. I didn't expect the service at the Riverview restaurant to be so thoughtful. This saves me the trouble of taking a taxi in the future. After a few pleasantries, Gong Tianyu returned to the private room. The roommates looked at Gong Tianyu and said, what took you so long to get a tissue? Gong Tianyu smiled and said, I have charged a year's fee at the front desk. From now on, we will come here to eat every noon and evening for the next year. Hearing this, several roommates said excitedly, wow. A yearly package, how much does that cost? Quit it now. You can start a business with this money. We don't ask for just one meal here. Let's try to buy this place one day and eat here every day. That's what we call ability. Gong Tianyu laughed. It seemed that he had already completed the acquisition. Shangwan Wanwan left a business card and handed it to Gong Tianyu. Little brother, my family is in the luxury goods business in Seoul. We have some foreign big brands. When you go there later, I will give you a small gift. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, okay. It just so happens that I'm missing some things to wear. I'll definitely come to your house later. After eating and drinking, they packed up the uneaten food and returned to the university. From a distance, Gong Tianyu and the others saw Gu Xiaxia and her group. Zhang Nan, the gossipy woman, was talking excitedly. Xiaxia, guess who I met when I went to the Riverview restaurant for dinner today? Gu Xiaxia was curious. Who did you meet? I met your ex-boyfriend Gong Tianyu. I don't know what that poor bastard was thinking. He actually wanted to go to the Riverview restaurant for dinner. Zhang Nan had a look of contempt and disdain on his face. Ma Mingyang asked with concern, did he go in? Zhang Nan snorted coldly and said jokingly, what the hell is he going to do? I asked my cousin to find the security guards to chase him away. A poor bastard like him wants to eat at a Riverview restaurant? He doesn't even consider his social status. The next moment, Gong Tianyu happened to pass by several people with a takeout bag, and Zhang Nan was instantly hit in the face. Looking at the packed meals, Gu Xiaxia couldn't help but said, Nan, didn't you say that this idiot was kicked out? Then why are they taking the packed meals from Riverview restaurant? Ma Mingyang thought for a while and said, is it possible that only the outer packaging is from the Riverview restaurant, and the food inside is actually fast food? Gu Xiaxia's expression eased slightly. No, it's not possible, I think it's like this. Zhang Nan said with an unpleasant expression, impossible. Once the takeout boxes of the Riverview restaurant are opened, they can no longer be used again. This was definitely taken from the Riverview restaurant. Gu Xiaxia clenched her fists. That shouldn't be the case. How could a poor guy like him get in? Chapter 12, 2.4 billion in gold has arrived, it's really cool. Chen Haobei and his friends looked at Gu Xiaxia and the others as if they were idiots. The owner of the Riverview restaurant personally delivered tens of millions worth of wine and food, and said that Gong Tianyu was an imperial member there. If he is poor, then are you refugees? Gu Xiaxia took a few steps forward and walked over. Hey! Gong Tianyu, where did you get the money? Even if it was a scam, you should be broke after spending 30 million to buy a car, right? Gong Tianyu looked at the other person with disgust and asked coldly, what do I need to explain to you? Give me a reason to explain to you? Gu Xiaxia stamped her feet in frustration. You can say it or not. Anyway, this meal is definitely not something you bought normally. At this time, Song Hao, who was passing by the cafeteria to get food, said on his phone, I know where his food came from. Look at the circle of friends that Chen Haobei posted today. Hearing this, several people opened their moments and found photos of them dining. There happened to be a photo in which Shangwan Wanwan was sitting on Gong Tianyu. Ma Mingyang and Song Hao were filled with envy and jealousy. It's really beautiful. If this kind of woman would even look at them, they would be willing to let them die. How did this useless Gong Tianyu hook up with me? Sung Hao's inner thoughts, I might as well find a female driver to hit me, maybe I can also chat up the goddess. After seeing the photo, Gu Xiaxia broke down and condemned from a moral high ground. I was wondering how you, Gong Tianyu, became rich. It turns out you hooked up with a rich woman and learned to live off her. Gong Tianyu, you stinky scumbag. How long have you been breaking up with me and you're already looking for someone new? How can this loser find someone better than himself? In front of Shangguan Wanwan, even if she put on makeup and turned up the beauty filter to the maximum, she was still not 1/10 as good as her. Gong Tianyu looked at the weird Gu Xiaxia and sneered, if you can find it, why can't I? Get out of the way and don't block us from going back to dinner. Gu Xiaxia turned around and stepped aside, muttering unhappily, eat, you'll be stuffed to death. Chen Haobei followed behind Gong Tianyu and gave Gu Xiaxia a sarcastic look, I think you just can't have it, so you're jealous. Whomf. Who can't eat it? I just don't want to eat it. Gu Xiaxia's expression was very unnatural. As Gong Tianyu and the others' backs got farther and farther away, Gu Xiaxia pulled Zhang Nan over and said, Nan, is the food in there delicious? Zhang Nan said proudly, of course it's delicious. All the rich people in Seoul will give priority to eating there. Next time you go, please pack some vegetable soup for me. Okay, Nan, you eat the meat and I'll just drink the soup. Gu Xiaxia said from the side. She seemed to have forgotten who had just said that she didn't want to eat it anymore. My roommates and I had dinner in the dormitory and enjoyed it very much. In the evening, a few of us just played games together, such as King of Glory. Maybe because he is not short of money now and no longer has the pressure of having a materialistic girlfriend like Gu Xiaxia, Gong Tianyu even cured his insomnia at night. But, a sister appeared in the dream. The sister took a bath and took off her clothes. Do that with yourself. The next day, the wake-up bell rang and Gong Tianyu opened his sleepy eyes. Ding! If you keep breathing and your heartbeat for 24 hours, 2.4 billion yuan in cash will be deposited. Please pay attention to your bank card balance in time. Ding ding, the text message ringtone on the cell phone rings. Gong Tianyu actually received a text message. A sum of money has been transferred to your construction bank card, 240,000,000 yuan balance. Looking at the extra money in his bank card, Gong Tianyu felt very happy. He did nothing but went out to eat and drink, and played games in the dormitory. After a simple day, he received a huge sum of 2.4 billion yuan. Even if you just lie down and do nothing, you can still get lying down bonus every day, right? Compared to Gong Tianyu's excitement, everyone in the Jiang family in Seoul had a sad face. Old lady. It's bad. Our partners, under the instructions of the Jing family, have cancelled their cooperation with us. Our capital chain has been completely cut off. We need at least 100 million to tide over the difficulties. Listening to the servant's report, the old lady of the Jiang family fell off the chair with a pale face. The old lady looked worried and said helplessly, God wants to destroy our Jiang family. 100 million. Where can I get this 100 million? Everyone in the family looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with unfriendly eyes, it's all this bitch's fault. If she hadn't slept with a wild man and irritated Master Jing, how could our Jiang family have suffered such a great disaster? When the old lady mentioned this, she was furious and slapped Jiang Xiaoyu in the face, it's all your fault. You pushed the family into bankruptcy and now you get what you want, right? Jiang Xiaoyu covered her red and swollen face with her hands, tears falling from her eyes. She felt very aggrieved. She had been forced to learn the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since she was a child. She was really fed up with this kind of life where she was manipulated and controlled by others. But I can't let go of that family love. Jiang Xiaoyu's cousin Jiang Zifeng said unhappily, Sister. I really don't know what you are thinking. Young Master Jing is at least a descendant of a wealthy family. Only under the protection of the Jing family and by holding on to their thighs can the Jiang family go further. You are so good, you only make Master Jing happy. Jiang Xiaoyu said uncomfortably, then do you know that he often goes to the club to find girls, or finds many girls at a time, and has to go to the hospital every day to treat that disease? You're just going to push me into the fire pit, and you're satisfied, right? Inside the family, the old lady shook the ground with her cane and said unhappily, what man isn't unfaithful? For the benefit of the family, what's wrong with you sacrificing your body? You're going to sleep with someone sooner or later in your life anyway. Besides, you had sex with that male student, your body is already dirty, what's the difference between you and those prostitutes? Young Master Jing doesn't despise you, how dare you despise young Master Jing? Jiang Xiaoyu's cousin Jiang Shui whispered in the old lady's ear, Grandma, if you want this cheap bastard to sleep with Jing Xiao, soft tactics won't work. I think we should just use hard tactics. Let's go all the way and tie her up and send her to young Master Jing's bed. Maybe young Master Jing will be in a good mood and let us go. He may even strongly support our Jiang family's family business. The old lady's eyes lit up and she slapped her thigh. Hey! Boss, your idea is still good. Come on. Tie up Jiang Xiaoyu and send her to the Jing family. Listening to the conversation between Grandma and her cousin, Jiang Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her voice trembled, and she cried, Grandma! No! Could it be that your granddaughter's lifelong happiness is not as important as the family interests of the Jiang family? The old lady said coldly, family interests come first, then family affection. How much is family affection worth? Chapter 13 Become a eunuch. You will never touch a woman in this life. Jiang Xiaoyu's hands and feet were all forcibly tied up. The Jiang family's driver drove her to the Jing family personally. It was raining heavily outside, and the air was damp and chilly. This gloomy day is just like Jiang Xiaoyu's current mood. Master Jing lifted Jiang Xiaoyu's chin and smiled lewdly. Jiang Xiaoyu, tell me, why are you doing this? In the end, you still can't escape the fate of being fucked by me, right? In Seoul. No girl can escape my clutches if I take a fancy to her. Jiang Xiaoyu trembled and gnashed her teeth. Beast! If you dare to touch me, believe it or not, I will die in front of you. After hearing this, Master Jing laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Then you die. I heard that playing with corpses is quite exciting. It just so happens that I haven't tried it yet. Whether you are a human or a corpse, I must kiss you. Hearing that the other party did not even let go of the corpse, Jiang Xiaoyu said angrily, You are despicable and insidious, villain. Master Jing didn't get angry. Whatever you say. Even if you're tough now, you'll be panting later. I'm going to take a shower first. Looking at the camera set up in the bedroom, Jiang Xiaoyu was frightened inside, and her eyes were filled with shame and anger. At Seoul National University, Gong Tianyu just felt upset. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. The system has discovered a special event. The young master's woman is tied up and taken to the Jing family. She will lose her virginity to Master Jing, triggering a god-level choice. Option 1, allow the second-generation rich to cheat on you, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Choice 2, make a big fuss at the Jing family, your woman will never be bullied by others. Reward, Tianxian facial mask making Formula 1, which can bring you unlimited rewards. Gong Tianyu clenched his fists. Something happened as expected. 100,000 yuan? Ha ha. Not to mention 100,000, even if it was 900 trillion, he would never allow anyone to cheat on him. Master Jing. You are looking for death. Throwing down the textbook, Gong Tianyu rushed out of the classroom. The college counselor looked over unhappily and said, Hey! Classmate, why are you skipping class? Get out! Gong Tianyu said unhappily. This scene stunned the other students who were taking cultural courses. He even dared to confront the counselor. Gong Tianyu is really brave. I admire his courage for doing something I want to do but dare not do. Why do you admire him? He is a fool. He even dared to offend the university counselor. He will suffer for his graduation thesis in the future. After leaving the school gate, Gong Tianyu drove his Pagani Wingo at full throttle and rushed to the Jing family. Outside the Jing family, there were several people guarding the door for young Master Jing. They were all dressed in black suits, with fleshy faces and dressed like thugs. This is the Jing family's restricted area, no entry for outsiders, get out, who told you to drive the car in? These thugs in black said in a rude and fierce manner. Gong Tianyu narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Instead of stopping the car, he rushed forward and crashed straight past. Ah! 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 After several screams, several figures flew backwards and blood splattered 3 feet away. They looked at Gong Tianyu with difficulty. How dare you? Then, their eyes went dark and they fell into coma. Gong Tianyu searched room by room. At this time, a voice called out from inside the villa, Gong Tianyu, is that you? Apart from Gong Tianyu, Jiang Xiaoyu really didn't know who else would care about her so much. Gong Tianyu followed the sound to find the room and kicked the locked door open with great force. Jing Xiao, who came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, happened to bump into Gong Tianyu. He widened his eyes in horror. You are still safe and sound? Gong Tianyu sneered, it's just that the person you found is too incompetent. What are you doing here? Jing Xiao stepped back in fear. Gong Tianyu asked angrily, you tied my woman up and wanted to violate her, what do you think I am doing here? Young Master Jing looked gloomy and threatened, this is my home, it's not your turn to act wildly. I want to run wild, who in heaven or on earth can stop me, Gong Tianyu? Gong Tianyu grabbed Jing Xiao and threw him over his shoulder, leaving him lying on his back. Then he raised his foot and stomped down hard. The kick was so brutal that it directly crushed Jing Xiao's thing. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. Jing Xiao screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered, covering the injured area tightly with both hands. This kind of beast should be punished like this, so that he won't lose control of his lower body and harm more good girls. The bonus Tianxian mask formula has been distributed. Description: even a dinosaur can turn into a goddess after using this mask, it can make women all over the world crazy. Some memories that did not belong to Gong Tianyu flooded into his mind frantically. After untying the ropes on Jiang Xiaoyu, he took her away from the Jing family. Young Master Jing struggled to get up from the ground. He watched the two people leave, his eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth and said, it's this student again. You've ruined my plans twice. I'm going to kill you. Gong Tianyu. Just wait for me. It would be fine if it happened somewhere else, but he was beaten in his own home. It was really hard for Master Jing to swallow this humiliation. Master Jing looked resentful. Outside the Jing family villa, Gong Tianyu considerately took off his coat and put it on Jiang Xiaoyu, and the two of them held the same umbrella together. Jiang Xiaoyu let Gong Tianyu put his arm around her waist. Only when she was with this student could she feel safe. If possible, she really wanted to stay in her arms forever. Gong Tianyu wiped the tears from Jiang Xiaoyu's face. I'll take you home. No. The family is still short of 100 million for turnover. As long as this 100 million is not raised, even if you destroy young Master Jing, they will send me to young Master Wang and young Master Li's bed. Jiang Xiaoyu's face was filled with tears. Gong Tianyu felt distressed and sighed, it's just 100 million? I'll pay for it for you. Jiang Xiaoyu obviously didn't believe that Gong Tianyu had such financial resources, but you are just a student, where did you get 100 million? Don't make me happy, you have angered Master Jing twice, and Master Jing always takes revenge. You'd better flee Seoul as soon as possible. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes were full of worry. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, don't even mention 100 million, I have 1 billion. As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem for me. Jiang Xiaoyu blinked curiously, is it true? Gong Tianyu took out the car key from his pocket, pressed it lightly, and said in a very low-key manner. Of course it's real. Look, that Pagani wind god is my car. Looking at the upward opening door of the sports car, Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed a full mouth of saliva and thought of a possibility. You are a rich second generation who pretends to be poor and place the pig to eat the tiger? Chapter 14, 10 times wealth upgrade card 1, I have $10 billion. Gong Tianyu sat in the driver's seat of the car, stuffed a piece of Yida chewing gum into his mouth, and said while chewing, you can understand it this way. Jiang Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat and looked at Gong Tianyu with a puzzled look on his face, but why are you helping me? Gong Tianyu put his hand on her shoulders and said lovingly, because you are my woman. Jiang Xiaoyu blushed and said in a low voice, well, thank you. A warm feeling surged through her heart. This male student always appears when she is in the most difficult times and becomes the mountain that she can rely on. I drove all the way back to the Jiang family. The two of them walked in together. When the old lady of the Jiang family saw the two of them, she said unhappily, Xiaoyu, shouldn't you be on young Master Jing's bed at this time? Why are you hanging out with this wild man again? Where's Master Jing? Gong Tianyu said coldly, I have crushed Master Jing's thing. You will never be able to touch a woman again in this life. This is my woman. I won't allow anyone to touch her even a finger. Jiang Xiaoyu had a sweet smile on her face. This guy is a little bit overbearing and protective. His heart and eyes are filled with her, and this is the ideal husband in her mind. Hearing this, the old lady of the Jiang family broke out in a cold sweat, and even her voice broke. What? You are a poor student, how can you be so bold? Do you know that the Jiang family is going to be completely destroyed by you? Cousin Jiang Zifeng said angrily and fearfully, it's over. If the Jing family retaliates, I'm afraid our Jiang family will not only go bankrupt. Cousin Jiang Shui clenched his fists and looked at Gong Tianyu angrily. In the final analysis, it's all because of this unlucky guy called Gong Tianyu. Ever since Xiaoyu came into contact with him, our Jiang family hasn't had a good day. Death Star. Get out of the Jiang family, the Jiang family doesn't welcome you. The other children of the Jiang family also followed suit and shouted, Unlucky Star, get out of the Jiang family, the Jiang family does not welcome you. Death Star, get out. Special events detected, triggering the choice of the rich. Option 1, elope with Jiang Xiaoyu and stay away from her disgusting relatives, and you will be rewarded 1 million. Choice 2, leave in anger and be rewarded with a tube of black toothpaste. Choice 3, Jiang Xiaoyu and her family are close relatives, help the Jiang family through the difficult times, reward, 1 10 times wealth upgrade card. Please start choosing. 1 million? Just piss it. With tens of billions of assets, how could he lack such a small thing? Black toothpaste? What the hell is black toothpaste? Gong Tianyu raised his head domineeringly, looked at the old lady of the Jiang family, and said, Jiang Xiaoyu is my woman, I will not let the Jiang family suffer from the loss of their teeth and lips. I will invest 1 billion yuan to help the Jiang family overcome difficulties and lead the Jiang family to a better future. The school uniform on Gong Tianyu formed a huge contrast with what he said. The old lady looked at Gong Tianyu angrily, Ha, you are still in school, where did you get 1 billion? Do you think I am a fool? Don't even mention you. Even if it's young Master Jing of the Jing family, the assets of his family are only worth 500 million. Everyone in the Jiang family looked at Gong Tianyu as if he were a clown. No one was willing to believe him as a student. Gong Tianyu calmly took out his cell phone and called Jioding Investment. The general manager of Jioding Investment was shocked when he saw the incoming call number. He quickly picked up the phone and answered, Boss, what do you want? Gong Tianyu said into the phone, I want to invest 1 billion in Sol Zhang's medical beauty, right now, immediately. The general manager of Jioding Investment breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, the Jiang family's mockery and humiliation never stopped. The Jiang brothers said sarcastically, Oh, you're pretending quite well, as if you can really come up with 1 billion. If he could come up with 1 billion, even sows could climb trees. Not long. The core executives of the Jiang family ran in surprise, Old lady. Good news, good news. The old lady was startled, looked at Gong Tianyu with a little surprise, and then asked, What good news? Our Jiang family is saved. Jioding Investment has invested 1 billion in us. It won't be long before even the Jing family can only look up to our Jiang family. Jioding Investment. It turned out to be this huge behemoth, with a market value of more than 80 billion. After the development in recent years, the market value was once about to break through 200 billion. The old lady was ecstatic. Everyone in the Jiang family looked at Gong Tianyu in surprise and astonishment. The old lady also looked at Gong Tianyu again and said in surprise, You really brought in 1 billion yuan in investment? You really brought it for the Jiang family? Gong Tianyu looked amused, What else? How about I make another call and ask them to withdraw their investment? Hearing that Gong Tianyu was going to call to withdraw his investment, the old lady hurriedly said, No, don't do it. Good grandson-in-law, from the first moment I saw you, I felt that you and our Xiaoyu were a perfect match made in heaven, a perfect match for each other. Cousin Jiang Shui also changed his tone, Oh, brother-in-law, it was all a misunderstanding just now. From now on, we are a family, so we must get along well. His cousin Jiang Zifeng also came over like a decent man, yes, from now on, my cousin's husband is only Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu looked at the family jokingly. His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Ding! You helped the Jiang family overcome the financial crisis, and you are rewarded with a 10x wealth upgrade card 1. Do you want to use it? Gong Tianyu's inner thoughts, use it immediately. The 10x upgrade card has been used successfully. Please pay attention to the bank's text messages in time. Dear Construction Bank user, you have received a transfer. The transfer amount is 21,600,000 yuan. Current savings account balance, 24 billion yuan and 1,500 yuan. This wave of 10x wealth upgrade cards will directly increase the money in the card from 2.4 billion to 24 billion. Tens of billions of assets may not be a big deal. But what if these tens of billions are liquid capital? If converted into purchase rate, things like Thompson Epine, supercars worth hundreds of millions, or manor villas like the Tang Palace in Magic City can all be packed in sacks. This wave is really cool. Jiang Xiaoyu's grandmother smiled happily, and she liked Jiang Xiaoyu a lot more. Xiaoyu brought in 1 billion yuan of investment for the family, so she can be considered a family hero. Every year, the family will share the dividends and give her 20% of the shares. Cousin Jiang Shuai and cousin Jiang Zifeng stood up in dissatisfaction. Grandma, you can't give so many shares. The old lady snorted coldly. It's settled. Xiao Yu, please stay with Gong Tianyu. The people in the Zhang family asked with some concern, Grandma, what about young Master Jing? The old lady looked very unhappy. Who is young Master Jing in front of young Master Gong? Chapter 15, Win the Heart of the Goddess and Get a Watch Worth 50 million yuan. Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed Gong Tianyu's hand and said with a smile, let's go shopping together. The two of them walked hand in hand like a couple, enjoying the cool breeze in the rain. Even if the air is a little cold, when two people get together, feeling each other's body temperature and breath, they will feel a warm mood. Gong Tianyu held her in his arms with his other hand. Is the relationship at home not so good? Jiang Xiaoyu sighed, because I'm a girl. Grandma said that women are like water spilled once they are married, so since childhood, Grandma has loved my cousins more. Gong Tianyu looked at her, then have you ever thought about moving out? Grandma is in poor health. After all, she raised me. Jiang Xiaoyu said. Gong Tianyu did not force it, but said sincerely, it doesn't matter, even if your family doesn't love you in the future, I will love you. Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled, you were so nice. She stood on tiptoe and gave Gong Tianyu a kiss on the face. The soft lips left a lipstick mark on Gong Tianyu's face. You have won the heart of the goddess and done something meaningful, triggering the 24-hour leisure god rich reward. Reward, 2 luxury watches. Rewards, 1 Richard Miller ladies watch, 1 Louis Monique meteorite watch, total value, 53 million. Pickup location, Seoul International Plaza, Watch House Store pickup. Gong Tianyu was slightly stunned. When he did that with the nurse Jiang Xiaoyu before, he was rewarded with a supercar. Now, just for saying a few flirtatious words, he was rewarded with 2 watches? Is this also possible? This kind of free reward is really cool. However, I'm a little hungry, so I'd like to buy something to fill my stomach first. Looking along the roadside, Gong Tianyu found a stall selling northeastern grilled cold noodles. Boss. 2 servings of grilled cold noodles, a giant combo, an authentic northeastern sweet and sour flavor. Gong Tianyu readily paid 40 yuan. People passing by were frowning and looking over here. Many singles said they couldn't stand it. Fuck. You brought such a pretty girl out, and you only gave her cold noodles? This poor bastard has someone following him. What's wrong with me? Why don't I have a girlfriend? The grilled cold noodles were quickly prepared. Jiang Xiaoyu took a small bite and her eyes lit up. Wow. This is really delicious. Gong Tianyu also enjoyed the meal. It's delicious, right? It's a specialty from my hometown. This stall is the most authentic one in Seoul. Halfway through the meal, both of them felt a little thirsty. Gong Tianyu ordered 2 more ice creams. While eating, Gong Tianyu said, let's go. Let's go to the International Plaza over here for a stroll. The two of them walked into the square chatting and laughing. After walking around outside, Gong Tianyu quickly came to the watch house. He knocked on the counter and said, my last name is Gong. I ordered 2 watches here. Please help me pick them up. The beautifully dressed female salesperson looked at Gong Tianyu with disdain and said unhappily, get out of here, we don't have the watch you want. You've come to the wrong place. Gong Tianyu looked displeased and insisted, I ordered my watch here. The saleswoman sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, what do you mean you ordered it here? Any watch here costs hundreds of thousands. Can you afford it? Gong Tianyu was convinced. He has more than 20 billion in his bank account, a restaurant with a market value of several billion, and an investment group with a market value of 200 billion. How can he not afford a junky watch worth hundreds of thousands? Why are there so many clowns everywhere I go? His fists gradually clenched. Why do you think I can't afford it? The saleswoman looked Gong Tianyu up and down and laughed at him wantonly. Have you ever seen anyone who can afford a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars eating cold noodles while shopping in a mall? Only poor people eat cold noodles. Gong Tianyu looked down at the grilled cold noodles in his hand. Damn it! Rich people can't eat cold noodles? It's my freedom to eat whatever I want, okay? Who says rich people must eat delicacies from land and sea? Many people also looked over, some laughed at Gong Tianyu, and some were curious whether he had ordered a famous watch here. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the salesperson at the counter with disgust. What kind of person is that? He looks down on people. How strong is her man? Doesn't she know? A Pagani Huayra worth 30 million yuan attracted Jioding to invest 1 billion yuan with just one phone call. If this is a poor guy without any money, then are there any truly rich people in Seoul? That's really funny. Gong Tianyu clenched his fists and snorted coldly. I advise you to check the sales background of the official website to see if there is an order from someone named Gong Tianyu. The saleswoman still had an arrogant attitude. Check it out. The female salesperson directly opened the sales background of the official website. After seeing the results, her face changed and she was extremely surprised. There actually is an order from someone named Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu took in her expression and said with a smile, how is it? Did you find out? I found out. There is indeed a wealthy man named Gong Tianyu who ordered 2 watches from our store, with a total cost of 53 million. The female salesperson stated the results of her search. Gong Tianyu urged, now that you have found this order, please find the form for me. The female salesperson said a Chinese quintessence, looking for you, damn it. With the look on your body and the food you eat, do you look like someone who can afford 50 million to buy a watch? You are so bold that you dare to pretend to be such a rich man. Gong Tianyu had a hint of anger on his face and asked, are you sure I'm pretending? The saleswoman said aggressively, all your clothes, combined, are not even enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. Aren't you an imposter? The people around him looked down on Gong Tianyu even more. Anyone who can spend 50 million to buy a watch must be worth at least hundreds of millions. Even such a person dares to pretend to be someone like him. Where did Xiao Bing come from? I despise people who have no money but still act cool the most. Some people also said, what if they are just pretending to be poor to be low-key? Aren't there many rich second generations who are trying their best in life? Soon, that person was criticized by someone, have you read too many novels about super rich people? He must have been brainwashed by the great god Zue Ching Lang Zi, and watched too much. The system is explosive, rewarding the $1 million godly gold and so on. Just then, a familiar female voice sounded, what a person wears and eats doesn't mean anything. Not everyone likes to eat and wear. My little brother only likes the down-to-earth and ordinary life. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a girl who was beautifully dressed, tall, and wearing all luxury brand clothes. The saleswoman looked over with difficulty, Miss, why are you here? After seeing the person coming, Gong Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then asked, is it you? Chapter 16 Mr. Shenhao. I'm on my knees, please forgive me. Zhang Xiaoyu also took a step forward and greeted her stiffly, hello, Miss Shangguan. Shangguan Wanwan glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Sister Xiaoyu is also good. After that, she walked to the counter, searched for a while, and finally took out 2 exquisite watch boxes and handed them to Gong Tianyu. Little brother, these 2 watches are the ones you ordered. There are also 53 million shopping invoices. After taking the watch, Gong Tianyu looked at Shangguan Wanwan and asked curiously, is this your family's property? Yes. As I said last time, the Shangguan family focuses on various luxury goods businesses. Shangguan Wanwan had a hint of pride on her face. Everyone around looked at Gong Tianyu in surprise. This guy who eats grilled cold noodles actually spent 50 million to buy 2 watches? The watch on your hand is different from living in a villa and driving a sports car. Houses and cars are both basic needs, but a watch is just something you wear on your wrist. It is for this reason that the saying poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches has become popular. The 2 watches together cost 53 million. How much assets does this person have? But, you have so much money, and you eat grilled cold noodles? Damn. Really down to earth, with a taste for life. At the same time, they also looked at sales with pity. This idiot and brainless guy kept calling others poor and humiliating them. Is he dumbfounded now? The gold-digging saleswoman had an ugly look on her face, her forehead was covered with sweat, and her voice was very low. Sir, I was blind just now and didn't know your amazing wealth. Please don't bother with me. The money-digging female saleswoman's voice was filled with extreme fear and crying. She really regretted it so much. If she had known that the man in front of her was so rich, she would never have dared to say such a mean thing even if she was beaten to death. Gong Tianyu just looked at the saleswoman coldly, give me a reason not to bother with you? The saleswoman looked down at herself and couldn't help but say, how about I use my one night to calm your anger, Mr. Shenhao? I have a decent appearance and figure. Shangguan Wanwan snorted on the side coldly and interrupted her, you also said that it was just okay. With your figure and appearance, you still want to have a relationship with a little brother, are you worthy? The saleswoman lowered her head in inferiority, her voice weak. I. Shangwan Wanwan slapped her in the face with her backhand. My Shangwan family's watch shop needs quality and ethical counter salespeople. From today on, you are fired. The finance department is collecting their salary, get out. The saleswoman covered her face and knelt on the ground with a thud. Miss, please don't, give me another chance to correct it. Please, don't chase me away. Shangwan Wanwan snorted coldly, it's no use begging me. The female salesperson looked at Gong Tianyu in embarrassment. Sir. Gong Tianyu's mouth twitched, and he uttered a word lightly, get lost. The saleswoman collapsed on the ground helplessly, crying bitterly. In the end, she was forcibly dragged away by the staff on the scene. None of the people watching the scene sympathized with the saleswoman, and they all felt that she deserved such an end. Who can you blame for being a moron? You just said that someone was pretending to be someone else, but what about those who don't have money to pretend to be someone else? Why don't you say anything now? Gong Tianyu slowly opened the watch box in his hand. A dazzling light flashed, and an exquisite watch lay quietly in the middle of the watch box. Inside the watch, there is a giant panda made of 18K white gold and bamboo carved from gold, and the watch body is inlaid with various precious gems. Just one look at it gives people a visual enjoyment. Many young ladies in the crowd exclaimed, "This watch. It's so beautiful." Of course it's beautiful. Don't you see how much this watch costs? It's a limited edition piece, priced at 22 million each. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. I feel like I have the stuff of dreams tonight. Picking up the Richard Miller watch, Gong Tianyu handed it to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is a gift I carefully selected for you after staying up all night. I hope you like it. 24-hour leisure system. Jiang Xiaoyu took the beautiful watch and tried it on. It was the perfect size, as if it was tailor-made for her. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Gong Tianyu flattered. A watch worth more than 20 million yuan, is it for me? You are so thoughtful. Gong Tianyu touched Jiang Xiaoyu's head lovingly and said with a smile, do you like it? I like it. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled very happily. She hadn't received any gifts for a long time since her parents passed away. The young ladies watching at the scene all looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with envy and jealousy. They also want to wear Richard Miller. Why doesn't anyone buy them? They looked at the boyfriends beside them and said with disdain, look at other people's boyfriends, and then look at yourself. Shangwan Wanwan joked, Jiang Xiaoyu, you should thank me the most for picking up such a handsome and rich boy. If I hadn't hit him with my car, would you have known him? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu muttered softly, you almost killed my Gong Tianyu, how dare you say that? Wow. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already starting my family's life? Shangwan Wanwan teased with a smile. The passers-by around also looked at Jiang Xiaoyu in surprise. Jiang Xiaoyu from the Jiang family in Seoul rarely smiles and is reserved. She is recognized as sexually frigid in Seoul. Does she also have such a cute little woman side? Perhaps feeling the gazes from all around, Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Oh, what was she thinking? What was she saying in public? Another watch was also taken out by Gong Tianyu. This watch is handsome and cool overall. The material is also made of space rocks and Martian meteorites. It has a full sense of science fiction and is simply the dream watch of countless boys. Wearing it on Gong Tianyu's wrist, he instantly looked more handsome. This watch is so cool and handsome. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. Gong Tianyu looked at the toy in his hand with satisfaction, took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and said, it's getting late, I should take you home. The two people left and walked on the night road where it was drizzling. Jiang Xiaoyu took Gong Tianyu's hand and said, your hands are so cold. Let me rub them for you. Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed Gong Tianyu's hands while breathing out hot air. How are your hands? Are they warm? Gong Tianyu felt a warm current in his heart. Thank you. We've done that kind of thing, and you're still saying thank you to me? Jiang Xiaoyu said with a smile. After sending Jiang Xiaoyu to Zhang's house, Gong Tianyu returned to school. After seeing Jiang Xiaoyu coming home, the old lady said angrily, it's so late, why did you ask him to take you home? Go get a room. Jiang Zifeng, the cousin, also complained, sister, you are such a fool. You wasted an opportunity to have a relationship with Master Gong. If you had his child and got hold of such a big man, our Jiang family would be prosperous sooner or later. The old lady asked with concern, where did he take you this night? Jiang Xiaoyu said truthfully, he took me to eat grilled cold noodles and ice cream. Grilled cold noodles ice cream? In one sentence, the super rich young man who attracted 1 billion investment eats these things? This is too low key. The old lady was stunned for a long time before she squeezed out a sentence. He is still a wealthy man with a down-to-earth demeanor. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her wrist and said proudly, he also gave me a watch. Jiang Zifeng looked at it and said, fuck this watch. Chapter 17, a rubbish family worth hundreds of millions, how many more? If I remember correctly, this watch costs more than 20 million, right? He said he would give it to you, so he gave it to you? Jiang Zifeng's face was full of surprise, and he couldn't believe it at all. Or maybe it's because of Gong Tianyu. The people in the Jiang family also treated Jiang Xiaoyu much better. Cousin Jiang Shui kept passing food to Jiang Xiaoyu. Come on, cousin, eat more good food and replenish your body so that you can fight with young Master Gong later. My cousin Jiang Zifeng also said, yes, cousin, you are now a family hero. You should take good care of your nutrition and turn my ATM brother-in-law into our family as soon as possible. The family was eating their meal happily. The originally peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken. The head of the Jing family walked in from outside with his son Jing Xiangyu. Jing Xiangyu's current condition is not optimistic. He is wrapped up like a mummy. The head of the Jing family snorted coldly, you Jiang family is really lively. My son was killed because of your witch Jiang Xiaoyu. He will never be able to touch a woman again in his life, and you didn't even go to the hospital to take a look. You still want to eat and drink? Don't you take our Jing family seriously? Jiang Xiaoyu's grandmother slammed her wine glass and said in a rage, Mr. Jing. My grandson-in-law has already attracted 1 billion yuan in investment for us. Now in terms of assets, your Jing family has to rank behind our Jiang family. Why do you need to save face by coming to my Jiang family? I, an old lady, just want to say this, your Jing family has no face in our Jiang family. Jiang Zifeng also said in a swell voice, why are you a small, broken family with a market value of several hundred million, trying to show off in our Jiang family? Get lost, go back to where you came from. And the one next to you looks like something dug out of a grave, get rid of him as well. Jing Xiangyu, who was wrapped in layers of medical gauze, was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The head of the Jing family was so angry that his body was shaking and his fists were clenched. This Jiang family is simply outrageous. He is so mad. The head of the Jing family said angrily, you Jiang family are really strong-willed. Well, since you Jiang family is so ruthless, you guys just wait for me. Jiang Zifeng glared at him and said, just wait and see. You little bastard family with hundreds of millions of dollars, you want to get a few more? My brother-in-law Gong Tianyu will crush you to death, just like crushing an ant. The Jing family's patriarch's face twitched, and his expression was very bad, humph. A night passed. Early the next morning, Gong Tianyu carried out physical training as usual. After finishing a class, the guys, sweating profusely, were called to the teaching office by other students. Gong Tianyu asked in confusion, what's wrong, Dean? In the teaching department, the old wolf pointed at the cigarette butts, wine bottles, and electric grill on the table and said unhappily, Gong Tianyu, you guys are in the dormitory, smoking, drinking, and barbecuing. You guys have the nerve to ask what happened? Gong Tianyu frowned and said, we never smoke or drink in our dormitory. Lao Lang snorted coldly, but these cigarette butts, wine bottles, and electric ovens were all found in your dormitory. No matter how stupid Gong Tianyu was, he understood what happened. Gong Tianyu narrowed his eyes, stared at Lao Lang coldly, and said angrily, Lao Lang, are you the one behind this? Lao Lang is a member of the student union and is mainly responsible for dormitory inspections. It would be very easy for him to throw a cigarette butt or something else into someone's dormitory to slander and frame ordinary students. The dean, who had not spoken for a long time, slammed the table and said angrily, Gong Tianyu, you guys are really outrageous. The school rules do not allow smoking, drinking, and bringing high-power electrical appliances into the dormitory. You do whatever the school does not allow. What if there is a fire hazard? How big of a disaster would it be? Are you so greedy that you have to eat barbecue in the dormitory? Have you considered the safety risks of other students? Gong Tianyu clenched his fists and insisted, Director, I have nothing to fear as long as I am upright. Old Wolf fanned the flames at this time and said, Director, you must severely punish Gong Tianyu according to the school rules. Otherwise, if he dares to have a barbecue in the dormitory today, he will dare to call back a peripheral girl tomorrow. The Dean of Studies directly sentenced Gong Tianyu and the others. For the safety of other students, you are no longer allowed to live in the dormitory. Hurry and pack up your mess. Go find a house to live in off campus. Also, each of you will be given a serious demerit. This punishment is quite cruel. At Seoul National University, 3 serious offenses will result in expulsion. Gong Tianyu glanced at Old Wolf and said word by word, "Old Wolf. I'll remember this." Several roommates left the teaching office with a lot of anger. In the teaching office, Lao Lang took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag and placed them on the table. "Uncle, thank you for your hard work." The dean laughed and said, "What's so hard about this? I just need to trouble you, my nephew, to mention your uncle more often in front of Master Jing." On the campus of Seoul National University, Gong Tianyu and others, dragging large and small bags, walked out of the school. I happened to meet Song Hao. Song Hao bent over, put his hands behind his back, and asked in a very provocative manner, "Gong Tianyu, when you beat up Brother Wolf a few days ago, weren't you very arrogant? Weren't you very awesome? Why are you being kicked out of the dormitory by the Academic Affairs Office like a lost dog?" Gong Tianyu looked Song Hao up and down and retorted, "Even if I can't live in the dormitory, I have a better place to live, but you have been destined to live in the dormitory all these years in college." After having billions of dollars, Gong Tianyu has long wanted to buy a house. Under the current circumstances, there is no choice but to buy a house. Song Hao did not hold back at all, and his mockery became even more vigorous. "Oh my, you feel superior when you rent a house out?" Gong Tianyu cursed directly, "Stupid. Who told you that I want to rent a house?" After cursing, Gong Tianyu and a few of his brothers left the university. Song Hao was so angry that he stood alone in the wind. "You are idiots, your whole family is idiots." However, Gong Tianyu and the others had already gone far away, so they could not hear his scolding. After leaving university, Gong Tianyu sighed, "Let's go. Brothers, come with me to look at the real estate." Roommate Chen Haobei said angrily, "Damn it, these bastards from Lao Lang are so cunning. They can't beat me openly, so they just trip me up in secret." Gong Tianyu clenched his fists and said, "I will help you guys get this back sooner or later." The other roommates wiped the sweat from their foreheads and said, "Let's find a place to stay first." After hailing a taxi, Gong Tianyu said to the driver, "Let's go to the OCT Pure Waterfront Villa District." Seeing that they were all dressed like students, the driver couldn't help but asked curiously, "What are you doing there?" "I want to buy a villa," Gong Tianyu said indifferently. Chapter 18. Whoever regrets is a dog. You can't afford this villa. About half an hour later, several people got off the car at the villa complex. Many wealthy people in Seoul would try their best to live here. This is because the villas here are built in East Lake, which is a national 5A level scenic spot. Gong Tianyu and others entered the sales office together. The front desk receptionist at the sales office looked at them and asked curiously, "Brothers, are you applying for a sales position? Did you bring your resume?" Gong Tianyu frowned slightly and said calmly, "I'm not here to look for a job." The receptionist was also confused, "Why are you here?" Before Gong Tianyu could say anything, he heard the security guard say, "They should be here to rent a house. They don't look very old, they don't look like they can afford to buy a house." The male salesperson next to him said, "We don't provide rental services here. Pure waterfront villas only serve the rich." Gong Tianyu interrupted unhappily, "Who said I want to rent a house? I'm here to buy a house." As soon as the words fell, more than 10 pairs of eyes were looking at Gong Tianyu at the same time, as if they were looking at an idiot. Obviously, everyone regards Gong Tianyu as a joke. There was even more laughter all around. "Poochie. Brother, are you here to buy a house?" The receptionist in the lobby said sarcastically, "Our starting sales here are 20 million, and the down payment alone is more than 10 million. The front desk hopes to use this to dissuade Gong Tianyu from joining." A male salesperson said, "If you want to rent a house, I happen to know a friend who works as an agent. He has a bunch of rough houses for 500 yuan. If you guys pool your money together, you should be able to afford the rental." The male salesperson spoke in a sarcastic tone. Gong Tianyu looked at the other party impatiently. "Let me emphasize again, I don't rent a house, I buy a house, understand? Is there anyone who can help me?" The salesman said almost in unison, "Sorry, we don't serve poor students here." After that, the salesmen went about their business. Some were applying nail polish, some were eating spicy hot pot, and some were playing with their cell phones. In short, no one paid any attention to Gong Tianyu, as if he was air. The attitude of the service is as bad as it can be. Gong Tianyu was very angry. You better not regret it. The male salesperson glared at him and said, whoever regrets is a dog. Do you really think you are a dish? While the two were arguing, a luxury car drove in. A man dressed in luxury goods came down from the building and walked into the sales hall. Are there any decent villas? Someone come and recommend some to me. When the salesman saw what the man was wearing, their expressions changed dramatically and they came over to greet him. Mr. Long, we have some. Come over here, we'll introduce you. Mr. Long, drink some juice. Turn up the air conditioner for young Master Long. His attitude towards Gong Tianyu and others was completely opposite. He was almost offering up this young Master Long. This kind of differential treatment made Gong Tianyu and others very angry. Chun Haobei said unhappily, damn it. You are such a jerk who looks down on others. If this wasn't a wealthy man's villa area, I would have taken action. Gong Tianyu was also completely disappointed with this place, and said unhappily, I don't plan to buy here now, let's go. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door, and the other roommates followed him. A girl who looked like a student saw that several people wanted to leave, and suddenly called them to stop. Sir, although I am new here, I can recommend a few villas for you. The other salespeople all looked at her with disdain, and then couldn't help but complain, it's a waste of time for a poor loser student to serve. Gong Tianyu turned around and looked at the female student. This girl, wearing glasses, looks quiet and pretty, with a pure temperament. There was no look of contempt on his face. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, then please introduce them to me. The girl patiently flipped through the house brochure. These ones are all 20 million, and the one at the back is 40 million. Let me tell you about their advantages. After the girl's detailed introduction, Gong Tianyu also made a choice in his heart. Pointing to the two villas on the property brochure, Gong Tianyu said with a smile, let's take these two. I'll book them. The pretty girl said happily, then let's go to the front desk and pay the money. Gong Tianyu nodded and quickly walked to the front desk. Along with Gong Tianyu and the others came another salesperson and that young Master Long. The saleswoman said enthusiastically, Mr. Long, swipe your card here. Gong Tianyu didn't say anything, but just slapped his bank card on the front desk. I have booked 2 villas, please swipe it for me too. Before young Master Long could say anything, a male salesperson on the scene directly picked up the bank card and threw it to the ground with a thud. Swipe your card. Didn't you see young Master Long swiping the card? Take your broken card. The girl at the front desk also looked at Gong Tianyu with disdain and said rudely, you have the nerve to take out a card that doesn't even have a balance of 10,000 yuan. The saleswomen all spoke harshly, you rushed to swipe your card before young Master Long, but you don't even know who you are. Under the enthusiastic invitation of all the salesmen, Major General Long's card was swiped out of the POS machine. Didi, I can't swipe my card. Didi, I can't swipe my card. A text message also came from the phone in Long Xiao's pocket. You have been listed as a dishonest person, and your assets are now frozen. After seeing the text message, Long Xiao's face became extremely ugly. Long Xiao pulled out his bank card and said awkwardly, well, I'm sorry, my card has been restricted for high spending, so I can't buy it. The saleswomen were dumbfounded and said in disbelief, why are we restricted from high consumption? Mr. Long, did you see it wrong just now? Long Xiao looked at the saleswoman irritably and said angrily, did I misjudge you? Damn it! Would I joke about such a thing? Get out of here. I want to get out. The salesmen in the hall all looked extremely unhappy. They looked at each other and said, we have been busy serving for so long, but has our work been in vain? It seems so. Damn it. He's a person with high spending restrictions, why is he so arrogant? Gong Tianyu looked at the salesman coldly and snorted, your young Master Long seems to be bankrupt. Can I swipe my card now? At this moment, both the salesperson and the girl at the front desk were in a very bad mood. He vented all his anger on Gong Tianyu, are you annoying? Even if young Master Long is bankrupt, he still has a car, which is better than yours. You poor student, get out of school and study hard. A suited boss at the door picked up Gong Tianyu's bank card from the ground and blew away the dust. Little brother, which 2 sets do you want to buy? Chapter 19, 60 million Sea View Villa? Sold in seconds with full payment. The student girl who introduced the house to Gong Tianyu walked up with the house brochure and pointed at the houses on the brochure. Chairman, the young man likes these 2 houses, one for 20 million and one for 40 million. The male salesperson at the side jumped out and said, Chairman, don't be intimidated by him. Look at how they are dressed. They are just poor students. I have seen many such poor students. I just came here to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. I didn't really buy anything. Other female salespeople also said, yes, Chairman. This poor student still relies on his family for living expenses. How much money can he have in his card? The chairman in a suit and tie didn't waste any time. He swiped the card through the POS machine and politely said to Gong Tianyu, "Sir, please enter your password." Gong Tianyu quickly entered the payment password. Ding! Payment successful. Swipe the card for 60 million yuan. The sound of a successful card swipe echoed throughout the sales hall. The announcement from the POS machine stunned everyone present. The male salesperson who had humiliated Gong Tianyu time and time again, his fingers trembled, and even his voice was no longer confident. He was unwilling to believe it and said, How is this possible? But the facts were right before his eyes and he had no choice but to believe it. The faces of the others were also burning hot and they were sweating all over due to nervousness. None of the security guards, sales staff, and front desk staff present had not offended Gong Tianyu just now. They actually humiliated a young man with 60 million. Even the top second-generation rich in Seoul are not as wealthy as him, right? At this moment, they all began to realize the situation and started to get scared. The chairman's face was gloomy, and he shouted angrily, "You don't serve the real rich people, but serve a poor bankrupt. You are blinding your eyes." One of the saleswomen still argued, "But chairman, this is not our fault. He is so rich, why did he dress so poorly? We were misled too." The chairman yelled angrily, "What the hell? They are poorly dressed? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. The watch on his arm is a Louis Monette meteorite. The price of one piece is 31 million. Even if you take your salary, bonus and commission, which is 30,000 a month, this watch alone is enough for you to work for 100 years. You said he was poorly dressed. What the hell is wrong with you? Are the clothes filled with pig manure?" At this moment, all the staff in the sales office had sad expressions on their faces. A watch can be exchanged for a villa here, but they couldn't afford it before? For people who wear watches worth tens of millions on their hands, let alone buying a villa here, even if they buy 10 or dozens of villas, it is as easy for them to spend money as drinking water. Thinking back to their previous ridiculous behaviors, they only realized now that they were clowns. The salesmen and women all hung their heads. Those who did something wrong said, "Sir, we didn't notice the watch on your hand just now. Sorry, we were wrong." Gong Tianyu wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't a good person either. He sneered and asked, "You insulted me so much and threw my card on the ground. You want to settle the matter peacefully after saying one wrong thing? Do you think too highly of my temper?" The salesmen and women shivered. We. The suit-wearing chairman said angrily, "You are all fired. Go to the finance department to collect your salaries. Get out of here." The faces of this group of people immediately fell. Many of them are burdened with mortgage and car loans. Temporary unemployment will force them to stop paying their mortgages. They regretted it so much. If they had not been sarcastic and mocking towards Gong Tianyu, they would not have ended up like this. The chairman in a suit turned around and looked at Gong Tianyu with a smile. "My employees are ignorant. Please don't be angry about these idiots anymore. They will no longer be here in the future." Gong Tianyu said to the female college student beside him, "Sign the bill." The female college student smiled sweetly. "I knew that your confidence was not fake." Gong Tianyu still had a good impression of her, and said to the chairman here, "In the future, when recruiting salespeople, recruit more people like this." The chairman of the Pure Waterfront Villa District repeatedly and said, "In the future, I will definitely recruit people according to your advice." He was dressed in plain and simple clothes and was a student, but he wore a watch worth 30 million yuan on his arm. He couldn't afford to offend such a father. I'm afraid that Gong Tianyu's words or thoughts can make many people in Seoul unable to sleep. The chairman said to the female college student, "What's your name?" "Chairman. My name is Su Yen." "Su Yen, effective today, you will be promoted to sales manager with a promotion and salary increase," the chairman said directly. Su Yen was flattered and said, but I still have to go to college." The chairman smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? Go to school if you have classes, and come to work if you don't have classes. You will still be paid." Su Yen looked at Gong Tianyu gratefully. "Thank you for your kind words for me, sir." After getting the purchase contract and the room key, Gong Tianyu threw the keys of one of the villas to his roommates and said, "I'll rent that 20 million villa to you until you finish college." It's not that Gong Tianyu was reluctant to give the villa to them, but he didn't want them to have the mentality of getting something for nothing. As a human being, you have to rely on your own efforts. Chen Haobei hurriedly asked, "How much is the rent per month? Let's see if we can afford it." Gong Tianyu punched him in the chest. "Don't you consider me a buddy? Until the senior year, not only did I not have to pay rent, I also helped you pay the property management fee and heating fee." Su Yan, the salesperson standing by, couldn't help but look at Gong Tianyu again. This young man is really affectionate and kind to everyone around him. The chairman of the Chenshuian Villa district said to Su Yan at this time, "Su Yan, I have fired everyone and there is no one available for the time being. You will take the young master to look at houses." Su Yan stood up and led the way. "Sir, please come this way." After a while, Gong Tianyu arrived at his 40 million villa. There is a huge garden in the villa, full of birdsong and flowers, and the fragrance is everywhere. It has a swimming pool, a helipad, a private garage and everything else. When you enter the villa, you will see Persian carpets on the floor and a large imported chandelier above your head. The decoration here alone costs tens of millions, and the furniture and other things are all imported. The extra-large floor-to-ceiling windows present a 270-degree sea view to everyone, giving people the feeling that they are standing in front of the sea. Bite. You spent 60 million to buy a sea view villa, completing the most important event in your life. Trigger the godly rich rewards. Chapter 20, The Rich Man's Wine, worth 3 billion. Reward, Amalfi Supreme Lemon Liqueur 10, worth 295 million. High-end wealthy people not only need luxury houses, but also good wine. Learn to enjoy life. There were actually 10 extra bottles of wine in the wine cabinet in the villa. The packaging alone makes it feel high-end. Calculated based on the unit price, the total price of these wines is almost 3 billion yuan. Just these 10 bottles of wine can be exchanged for many luxury houses and cars. Before this, I never dared to think about this kind of wine that costs hundreds of millions. Living in the most luxurious mansion and drinking the most delicious wine, is there anything more enjoyable than this? The most important thing is that this is given by the system for free. So cool. Sitting on a high stool in front of the bar, Gong Tianyu poured a glass and took a sip. The sweet aroma of the wine made his mouth salivate and left him with an endless aftertaste. It is worthy of being a wine with a price of nearly 300 million per bottle. But I think this kind of wine can only bring out its better taste in the hands of a bartender. I'll have to find a home bartender to make it. A home chef for Chinese and Western cuisine, a homemade. Alas, these still don't cost that much. Alas. Being rich is not happy at all. I can't spend it all. It's so annoying. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's try that lemon liqueur bar. After taking a sip of the wine, Gong Tianyu idly scrolled through his phone, watching the news from Seoul and across the country. Hot search news: Han Lao, the richest man in Seoul, had his home robbed recently and lost a card with a balance of 1.1 billion. A reward of 500 million is now offered to catch the thief nationwide. We hope that enthusiastic citizens can provide clues. For this kind of thing, Gong Tianyu only hopes that the murderer will be arrested and brought to justice as soon as possible. Then I started watching the king's videos. Recently, those unfair creatures in the game are either banned for Donghuang or Zhongkuei. Either the opponent bans you, or your teammates ban you, or those young ladies always try to grab the support position. He decided to play Arthur instead, but found out to his embarrassment that no one could beat him. In short, the game experience is very poor. You must watch some Arthur tutorials, such as how to beat Lu Bu, how to beat Quang Tai, how to beat Li Xian, how to beat Sun Tzu, how to beat. The teaching bloggers' videos all look super awesome, but when it was Gong Tianyu's turn to play, he just awkwardly gave away more than 20 kills to the opposing team. Did I learn it wrong, or is the teacher too bad? Gong Tianyu played several more games, and lost in a row. The upper-class circles in Seoul are still paying special attention to the movements of South Korea's richest man. At the Jung family, the old lady took out her phone and saw the news online. She immediately ordered the people around her, in 30 minutes, check Gong Tianyu's family background immediately. It only took the people below 10 minutes to find out everything. The Jung family's intelligence specialist said to the old lady, I found out that Gong Tianyu's parents are just ordinary people, not from a wealthy family at all. Everyone in the Jung family looked at each other in bewilderment. What about his money? The old lady narrowed her eyes and said slowly, I understand. The card that Mr. Han lost was most likely stolen by him. But Grandma, he did attract investment from Jioding Group. Could there be any misunderstanding here? Zhang Xiaoyu spoke for Gong Tianyu. The old lady snorted coldly and said in a bad tone, he can even steal people's bank cards. Can't he find someone to pretend to be Joding Investment? Zhang Xiaoyu clenched her fists, still insisting, but I don't think he is that kind of person. Zhang Zifeng, the cousin, mercilessly said, how many times have you come into contact with him? Just a watch worth 30 million yuan has deceived you into being so infatuated? Cousin, where's your head? Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but no matter what she said, she could not dispel her family's suspicion and doubt about Gong Tianyu. The old lady was so angry that she flipped the dining table to the ground and said, this damned little beast. How dare he use money that is not his own? This money has been used by us for business turnover. If we are blamed by Mr. Han, we... Thinking of the horrific background of the Han family in Seoul, the old lady shuddered and broke out in cold sweats. The Han family is so scary. The other members of the Zhang family also complained, this bastard has really ruined our family. Zhang Zifeng's eyes were red as he said, next time I see this bastard, I'll break his legs. The old lady said with a sad face, no. We have to find a time to explain the situation to the Han family and write an IOU. I only hope that Mr. Han will be magnanimous and give us a chance to make amends. Cousin Jiang Shuai's greedy eyes fell on Zhang Xiaoyu. Cousin, the watch on your hand was bought for you by that poor student with dirty money. It's easy to get into trouble if you wear it, so don't wear it for now. You'd better take it off first and let your sister-in-law keep it for you temporarily. Seeing that her cousin had set his sights on the watch, Zhang Xiaoyu nervously turned her hands away. This watch is a gift from him to me, I won't give it to anyone else. Cousin Jiang Shuai's face gradually darkened, and he angrily slapped Zhang Xiaoyu in the face. Born in the Zhang family, do you have the right to choose? You have to give this watch whether you want to or not. Bring it to me. Zhang Shuai snatched the watch rudely. Zhang Xiaoyu covered her red and swollen face, tears falling down her face. However, no one in the Zhang family comforted her. The cousin's wife held the watch in her hand lovingly and looked at Zhang Xiaoyu resentfully. Why are you crying? It's not like I won't return the watch to you. His cousin Zhang Zifeng also glared at him. Zhang Xiaoyu, you bitch, you still have the nerve to cry. My family has long told you to stay away from Gong Tianyu, but you just wouldn't listen. The Zhang family has suffered this disaster, it's all your fault. A stream of bad words were directed at Zhang Xiaoyu. You are a jinx. You have brought bad luck to your parents since you were young. Now that you live in the Zhang family is also facing a catastrophe. You are such an unlucky thing. Zhang Xiaoyu lowered her head and endured all the grievances. Did he really deceive himself? She also wanted to make herself believe it, but Gong Tianyu's family background was ordinary and she couldn't explain his money. But why did he pretend to be rich in front of her? He was not the kind of person who despised the poor and loved the rich. The old lady's cell phone rang in her pocket, and she quickly picked it up and answered. What happened at the company? What? The Zhang family is a family business. When they heard that something happened in the company, they all looked at the old lady first. Grandma, what's wrong? What happened in the company? Did the Han family discover our secret? The old lady shook her head and said, no. But it is indeed related to the Han family. Zhang Zifeng and Jiang Shuai couldn't help but ask in confusion, no? Then what happened? Chapter 21, You are a bastard. You are a troublemaker. Mr. Han's daughter-in-law used our medical beauty products and her face was ruined. Now she is making a scene in the store. We have to go over and calm Mrs. Han's anger. The old lady hurriedly put on her clothes. The other members of the Zhang family also looked serious. This matter must be dealt with immediately, otherwise if the Han family puts pressure on us, our Zhang family will be gone. The family drove to Zhang's medical beauty together. The face of Han family's daughter-in-law was now full of pits and black pimples, which looked extremely scary. At this moment, she was hysterical and crazy. My face. You have to compensate me for my youth. Compensate me for my face. The old lady looked at the store manager and asked, what happened? The store manager lowered his head and said, I don't know either. I just used our new product for Mrs. Han, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Zhang Shuai, who was standing behind the old lady, frowned and said, strange. New products have been tested hundreds of thousands of times, so there can't be any problems. Mrs. Han said uncomfortably, what do you mean? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Zhang Shuai said weakly, no, I dare not. The pregnant cousin pulled the old lady aside and asked fearfully, Grandma. I have always been in charge of medical beauty products. I won't go to jail, right? The old lady smiled kindly and said, "Granddaughter-in-law, you are pregnant with the flesh and blood of the Jiang family. Grandma is counting on you to hold a great-grandson. How can Grandma bear to let you go to jail? It's not good for the baby. Grandma has her own arrangements." The corners of my cousin's wife's mouth twitched, but someone has to take responsibility. The old lady looked at him with resentment. "Of course I have to find a poor scapegoat." The old lady walked quickly to Jiang Xiaoyu and slapped him hard. "You bastard. Grandma, what did I do wrong again? Why did you hit me again?" Jiang Xiaoyu looked at her grandmother with a face full of grievance. The old lady said harshly, "Don't you pretend to be ignorant in front of me? Don't you know what you did? You secretly switched the medical beauty products and ruined Madame Han's face. The Jiang family provides you with food and drink, and this is how you repay the Jiang family?" Jiang Xiaoyu felt very wronged. "Grandma, my cousin's wife has always been in charge of the medical beauty field. I am just a nurse you let loose in the hospital." The old lady was furious. She picked up the iron cane in her hand and swung it hard at Jiang Xiaoyu. While beating him, she cursed, "You bastard, you have done so many shameful things, and you still learn to slander others? Just wait for me. Once I have discussed the amount of compensation with Mrs. Han, I will call the police and have you arrested." After saying that, she turned and went towards Han's daughter-in-law. Jiang Shuai's father couldn't bear it and said, "Mom, isn't it a bit too much to treat Xiaoyu like this? The old lady didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. What's wrong with that? Her parents were not good enough when they were alive and gave birth to such a worthless girl. The only thing to blame is that she was not a boy. A married woman is like spilled water. Even if she has children with someone, they are not surnamed Jiang. Do you really want your daughter-in-law to go to jail?" Jiang Shuai's father stopped talking and chose to remain silent. I watched the family enter the store. Jiang Xiaoyu was extremely depressed. Just because she was a girl since she was young. Her cousins bullied her, and her grandmother also bullied her. They never treated her as a human being. If that's the case, why raise her? Today she was slapped twice, her cousin took her things, her cousin scolded her, and her grandmother framed and slandered her. If only he were here. He would never treat her like this. She made a phone call to Gong Tianyu for some unknown reason. "I might have to go to jail. Before I go to jail, I want to see you again." Gong Tianyu suddenly became concerned. "Where are you?" "I'll text you the address," Jiang Xiaoyu said. After getting the address, Gong Tianyu drove to Jiang Xiaoyu as soon as possible. Jiang Xiaoyu squatted on the ground with her head buried, crying. Gong Tianyu said softly, "Xiaoyu." After hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Xiaoyu stood up and threw herself into his arms. "Woo woo. They beat me, scolded me, slandered me. What? What's going on?" Gong Tianyu asked angrily. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Gong Tianyu and couldn't help but asked, "Is the card you spent the money on yours?" Gong Tianyu admitted generously, "It's mine. But they said that your card is the one with a balance of 1.1 billion yuan that was lost by the richest man Han. The amount of money you spent is almost exactly this number. It's hard not to associate them together." Jiang Xiaoyu spoke her true feelings. Gong Tianyu said with a smile, "I have more than 1.1 billion in my card. I have 2.4 billion in pocket money every day." Jiang Xiaoyu said disappointedly, "My family has checked your background. You are not the son of a wealthy family at all. Are you still going to lie to me?" Gong Tianyu was stunned. His parents were indeed ordinary people. This huge fortune, which came out of nowhere, has little to do with his parents. Gong Tianyu was helpless. "Don't you want to believe me?" Jiang Xiaoyu sighed and said, "You don't rely on your family, you're just a student, you don't even have a formal job, how can I trust you?" Gong Tianyu said calmly, "If you don't believe me, then go to the bank counter and check the real name information of this card. Or I can download mobile banking anytime, anywhere." The money in the card was indeed Gong Tianyu's, so he was not afraid at all. Seeing his determined expression, Jiang Xiaoyu also softened her expression. "Okay? You don't look like you're lying to me. Is this why you were beaten and scolded?" Gong Tianyu asked. Jiang Xiaoyu explained the whole story in a wrong manner. Gong Tianyu was furious after hearing this. "How could your cousin be so shameless? He didn't buy the watch with his own money, but he dared to take it by force. And your grandma is such an old thing. She is really too much. She actually bullied my wife like this when I was away. Okay, I will never let them bully you again. Jiang Xiaoyu snuggled in Gong Tianyu's arms with a sweet smile on her face. I believe you. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe I have a way to save Mrs. Han's face. Gong Tianyu said with a smile. The last time I got the divine facial mask as a reward from the system, it just so happens that I still haven't used one. It's just right to take Mrs. Han to try out the effect. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't believe Gong Tianyu. Don't make me happy, Gong Tianyu. If I really become a scapegoat, you must visit me often. Apart from my parents, you are the best person in the world to me. Gong Tianyu kissed her forehead and said firmly, don't worry. As long as I, Gong Tianyu, am here, no one can make you go to jail. Holding Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, Gong Tianyu walked into Zhang's medical beauty. As soon as I entered the house, I was greeted by the old lady's disgusted look. What are you doing here, a poor student? I'm here to save Mrs. Han's face. Ah, just you? Chapter 22, Hero Saves the Beauty, rewarded with world-class fighting skills. The entire Jiang family looked down upon Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu ignored the gazes of the group of people and walked quickly to the daughter-in-law of the Han family. Mrs. Han, right? I have a facial mask here that may be able to save your face. Do you want to give it a try? Mrs. Han couldn't help but ask in surprise, who are you? Are you also a member of the Jiang family? Gong Tianyu said, no. My name is Gong Tianyu. Jiang Shui then advised, Mrs. Han. Don't try his facial mask easily. We in the Jiang family specialize in medical beauty, and we dare not say that we can save your face. Why should he, a poor student? Gong Tianyu smiled at Madame Han and said, this fairy mask in my hand can make any woman's face in the world become the most beautiful and pretty. Jiang Xiaoyu's grandmother snorted coldly, Tianxian mask, what a silly name. Looking around the world, the best in the field of medical beauty would not dare to name it Tianxian. How shameless. Shameless. Gong Tianyu was confident about the reward given by the system. It all depends on Madame Han's willingness. If there are any problems after using this mask, I will let Madame Han deal with it. Mrs. Han was in a very upset mood. She didn't want to become more beautiful, she just wanted to restore her previous appearance. After only a moment's hesitation, she said to Gong Tianyu, okay. Then I'll give it a try. The Jiang family was already worried about the 1 billion investment. Now, Gong Tianyu took out another mask of unknown origin, and the Jiang family members were so nervous that they were in their throats. Mrs. Han, don't do it. Don't listen to this poor student's lies. The mask in his hand is just a scam. Mrs. Han only cares about her own face now. She doesn't listen to the Jiang family's dissuasion. She directly said to Gong Tianyu, young man, how do you use it? Wash your face with clean water first, then leave it on for half an hour, and then wash it off with clean water. Madame Han will be beautiful again. Gong Tianyu introduced to Madame Han with a smile. Madame Han nodded and said to Gong Tianyu, young man, if the mask is really useful, I will reward you 2 billion. Mrs. Han opened the package and put the mask on her face. Half an hour was a torture for the Jiang family. When the time was up, Mrs. Han took off her facial mask and washed her face. There were a lot of dirty things left in the wash basin. When she raised her head again, everyone around her looked at her in disbelief. Mrs. Han suddenly became very nervous. Did this student make her face look worse? Mrs. Han came to the mirror nervously. Next second, she touched her face in disbelief, extremely surprised. Is this my face? Is this just the effect of a facial mask? This skin is even more tender, whiter and more beautiful than before her face was ruined. She is already 40 years old, but now she looks like a young girl in her early 20s. This guy. This is not just using a facial mask, it's simply changing her face. What would cost a plastic surgery hospital millions to accomplish, he successfully accomplished with just a facial mask. It's amazing. It's incredible. The Jiang family was all stunned and dumbfounded. Is this something a mask can do? The Jiang family in Seoul has a century-old history in the medical field. But now, I have been defeated by a facial mask. The Jiang family couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration in their hearts. Madame Han touched her delicate cheek and asked Gong Tianyu, do you have any more of this facial mask? I want to buy some more. Even the old lady of the Jiang family looked at Gong Tianyu with a smile and said, good grandson-in-law, do you have the formula for this mask? If you do, let grandma make it. You are still in school, and you don't understand business. I will give you the money when you graduate. The Jiang family members all had greedy looks on their faces, staring at Gong Tianyu as if he were a fat sheep. The purpose of this group of people is obvious. Gong Tianyu sneered in his heart. This old lady really has a good plan. How can Xiaoyu, who is abusing herself, still have the nerve to ask for a recipe for a facial mask? Gong Tianyu's mind was working, and he said coldly, I'm sorry. This is my family heirloom, a unique piece, and I don't have the recipe to make it. After learning that there was no recipe for the mask, the Jiang family was a little disappointed. Mrs. Han also sighed with emotion, alas. What a pity. Mrs. Han kept her word and actually took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Gong Tianyu. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. I have a total of 2.5 to 2.6 billion in my card. These are all what I usually use for facial care. Your facial mask is pretty good, so I'll give you all the money. I'll leave first. Come to the Han family to find me if you need anything. Gong Tianyu watched Mrs. Han leave in astonishment, feeling shocked in his heart. Damn. Just for facial care, I prepared 2.5 to 6 billion. Women's money is indeed the easiest to make. Ding. You have completed a perfect heroic rescue. Reward the world's top fighting skills? After the electronic synthesized sound disappeared, a lot of information suddenly appeared in Gong Tianyu's mind. Brutal Muay Thai kicks. Muhammad Ali's boxing style. All the skills of Bruce Lee. Even worse than before. He can kill a cow weighing hundreds of pounds with one punch and can make the ground shake with one kick. In short, his fighting power is off the charts now. Jiang Xiaoyu's grandmother said at this time, Gong Tianyu, you stole 1 billion from Mr. Han. Since you are my granddaughter Jiang Xiaoyu's boyfriend, you should return the 2 billion to Grandma. Grandma, please go to the Han family to pay back the money. The remaining money will be your betrothal gift to our Jiang family. Gong Tianyu said in a cold tone, I didn't steal the Han family's bank card. As for the betrothal gift to Xiaoyu, let alone 900 million, I can afford even 5 billion or 10 billion. But I won't give you a cent of this money. You hit Xiaoyu and scolded her, and even slandered her. You are not worthy of being her grandmother. Seeing that Gong Tianyu was such a tough nut to crack, the old lady had no choice but to use moral kidnapping on Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Even if Grandma didn't do well, it was Grandma who raised you after all. If it weren't for Grandma, you would have died long ago. Jiang Xiaoyu's face was moved and she felt a little soft-hearted. Gong Tianyu sneered and directly exposed the old lady, don't play the emotional card with Xiaoyu here. You raised her only for profit. You see she's very pretty, so you want to marry her to a rich second-generation man to expand the Jiang family's business empire. If it wasn't for profit, would you support her? The old lady felt extremely guilty, her face turned red, and she lost her temper on the spot. Gong Tianyu's mouth curled up with a playful look, old lady, do you really want these more than 2 billion? Think. Then listen carefully to this harsh condition. What conditions? Chapter 23, Old Man. Get down on your knees and get punished. Gong Tianyu said coldly. I want you to give Xiaoyu 40% more shares every year, and return the watch I gave her. I want to see this watch on her hand all the time. If I don't see it once, I will make your Jiang family suffer the consequences. By the way, I'm going to slap the old lady in Jiang Shui from the Jiang family 100 times. When they heard the last sentence, all the Jiang family members' faces changed. Jiang Zifeng said angrily, Gong Tianyu, don't go too far. Gong Tianyu played with the bank card in his hand and said with a sarcastic smile, oh? Am I going too far? It seems that you don't want these 2 billion yuan. The old lady struggled for a while, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of money. I agree to everything. Grandma. Jiang Xiaoyu already has 20% of the shares, I can't give her any more. Once Jiang Xiaoyu becomes the largest shareholder, all of us will be working for her. Jiang Zifeng muttered to the side, why are you panicking? Even if Jiang Xiaoyu is given 40% of the shares, what's the problem? Anyway, the last 20% was also a verbal agreement from Grandma, and there was no written agreement. Gong Tianyu immediately emphasized, old lady, for the 20% last time and the 40% this time, I want the official seal to make the share transfer legally effective. The younger generations of the Jiang family all looked at Jiang Zifeng with resentment. You're the only one who talks too much, right? Jiang Zifeng said in a low voice, I. The old lady knocked the ground with her dragon-headed cane and said, it's settled now. Jiang Shui looked at his wife. Wife. Return the watch to my cousin. The cousin's wife took the watch off her hand irritably and threw it to Jiang Xiaoyu rudely. Give it back to you, who wants your broken watch? Gong Tianyu came to the old lady. He raised his hand and slapped her hard in the face. The slap made her eyes blurry, stars appeared in her eyes, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Do you really like beating up my Xiaoyu? Another big slap was thrown at the old lady, and several of her front teeth were knocked out. Hands are naughty, aren't they? After that, another slap fell. You forced my Xiaoyu and Jing Xiao to sleep with each other, why don't you go to bed with him yourself? Gong Tianyu looked at Jiang Xiaoyu and asked her, how many slaps have I given you? Jiang Xiaoyu said in a daze, I don't remember. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Start again from the first one and keep hitting until you have 100. The old lady's face was swollen at this moment, and she looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with resentment. For the sake of the more than 2 billion, she endured it. Old man, you really like to slander people, don't you? The only sound in the entire medical beauty clinic was the sound of pa pa pa. The slaps were loud and loud. Soon it was Zhang Shuai's turn. Zhang Shuai's face turned pale. He had already prepared a piece of paper and a pen. I will count for myself. He was afraid that Jiang Xiaoyu would no longer remember it. Gong Tianyu slapped Zhang Shuai so hard that he fell to his knees. Gong Tianyu wiped out his tears and nosebleed. You beast, do you dare to hit my Xiaoyu again? After slapping her hundreds of times, Gong Tianyu took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and said, let's go. You and I will live together from now on. The old lady covered her bloody face and said unwillingly, Mrs. Han gave me more than 2 billion, and you haven't given me back yet. Gong Tianyu said shamelessly, did I say I keep my word? Then did I get beaten for nothing? Gong Tianyu shrugged, did I force you to be beaten? Didn't you take the initiative to let me beat you? Zhang Zifeng came close to the old lady, wiped the blood and said, Grandma. It seems that you really want to be beaten. I think what he said makes sense. The old lady was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Get out. Get out of my way. The old lady stood up with difficulty. You and Xiaoyu are not married yet, you can't live together. I don't agree with you taking her away. She was also thinking of using Jiang Xiaoyu to restrain Gong Tianyu. As long as Jiang Xiaoyu stays in the Jiang family, she can check and balance Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu put one hand in his pocket and looked down at the old lady. Gong Tianyu, do I need anyone's approval? Who do you think you are? I want to take her away, and you can't stop me. The Jiang family members were already filled with anger. After beating someone up, you want to leave without leaving the card? There are so many of us, we should catch him, and even if we have to rob him, we should take the card away. We can't let the old lady get beaten up in vain. A crowd of people swarmed over. However, Gong Tianyu took care of them with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Wait until Gong Tianyu and Jiang Xiaoyu are far away. The old lady of the Jiang family was furious and said, this little beast. How dare you humiliate me in public like this? The most infuriating thing is Jiang Xiaoyu, this ungrateful person. Grandma and I were beaten together, but she never said a good word for us. The Jiang family gave her so much rice for nothing. The old lady narrowed her eyes, looking resentful. Sooner or later I will skin this pair of bastards alive. Ouch. My face hurts so much. Grandma, stop talking. I'm dying of pain. Zhang Zifeng said at the side, I knew he wouldn't keep his promise. Grandma, you just don't think before you act. The old lady was so angry that she spat out blood again. If you don't say sarcastic words, no one will think you are dumb. Pure Waterfront Villa Sales Center. Gong Tianyu said to Su Yan here, this is my woman, add her name to both of my properties. Jiang Xiaoyu panicked. This is a high-end villa area in Seoul. The villas here start at 20 million yuan, and he actually wants to add her name to the property certificate? What are you doing? We haven't gotten married yet. It's enough to live with you. I don't ask for my name to be added to the property certificate. Jiang Xiaoyu persuaded. Gong Tianyu touched her cheek and said with a smile, but, you have already done the last step with me. Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her head and blushed, oh. You are so annoying. There are so many people here. Why are you saying this? Gong Tianyu looked at the new salesman around him and asked, what did you hear? Ahem. We didn't hear anything. Gong Tianyu took Jiang Xiaoyu back to his huge villa with a river view. Jiang Xiaoyu was deeply shocked. This place is probably as big as 10 Jiang families. The smallest place in the entire villa is the bathroom where the toilet is placed. If it were in the Zhang family, her grandmother's master bedroom would be no bigger than this. It is truly the top villa area in Seoul. Stao Yu. From now on, when I come back from school, you can sit on this bed and talk to me about life and ideals. We haven't done it for a long time, little girl, tonight I want to make you. Looking at the big bad wolf, Zhang Xiaoyu blushed. What are you doing? Let me wash. Don't wash it, my wife must smell good. Hate. Chapter 24, worth 2 billion, no entry qualification. The two of them struggled for several hours. There was a call on the mobile phone on the bed. It was a call from the person in charge of Joding Group Investment. Boss. All the big shots in Seoul want to meet you now. Do you want to meet them? The person in charge on the other end of the phone spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Dong Tianyu glanced at the time and said, then let's meet tonight. But I didn't meet so many people. I only met the 4 top figures in Seoul. The person in charge of Joding Investment said with a smile, okay. Then let's go to the Emperor room at the Emperor Hotel. At nightfall, Dong Tianyu held Zhang Xiaoyu's hand and came to the Emperor Hotel together. Outside the Imperial Hotel, luxury cars gathered. Next to these luxury cars, there are also some young rich second generations and rich girls. I heard that the new boss of Joding Investment is only in his early 20s and is still studying at Seoul National University. He's so young, but he's already the boss of a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. He's so young and promising. I don't know what he looks like. With so much wealth, it won't be ugly. Tonight, I must make him fall in love with me. A group of rich girls were discussing the boss of Joding Investment. They both admire and are crazy about this young and rich boy. Those second-generation rich people are also thinking about how to get to know strong people of the same age. Dong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu walked towards the interior of the hotel together. Ouch! You hit me to death. Are you too blind? Don't you have eyes when you walk? A girl dressed in designer clothes cursed at Dong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu. Dong Tianyu frowned and said unhappily, you bumped into us, miss, I suggest you go see an ophthalmologist. Gu Xiaoxia, who was standing next to the rich lady, said unhappily, Dong Tianyu, how come I always run into a poor guy like you wherever I go? Why are you here? Dong Tianyu asked back, then why are you here? Gu Xiaoxia said proudly. I am here with my senior sister Su Shui. Her father is going to meet the young master of Joding Group tonight, and I also came to see the heroic figure of the young master of Joding Group. Hearing this, Dong Tianyu just felt funny. Am I not the young master of Joding Group? Dong Tianyu sneered, then you can go back home. The young master of Joding Group will not see you. Gu Xiaoxia, who was looking forward to meeting an important person and trying to climb into his bed, felt very uncomfortable when she heard Dong Tianyu's words. What makes you say that he won't see us? Dong Tianyu glanced at Su Shui with disdain and said indifferently, because of the wealth of the Seoul Su family, you are not qualified to enter. Gu Xiaoxia burst out laughing. I am dying of laughter. The Seoul Su family is worth 2 billion, and you say they are not qualified to enter? Dong Tianyu, please don't use your stupidity to show your ignorance, okay? The rich lady Su Shui asked in disgust, Xiaoxia, do you know this idiot? Gu Xiaoxia said excitedly. More than just knowing each other. We were dating before, but we were so poor. He had to save money for several months to buy me gifts. Senior sister, he is just a poor bastard. Zhang Xiaoyu, who had not spoken for a long time, asked back in a cold voice, is Tianyu really poor, or does he not want you to know his wealth? My own man's wealth is actually being laughed at as poor? What a joke. That's impossible. He has $100, and 99 of them are going to be spent on me. How could he not spend the money on me? Gu Xiaoxia's face was filled with confidence. Dong Tianyu looked at the other party coldly, if I say you can't get in, then you can't get in. Why don't you give it a try? Gu Xiaoxia showed disgust on her face and said to Su Shui, Senior, don't bother with this idiot. Su Shui looked at Dong Tianyu with disdain and said in a condescending manner, I don't even bother to argue with this kind of loser. Normally, I wouldn't even look at this kind of office animal. Her eyes were full of disdain for Dong Tianyu. Zhang Xiaoyu was very angry and asked, why is Dong Tianyu a social animal? Su Shui criticized, he is an ordinary person with no background. He can't get along with everyone, nor can he curry favor with the powerful. He has done nothing in his life. What else can he be but a social animal? Jiang Xiaoyu clenched her fists. According to your logic, ordinary people are either dogs of the rich or they are social animals? Su Shui nodded and admitted, you can understand it that way. You're sick and a slut. Jiang Xiaoyu cursed angrily. Who the hell are you calling a sick and cheap guy? Do you believe that I can bankrupt the Jiang family with just one phone call? Su Shui took out her cell phone angrily and was about to make a call. However, he was interrupted by the noisy voice of the crowd. The Han family is here. Make way for the Han family and let them go in first. The daughter-in-law next to Mr. Han happened to hear Su Shui's humiliation of Gong Tianyu when she came over. She snorted coldly. The Su family, a small broken family worth 2 billion, is really well educated and knows how to talk. Facing the Han family, Su Shui spoke in a lower voice, Aunt Han, Mrs. Han was too lazy to pay attention to Su Shui, and smiled at Gong Tianyu. Little brother, do you work here? Gong Tianyu smiled mysteriously. No, Madam Han will know later. Mrs. Han looked at Gong Tianyu thoughtfully. Could it be that he has another identity? Ha, then I'm looking forward to you giving me a surprise, little guy. Come on, let's go in together. After entering the hotel with the Han family, everyone arrived at the door of the emperor's room. After waiting for about 4 or 5 minutes, a man in a suit and tie finally arrived. He was the current general manager of operations of Jioding Investment. General Manager Zhao Lei said, Young Master has stipulated that only the 4 major families of Seoul will be present tonight. All other families that do not have sufficient wealth should go home. A series of lost voices rang out among the crowd. Su Shui and Gu Xiaxia also turned pale, finding it hard to accept. What? Gong Tianyu smiled and looked at the two of them. I said you couldn't get in, right? Su Shui said angrily, we can't get in, just like you can get in. Gong Tianyu looked very confident. What a coincidence, I can actually get in. I am the protagonist tonight. If I can't get in, there is no point in holding the banquet tonight. Zhao Lei came to Gong Tianyu at this time and said respectfully, please. Seeing that a poor guy like Gong Tianyu was treated this way, Su Shui felt very unbalanced. Boss Zhao, why don't you let us in? Why let this poor guy in? As Su Shui spoke, people from other families also said dissatisfiedly, yes. Everyone here is richer than him. Why can't we go in, but he can? That's not fair. Zhao Lei glanced at everyone coldly and said unhappily, just because of him. Chapter 25 the owner behind the Chinny Group. It's an insider here. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to Gong Tianyu, Zhao Peng did not reveal his true identity. But there are some smart families who have already figured it out. These families smiled politely and said, so this young master is an insider. We are disrespectful. We will go back first. We hope to have a chance to meet you again later. Su Shui stomped her feet angrily, twisted her body, and stormed away. As he walked, he cursed, damn Jioding Investment. Gu Xiaxia guessed, Senior, I think Gong Tianyu must be a waiter inside. He was needed to go in to clean up, so Mr. Zhao let him in. If he really is an important person, Mr. Zhao would have said it directly. Why would he use the answer of internal staff? Su Shui nodded and said, this answer is indeed ambiguous. What you said does make some sense. Now I don't envy him for being able to get in. He is just a stinky sweeper. The 4 major families and their children also entered the imperial room together. Zhao Lei walked to the main seat and bowed 90 degrees to Gong Tianyu. Young master, please take a seat. Gong Tianyu sat down with a faint smile on his face. Zhao Lei said to the others, this is the new boss of our Jioding Investment, his name is Gong Tianyu. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart was shocked. Her man turned out to be the mastermind behind Jioding Investment. She originally thought that Gong Tianyu came in as a guest, but unexpectedly, he was the protagonist of the night. The investigation of the Zhang family said that his parents were just ordinary people. Now it seems that the Zhang family must be too low level and can only investigate the surface. Thinking back on the way his family laughed at him, it was simply ridiculous. What does the bank card lost by the Han family have to do with Gong Tianyu? With his status as the owner of Jioding Investment, he is capable of buying 10 or 100 Han families. The heads of the 4 major families also looked at Gong Tianyu in surprise. So young. No wonder she was able to come in. It turns out she is the protagonist of tonight. The young lady smiled like crazy, he's even more handsome than I thought. Mrs. Han smiled bitterly, you are such an inconspicuous young man, but you are so good at hiding yourself. If it weren't for the party tonight, I would have always treated you as an ordinary person. At this time, the voices of admiration also rang out. I never thought that the boss behind a company with a market value of 100 billion yuan is actually a young student. Mr. Tian is really young and promising. It's hard for us to catch up with him. I admire you so much. The rich young ladies and the second generation of the wealthy also said, Young Master Tian, are we honored to add you on WeChat? Gong Tianyu showed the WeChat QR code and said to them, scan the code yourself. After adding WeChat, Gong Tianyu got back to the point. Tonight, I am attending this party mainly to ask you where there is land for sale. Although I bought a villa. But it's not my style. I want to buy a piece of land and build one myself. The young family of Seoul proposed, Mr. Tian, our Yang's real estate happens to have an idle piece of land, and it is large enough, with an area of tens of thousands of acres. If you need it, I will give you this piece of land. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, No, you bought it with money, so how can I take your things for free? I can't let you lose money, I still have to pay you. After thinking for a while, the head of the Yang family said, if you really feel bad, you can invest some money in Yang's real estate. I don't want the money. Gong Tianyu said to Zhao Lei, Xiao, according to the market price of the land, invest in some real estate projects for his company. Zhao Lei immediately said, okay, I'll have someone do it in a moment. After explaining all this, Gong Tianyu said to the people from Yang's real estate, by the way, find me an architect and a landscape architect who specializes in Chinese gardens. I am prepared to spend 20 billion to build this mansion. Mr. Yang smiled and said, don't worry, young master. I will definitely find a top designer to make sure your house is beautiful, but it will take 3 months before the house is delivered. Gong Tianyu said indifferently, it's okay, there's no rush to live here anyway. The owner of the Dihao Hotel came in with his men, pushing a wine cart. The boss of Dihao said politely, my lord, I am Mr. Yi, the boss of the Imperial Hotel. This is the Lai Mao and Fei Tian Mutai that I have collected over the years, as well as Romane Conti. This is the gift I prepared for you since we are meeting for the first time. These alcoholic beverages cost tens of millions. Moreover, behind these bottles of wine, there are many high-end liquors, which add up to hundreds of millions. But what are these compared to the status of Mr. Tian of Jioding Investment? If Gong Tianyu's fingernails were exposed a little, it would be enough to make the Imperial Hotel bigger. Looking at these famous wines, Gong Tianyu liked them very much. I no longer have to tinker with the wine cellar at home. Gong Tianyu asked. It just so happens that I'm short of a lot of wine at home, so I accepted all of it. Boss Yi, do you know any of the world's top chefs or bartenders? I'm looking for a home cook and, incidentally, a home bartender. Boss Yi smiled cheerfully, Mr. Tian, you really asked the right person. Dihao is in the international hotel business, and we can still have a say in front of famous people all over the world. Then let me contact you. Gong Tianyu said calmly, thank you very much. It is my honor to work for you, sir. Gong Tianyu took out the formula of the Tianxian mask from his pocket and said to the people in the private room, I will give you a chance to make money. This Tianxian mask is an ancestral mask in my family. As for the effect, Madame Han has already seen it, and I also have its production formula. Those of you who want to make money can consider whether to invest. After seeing the facial mask, Mrs. Han looked delighted. It turns out that Gong Tianyu really has a recipe. Mrs. Han said to the people present, this mask is indeed very magical. After my face was ruined, I went to all the major hospitals and authoritative medical beauty institutions, but no one could save it. I originally thought I could only be an ugly person, but this guy used this mask and it only took half an hour to help me regain my second youth. If we can produce it, we will definitely make a lot of money. Everyone agreed very much. Because Mrs. Han really looked 20 years younger. Gong Tianyu also struck while the iron was hot, this facial mask costs 100,000 yuan to produce one. I plan to focus on the high-end luxury goods industry and sell it at 1.2 million yuan per piece. Everyone will share 20,000 yuan each, and each of us will make a net profit of 200,000 yuan. But in fact, the cost price of a facial mask is less than $5, it's just that the materials are rare and hard to find. But if I don't tell you, who will know? In Gong Tianyu's eyes, these top families are all fat sheep with a lot of wool. You can earn money from both investment costs and sales, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, Yang Real Estate said, I invest. Chapter 26, The Rich Man Buys Ice Cream and Has It Delivered by Helicopter. I invested 10 billion. Following behind Yang's Real Estate, another family also said, I will also invest 10 billion. Boss Yi of the Imperial Hotel smiled and said, then I will invest 15 billion. Finally, it was the turn of Mr. Han from the Han family. He was also the most generous. Han family, invest 30 billion. The four major families are willing to invest in this kind of facial mask that is 100% profitable. Once they start making profits, their net worth will even surpass that of the bigwigs in the three first-tier cities. Without any effort, Gong Tianyu got an investment of 65 billion yuan. Based on the investment of these guys, they need to produce about 650,000 facial masks. With a cost of 50 cents per ticket, Gong Tianyu only needs to come up with 325,000. The remaining money can all be put into your own pocket. He can make more money when the mask is officially sold. Once the sales see the return on their money, these families will definitely make more investments and continue to make money for themselves. After the banquet, Gong Tianyu and Jiang Xiaoyu went home together. By the way, Xiaoyu, go to the market later and look for some second-hand fully automatic facial mask production machines. Just say that you have a friend who wants to buy one. For such a high-end facial mask, aren't you going to hire people? Jiang Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, silly girl, the cost of a facial mask is only a few cents. Wouldn't it be exposed if we hired workers? Jiang Xiaoyu's face immediately showed sweat. Then you cheated them out of so much money? Gong Tianyu smiled mysteriously and said, money can make money. Don't you want to get rich overnight? But would this be a bad idea? Jiang Xiaoyu was still a little worried. Gong Tianyu asked back, what's wrong with that? Someone is willing and happy to send money here, and I can guarantee that they will make a lot of money. Are you still not happy? Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, well, my man has a business mind. After returning home, Gong Tianyu looked at Jiang Xiaoyu's long black silk legs, hugged her from behind, and blew hot air in her ears. Xiaoyu, what should I do if I want it? Jiang Xiaoyu blushed to her ears. We can do it, but you have to be gentle. It was so painful in the hospital that time. That's the first time. I will be gentler this time. Gong Tianyu said softly. The two of them began their shameless practice again. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared a more nutritious breakfast. Eat more. You are studying sports, so you need to eat more. This way you will have the strength to train and last longer next time. Gong Tianyu burst out laughing. Little girl, you have learned bad things. It's you who brought me here, you bad boy, you big bad wolf. Jiang Xiaoyu acted coquettishly and adorably. Looking at this pretty face, Gong Tianyu couldn't resist the temptation and whispered in her ear, let me kiss you. Oh, stop it, you're going to be late for school. Just give me a kiss and I'll leave. There's really nothing I can do about you, Mua. I want a kiss. We kissed for more than 40 minutes yesterday. That's not enough, you little rascal. After a long and passionate kiss between the two, Gong Tianyu felt sweetness in his mouth. He wiped his mouth and went to Seoul University happily. This feeling of having a beautiful girl in a golden house is so wonderful. And Jiang Xiaoyu is simply a clothes rack. She can handle white stockings, she can also wear black stockings beautifully, and she can also perfectly approach the characters when doing cosplay. Find this girlfriend and you can have dozens of girlfriend styles. Majoring in physical education means you have to train every day. Running, push-ups, pull-ups, they're all basic exercises. After just one morning, everyone was sweating profusely. The summer in Seoul is like a big furnace, roasting people to the point of being cooked. Gong Tianyu and the others had sweat dripping down their bodies. Chen Haobei wiped his sweat with a towel and said, I'm going to the school supermarket to buy some ice cream. He stood up and was about to go over, but Gong Tianyu stopped him. Wait. Brother you, what's wrong? Gong Tianyu said uninterestedly, there are only a few kinds of ice cream in school. I'm almost tired of eating them. Don't go. Several other roommates couldn't help but say, but it's so hot, I'm so thirsty. Gong Tianyu took out his cell phone and said to his roommates, I'll order some online. It should be delivered soon. Gong Tianyu opened the official website of the Emperor Hotel and simply ordered a few things. It's not too expensive. The Golden Sanlu ice cream costs 700 yuan per serving. I ordered 20 servings, which only cost me about 14,000 yuan. A Chinese meal costs 160,000 yuan. At noon, just eat a bite, there is no need to eat too well. After pressing the payment button, Gong Tianyu waited for Dihao to deliver the food. Inside the Imperial Hotel. When the kitchen staff saw the food order, a call was immediately made to Boss Yi. Boss Yi said angrily, didn't I tell you not to call me and wake me up when I'm taking a nap? But boss, there was a student at Seoul University who spent 174,000 on a lunch order. But Seoul National University doesn't allow delivery people or meal delivery people to enter. Should we still prepare this meal? The general manager of Dihao looked embarrassed. When Boss Yi heard the word Seoul University, he instantly lost all his sleepiness and became energetic. Seoul National University. Isn't this the school where young Master Tian goes to school? Boss Yi hurriedly asked, is the college student's surname Gong? The general manager below was surprised and asked, Boss? How did you know? You have a junior named Gong at Seoul University? Boss Yi had no time to pay attention to his surprise and continued to ask, what's his name? Let me see the order, his name is Gong Tianyu. After hearing the name, Boss Yi put on his clothes in just 3 seconds. Send it. It must be sent. The other end of the phone, but we can't get in. Isn't it that the school doesn't allow meal delivery? Then I'll send it to him by plane. Okay, prepare the meal quickly and don't let Mr. Gong wait anxiously. Boss Yi made his attitude clear. After hanging up the phone, the executive chef asked, General Manager, what did the boss say? The general manager said with difficulty, the boss said to do it immediately, and he plans to fly a plane himself to deliver the meal to this student. The diners and the kitchen staff present were all extremely surprised. The Imperial Hotel is an international hotel. Although Boss Yi's net worth is not as high as Xiaoma or Laoma, it is also not as high as Jiaqing's. But he also has a place on the rich list. How could a student make him do this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed it. What kind of background must this college student have? Oh my god, this is too scary. Everyone present felt it was becoming difficult to breathe. Half an hour later. Above Seoul National University, the sound of airplane propellers was heard. A helicopter landed slowly, with the word Imgran written on the fuselage of the aircraft. The sports students all raised their heads and looked at the sky in surprise. That helicopter seems to be flying towards our school. Chapter 27, Low Profile. 170,000 yuan for a Chinese meal, just enough to eat. Amidst the surprised and stunned gazes, the helicopter also landed. Boss Yi jumped off the plane with a Chinese meal in his hand. The college students in Seoul National University were all stunned. Fuck. Am I seeing things? Isn't this Boss Yi from Dihao? He's actually delivering food in a helicopter? Which rich second generation has such a big name? Gong Tianyu's ex-girlfriends Gu Xiaxia and Zhang Nan also stood on tiptoe and looked around curiously. If you hook up with this kind of rich second-generation guy, you won't have to worry about not being able to afford luxury goods. There are many girls who hold the same idea. In order to compete with each other for the sake of face, everyone wants to find a high-quality boy, then sit back and enjoy the results, and after a few years, find an honest man to marry. Under the curious gazes, Boss Yi trotted over and quickly came to Gong Tianyu. Mr. Gong. Your meal is here. What? How is this possible? Gu Xiaxia felt as if someone was strangling her throat and looked at the scene in front of her uncomfortably. Zhang Nan was equally surprised. It was actually given to that poor bastard Gong Tianyu? This doesn't make sense. This explanation doesn't make sense. After getting the ice cream, Gong Tianyu shared it with several roommates. The students around couldn't help but exclaimed, this ice cream packaging bag is so high-end. There are also some well-informed students at Seoul National University. Of course this ice cream is high-end. This is tricolor deer, and a small box costs 700 yuan. For students with average financial conditions, they usually spend only 1 or 2 yuan on ice cream. If the conditions are better, one stick would cost at most 20 or 30 yuan. A box of ice cream that cost 700 yuan caused a huge sensation among the crowd. Gulp, 700 yuan, damn, for a box of ice cream, that's half a month's living expenses, and I don't even know what the flavor of this ice cream is. Brother you guys will finish your ice cream soon, can you lend me the ice cream box to let me smell it? The sports students looked over eagerly. $700 for an ice cream. Even if you can only lick the scraps, you will be a superior person in the future and can brag to others that you have eaten an ice cream worth 700 yuan. Gong Tianyu was extremely speechless. These guys even licked the leftovers. Looking at the food in his left hand and the ice cream in his right hand, Chen Haobei was in a dilemma. Brother should I eat the food first, or the ice cream first? Gong Tianyu smiled and said, if you are thirsty, eat ice cream first, and then have dinner later. But after eating the ice cream, my mouth is full of the taste of ice cream and I can't smell the aroma of the food. But if I don't eat it, the ice cream will melt. Chen Haobei said. The other roommates also deeply agreed with this. Bossy smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. I brought a small refrigerator on the plane. You can put the ice cream in the refrigerator first. It won't melt. Gong Tianyu nodded and agreed, then let's do it this way. After unpacking the delicious Chinese food, Gong Tianyu smiled and said to his roommates, come on, guys, let's eat a little today. The alumni around him all cast murderous looks at Gong Tianyu. Damn it! A meal for 4 people, a takeout bill of 170,000, you call this making do with a meal? It's still impossible for people to survive? How much does it cost to have a good meal? Everyone enjoyed this Chinese meal very much. The Imperial Hotel is indeed an international level hotel. After a filling meal, a few people also took out ice cream and started to feast on it. In this hot weather, while eating ice cream, the coolness instantly went through the top of their heads and went straight through their whole bodies. Hiss. So cool. The classmates around were all drooling with envy. Gong Tianyu can eat ice cream worth 700 yuan. Zhang Nan is envious and jealous. Zhang Nan walked towards Gong Tianyu, lifted her hair, and smiled, brother you, is your ice cream delicious? Do you want to buy me one? Gong Tianyu had a dark face. Why is this woman's face so big? Ha, I remember that you mocked and humiliated me at the entrance of Jiangjing restaurant before. Why should I treat you to ice cream? What can I get? Gong Tianyu said with a smile. Zhang Nan's face turned red, and he said unhappily, why are you like this? It's so hot, what's wrong with you treating a girl to ice cream? Didn't your mother teach you to give in to girls since you were a child? You deserve it because you can't find a girlfriend. Gong Tianyu was about to vomit, it's as if I buy you an ice cream, you're my girlfriend. Secondly, you can't find a girlfriend? Sorry, I found someone better than you. Gu Xiaxia stood there, thinking a lot, and asked Gong Tianyu, yesterday, all the big guys in Seoul went to pay a visit to the young master of Jioding Group. So many families couldn't get in, but you were invited in. Today, Boss Yi of Dihao even personally flew a plane to deliver food to you. What is your relationship with the CEO of Jioding Group and Boss Yi of Dihao? The others also looked over curiously. To achieve these things is not something that ordinary people can do. Could it be that Gong Tianyu is really the son of a super wealthy family? Gong Tianyu said calmly, we are just acquaintances. Bossy of the Dihao Hotel hurriedly echoed, oh, yes, yes, yes. By chance, I had a car accident on the road, and it was Mr. Gong who sent me to the hospital and saved my life. I flew a plane to deliver the food because I didn't want my little benefactor to go hungry. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. This explanation makes sense. Bossy said to Gong Tianyu, the meal has been delivered. I won't disturb Mr. Gong from eating. I wish you a pleasant meal. I will go back first. After the helicopter left, a group of students said at once, I told you, Gong Tianyu only ordered a meal worth over 100,000 yuan, why would he let someone personally fly a plane to deliver the meal? Gu Xiaxia's face regained its usual arrogance, I knew that you, a poor bastard, could only make a living by scamming others. It's impossible for you to have another identity. I thought he was some young master hiding his identity. Her boyfriend Ma Mingyang said, Xia, you've read too many novels. There are no rich and low-key bosses in real life. Song Hao was also jealous and said, Gong Tianyu, just eat like this every day, buy cars and watches, and spend money like this every day. The little money you extorted will be spent sooner or later. A group of people laughed and said, now that the flowers are gone, we can continue to look for luxury cars to scam people, ha ha ha. Song Hao looked at him with disdain, he just met a driver with a good temper. If he met a driver of Principal Song's level, would he be spoiled? Even if you run him over to death, you don't have to take responsibility because of his wealth and background. Gong Tianyu was too lazy to pay attention to these idiots. Another text message came on my phone. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the text message about bank deposits in a few days. Your bank account is being transferred. Chapter 28 donated 1 billion, the identity of the super rich can no longer be hidden. A transfer of 2.4 billion yuan. You received a transfer of 2.4 billion. These 2 text messages are breathing rewards given to me by the system. I have 48 hours to breathe, so a total of 4.8 billion will be deposited into my account. The current savings account balance is 93.8 billion yuan.
It's almost 100 billion, all of which can be spent at any time.
Moreover, Gong Tianyu also owns a Riverview restaurant, Joding Investment, and huge profits from medical beauty masks.
These days, I am becoming more and more hopeful.
Gong Tianyu looked at Gu Xiaxia and the others jokingly.
If one day, these idiots knew about his wealth, I wonder how exciting it would be. In the afternoon, it was still boring training as usual. After the day's classes were over, the principal came to the center of the playground with several donation boxes. The president shouted, "In order to provide better educational resources for students, our Seoul National University has decided to expand.
We are now calling on all 60,000 students in the school to donate their love. For donations below 100,000, please put them directly into the donation box.
For donations above 100,000, please scan the QR code." As soon as he finished speaking, many rich second generations from universities came over. The second generation of rich people love to participate in such opportunities to show off their faces, mainly because it makes it easier for them to pick up girls and also adds a touch of color to their academic qualifications.
Ma Mingyang directly took out his mobile phone and donated some money.
After seeing the donation amount, his lackey Song Hao licked his lips wildly. "Brother Ma, you must have donated the most money in our school, with so much donation."
Ma Mingyang enjoyed this feeling very much, and said in a pretentious tone, "That's not the case.
There are many rich young men in our school, but I should be able to rank in the top 10.
That's pretty awesome too." Squeezing into the noisy crowd, Gong Tianyu quietly scanned the QR code. He donated 1 billion yuan very generously.
This amount of money is less than 10% of his total assets, but he doesn't feel bad about it. It doesn't matter if I donate a little bit, as it can provide a good learning environment for myself and my senior classmates. The donation process lasted for 3 to 5 hours.
In order to make the process less boring, the school specially asked students from the performance department to prepare programs.
As the last program ended, the principal took the microphone and said, "Now let's announce the list of donors."
10th place, Ma Yishuan, donated 1 million. 9th place, Yi Chen, donated 1.5 million.
6th place, Ma Mingyang, a sophomore in the Department of Physical Education.
The people around Ma Mingyang were all excited. "Brother Ma, it's your turn. You can actually rank 6th. From now on, you will be a celebrity in the whole school."
Ma Mingyang said with a proud look on his face, "Keep a low profile.
I just want to contribute a little love to the school. I never thought about becoming famous."
Having said that, Ma Mingyang was always paying attention to the reactions of the girls around him.
Finally, the school announced donation of 3 million.
2nd place, Lin Chon, donated 50 million. There was a sudden burst of applause from the audience. When he saw the last name on the donation list, the principal's face turned red and he said excitedly, "The student who donated the most has donated 1 billion.
1 billion. In the eyes of those rich second generations, it is considered an astronomical sum of money. Not to mention in front of ordinary people.
The faces of all the teachers and students in the school were full of surprise. "Oh my God.
A donation of 1 billion yuan, who in the university is so rich? There's actually such a wealthy guy hiding in the place where we go to school? If you can donate 1 billion, you must have at least several billion in liquid funds, right?"
On the stage, the principal quickly revealed the answer. "This student is."
Everyone present pricked up their ears, waiting for the answer. Gu Xiaxia and Zhang Nan choked and both of them started to think about it.
"As long as you climb onto this rich young man's bed, you can graduate without any effort, just lie down."
I don't know what this rich young man looks like.
He is Gong Tianyu, a sophomore from the Physical Education Department.
Let us welcome Gong to the stage with the warmest applause. Amidst thunderous applause, Gong Tianyu walked onto the stage under the expectant gazes of tens of thousands of people.
Taking the microphone from the president, Gong Tianyu said with a gentle smile, "I hope my donation can help our university have a better security system and better teacher and student resources. It will benefit me, my classmates, and my younger brothers and sisters in the future."
"Okay, I'm done." Gu Xiaxia staggered a few steps, her face pale, and she murmured, How could it be him? No, I don't believe this is true." Zhang Nan had almost the same reaction.
Ma Mingyang and Song Hao were also dumbfounded.
The classmates who didn't have a good relationship with Gong Tianyu were all furious. Isn't Gong Tianyu just a scammer? Where did he get the 1 billion? Could it be that he really is a poor boy who pretends to be poor in a low-key manner? Sweat was pouring down the forehead of the gangster Lao Lang.
Thinking of the 2 times he had provoked Gong Tianyu before, he felt a pang of fear.
Lao Lang was about to cry, it's over, it's over. I'll find someone to beat up Gong Tianyu and force them out of the dormitory. If he retaliates against me.
Ma Mingyang and Song Hao also showed fear, then we are also useless.
Seeing their expressions, senior student Su Shui said unhappily, why are you so cowardly? This money can't possibly be his.
Zhang Nan couldn't help but say, but 1 billion is something you can't get even by scamming people.
Su Shui said. Humph. Who said he got the money by scamming someone? I'll tell you the truth.
He stole the card from the richest man Han's home. There was exactly 1.1 billion yuan in that card.
Calculate what he spent before and what he donated today. Isn't it just right? Zhang Nan was still puzzled. Senior, how did you know this news?
Su Shui took out her phone and found the video for them. It was on the short video at that time.
You are all ordinary people, it's normal that you don't see it normally.
After watching the video, Song Hao suddenly realized, it turns out that we all guessed wrong.
Gong Tianyu didn't get any of his money from fraud. All his money was stolen.
A group of classmates looked at him with disdain. How disgusting.
Are you spending all your own money? Have you never seen money in your life?
Ma Mingyang had a bad idea in his mind. I think we have to go to the Han family and tell the richest man Han about this.
If the Han family knew about it, they would definitely punish Gong Tianyu severely. Maybe if Mr. Han is happy, he can give us a large sum of money.
Gu Xiaxia agreed, hubby.
You are smart. Just give us some money, and we can celebrate the new year.
Zhang Nan looked at Gong Tianyu with resentment. You couldn't even bear to give me an ice cream worth more than 600 yuan.
Gong Tianyu, wait for death and wait for the Han family to deal with you.
The old wolf also said, take me with you, and I'll go too.
Song Hao walked in front, let's go. Let's go to the Han family to file a complaint. Chapter 29, Tianxian Mask is launched and is a bestseller worldwide.
This group of guys went to the Han family in a mighty manner.
Han family. Mr. Han looked at Gu Xiaxia and the others and asked in confusion, what are you doing?
Su Shui was the first to speak. Mr. Han, let us tell you a big secret.
Didn't you lose your bank card a while ago?
Now we know who stole the card. Gu Xiaxia also said, this person is from the same university as us. He used your money to buy a car for 30 million yuan, and donated 1 billion yuan to the school today. Anyway, it's not his money, so he can spend it as much as he wants.
Han, the richest man, asked curiously, oh? What's this person's name? Ma Mingyang blurted out, his name is Gong Tianyu. As these 3 words were spoken, Han's daughter-in-law hurriedly asked, are there any photos?
The lackey Song Hao immediately took out his phone and flipped through the photos he had taken before coming here. Yes. This is the photo of the poor bastard who can't afford to live.
When I see the face in the photo.
The faces of Mr. Han and his daughter-in-law changed drastically.
Damn it. They own the Riverview restaurant and the Joding Group. With assets worth hundreds of billions, would anyone be interested in a cheap card worth only $1 billion? Where did these students come from?
He keeps calling Gong Tianyu a poor bastard.
So what the hell are you poor students like?
Looking at the clowns in front of him, Mr. Han said in a bad tone, he. Seeing that Mr. Han was so angry, Gu Xiaxia felt proud. She said sarcastically, Mr. Han, you have to deal with Gong Tianyu. It would be best if you cut off his arms and legs. The richest man Han became angrier and angrier as he listened, his heart almost stuck in his throat with nervousness.
Even the Han family did not dare to comment on Joding investments so unscrupulously. What the hell are you students doing? Han, the richest man, was very annoyed. Shut up. Someone, come. Take them all to the hospital. Let's see if they dare to talk nonsense again. Soon, the Han family's black-clad thugs arrested Gu Xiaxia and the others. Ma Mingyang struggled and said unwillingly, Master Han, what we said is true. We are here to remind you with good intentions. Why don't you know how to appreciate good intentions? Han, the richest man, flew into a rage on the spot. Fuck you, you still dare to talk nonsense? Beat me to death.
The thugs mercilessly hit several people in the face with their fists and feet like a storm. In a short while, several people were beaten to the point of losing arms and legs and their faces were covered in blood. Han's daughter-in-law stopped the thugs in time. That's enough, don't beat them to death. Gu Xiaxia and a few others limped away from the Han family. There were lightning and thunder outside, and heavy rain began to fall. The bloody wounds on several people's bodies were washed down by the rain, and the feeling was like sprinkling salt on the wounds.
Gu Xiaxia was beaten the worst.
Her forehead was bruised, her eyes were bloodshot, several teeth were broken, the corners of her mouth were purple, and her hand was broken.
Ouch! My legs seem to have been broken by those people. I was hit by that stick. My head is still buzzing.
Hurry up and take a taxi, and try to get to the hospital before dark.
Gong Tianyu didn't know about what happened to Gu Xiaxia and the others.
After school, Jiang Xiaoyu took him to the factory.
The location of this factory is relatively remote and generally not many people will find it. There are tens of thousands of machines in the factory.
Jiang Xiaoyu said to Gong Tianyu, all the facial mask machines I received are here.
Except for being a little old, they still work normally. By the way,
I also bought all the materials you asked me to buy. Gong Tianyu rubbed her little head. Thank you for your hard work. After mixing the ingredients according to the proportions, they are put into the facial mask machine.
In just one night, hundreds of thousands of facial masks were prepared. The packaging is provided by the Han family. As soon as the mask was launched on the market, sales exploded on the same day. The Tianxian facial mask has caused a sensation both at home and abroad. Inside a luxury store in the United States, a blonde princess picked up a facial mask and murmured, "This facial mask costs 1 million? Made by Yan Xia?
When did Yan Xia dare to sell it at such a high price?"
The owner of the luxury store also said, "Ladies, give it a try. This facial mask is very effective."
A few foreign girls nearby sneered, "Huh?
Good effect? Are you sure Yan Xia can make good beauty products? I can't trust you." I don't believe it either.
After all, it's something you use on your face, so beauty products should be imported from Korea. As they spoke, several girls picked out some products from the country of kimchi.
Kimchi country. Internationally recognized as the country with the best plastic surgery.
Therefore, the skin care products and beauty products produced by them will be more trustworthy. A freckled girl among them said, "Give me one of this summer mask to try." The blonde princess couldn't help but advise, "Medusa, don't waste your dollars. You've tried so many beauty products in the world, but your acne and freckles still haven't been removed."
The freckled girl ignored the princess's words and just asked the boss, "How do I use it?"
"Apply it on your face for half an hour and then wash it off with clean water," the boss said with a smile. The freckled girl did as she was told. The European and American girls who came with her were also curious about the effects of the facial mask. Half an hour later, the girl washed her face and poked her head out of the water. All the freckles and pimples on her face disappeared. Her skin was so soft and white, as if she had returned to the age of 16. A group of foreign rich ladies covered their mouths one after another. "Oh my God!
This is too magical.
There is no sense of disobedience at all, just like she was born naturally."
When did Yanxia's medical beauty become so terrible?
Princess Mary said to the shop owner, "Boss, give me 20 of these facial masks."
The other girls also threw away the masks from kimchi country and said directly, "We don't want any of the ones we bought before. Get us 50.
In the store, there was a girl in luxurious clothes saying, "I want 100 of them. Compared to this kind of mask, all the masks in the world are rubbish."
The same scene is happening in countries all over the world.
Everyone started out with disdain and doubt, and then gradually accepted it.
The same is true for high-end luxury stores in China. Shangwan Wanwan picked up a facial mask and couldn't help but asked in surprise, "A domestic facial mask that costs 1 million? At this price, can it really be sold?" "Oh no. Never mind, let's buy one and try it first." After using one, Shangwan Wanwan came to the mirror, and the next second, she exclaimed, "My face." Chapter 30, 1 million for a facial mask? Why not grab one? The face in the mirror is so beautiful. Her skin became so white and smooth.
Shangwan Wanwan is already beautiful, and after using this facial mask, she looks like a fairy who has come down to earth. The store manager and salesperson were also stunned. "It's so beautiful." Shangwan Wanwan showed a look of surprise. "This mask is so useful, let alone 1 million yuan per piece, even if it is 10 million yuan per piece, I am willing to buy it and use it on my face. This kind of good thing must be shared with besties."
She quickly took out her cell phone and made a call. "Mimi, have you bought the domestic Tianxian facial mask? If not, hurry up and buy it, it's only 1 million yuan a piece." Yang Ni was shocked. "Are you crazy?
In a country famous for its beauty products, a brand name facial mask only costs 40,000 yuan.
How can we dare to sell it for 1 million yuan? Why don't you just go and rob people? Their facial masks cost 40,000 yuan each, and they're made of gold. Others are not as expensive as this. Also, what do you mean by only 1 million per ticket? 1 million to buy a broken facial mask? Shang Wanwan is a wealthy family's daughter after all. Is her brain burnt out? Dimini just felt that it was incomprehensible. Shang Wanwan chuckled and said disdainfully, "Those rubbish masks from abroad are worthy of being compared with the heavenly fairy mask? Anyway, you'll know once you use it. I guarantee it based on our years of friendship. It will definitely work."
Hearing the serious tone of the other party, Yang Mi was a little shaken.
How about giving it a try? Okay. Then I'll buy one and try it out. If it doesn't work, I'll post on Weibo and call on my fans to boycott it.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi ordered a facial mask from the luxury brand's official website. Following the instructions on the package, Yang Mi used one.
Half an hour later. Looking in the mirror, Dimini couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this really my face? Domestic facial masks are so easy to use?"
Looking at the unfamiliar face in the mirror, Yang Mi was immediately shocked by her beauty. None of the facial masks she had used before could compare to this one. The assistant beside him was also stunned.
Is this still the Yang Mi that she knows? This beauty. It's like walking out of a painting. Yang Mi called Shang Wanwan in surprise. After the video is connected. Wow.
Wanwan, it's been such a long time since we last met, and you've become so beautiful.
Sister Mimi, you too.
Both of them were surprised by each other.
Yang Mi smiled and said, "It's all thanks to that mask. This mask is really worth 1 million yuan. It's worth it and it's a great deal. I'm going to spend my entire year's salary on this facial mask. Besides, I will endorse it for free." After using it only once, Yang Mi was completely conquered.
The person she admires most is the founder of the facial mask.
This guy is so awesome.
With his own efforts, he can help these women become beautiful. After the chat, Yang Mi came to the official website again.
Tianxian mask, sold out. Sold out? Big Mimi was very anxious, and her face showed disappointment and regret. The assistant said, "Sister Mi, why don't we go to the store and take a look?" "Oh yes, there is a store. Let's go to the store now." There was joy on Yang Mi's face again. Yang Mi grabbed the car keys and rushed straight to the store. However, running all over the city, and even the entire Lake Province, almost every one of them is sold out. This Tianxian facial mask is really hot selling. It's hard to get a film. Big Mimi regretted it so much, she should have bought more before. I hope I can buy this film tomorrow. The owners of all the major stores had not expected such a sold-out scene. Since the mask was selling so well, they immediately called the Han family and asked, "Master Han, when will the mask be available? There's simply not enough to sell. This facial mask is more popular than those foreign products now." Within one day, the Han family's phone was almost blown up. The sales flow on the website is showing a straight upward trend. Several major families involved in the facial mask business were all smiling from ear to ear at home. Han, the richest man, exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "As expected of you, the son of the Nine Ding Group. A facial mask can actually bring such a huge bonus. I have never seen a young man of his generation with such ability. This boy will definitely be something special in the future." The daughter-in-law of the Han family also said, "It's ridiculous that the Jiang family treats him as a nobody. If they could have held on to Gong Tianyu, the son-in-law, the Jiang family wouldn't be a low-ranking family in Seoul." Mr. Han seemed to be thinking about something, and then he said, "Isn't that just right? My granddaughter is still unmarried, I think we should bring her and Tianyu together. However, the most urgent thing is to invite friend Tianyu to hold a celebration banquet together." At night, Gong Tianyu was invited to come to the Emperor Hotel again. Looking at the sales flow on the website, everyone was amazed. This sales volume is really terrifying. In just one day, we made 10 billion. A conservative estimate of 300 billion a month means we can make more than 3 trillion a year. Also, there are still many countries that have not opened up their markets. Han, the richest man, was the first to raise his glass. "Come, let's raise our glasses together and thank Mr. Tian for helping us make money."
Gong Tianyu clinked glasses with everyone one by one and said with a cheerful smile, "Follow me carefully, and I will take you all to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future." Ding! Your career is successful, triggering the 24-hour super rich reward. Reward: mastery of esports skills. Don't forget to relax and have fun, even the rich. A lot of gaming knowledge and theories flooded into Gong Tianyu's mind like a tide. Now, whether it is CF or King of Glory, Gong Tianyu is confident that he can beat professional players. From now on, he will be able to enjoy entertainment comfortably. This system is really considerate. The meal lasted until very late, and Gong Tianyu took Jiang Xiaoyu away. Jiang Xiaoyu said happily, "From the first time I saw you, I knew that the man I chose was the best." Gong Tianyu smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. My husband's achievements are more than these. In the future, I, your husband, will make the whole world tremble for me." Gong Tianyu exudes a kind of aura called kingly dominance. Jiang Xiaoyu snuggled in his arms obediently. "I believe you, I will always be the woman behind you." Gong Tianyu touched her hair and sighed, "I have to go to school and I don't know much about business, so you have to work harder." Jiang Xiaoyu said sweetly, "It's not hard at all to help my man. Our business is getting better and better, and there will be more business in the future. In a few days, I will provide you with a car so you don't have to take a taxi all the time." Gong Tianyu said what he was thinking. Jiang Xiaoyu said sensibly, "Then don't spend too much. If you want to drive a car, of course you have to drive a good car. A car worth 1 or 2 million is only driven by poor losers." Chapter 31. I am an expert in esports and I beat professional anchors. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a chill. My husband Gong Tianyu is so arrogant. However, he does have the capital to be so arrogant. Who made him have a few $100 million? The next day, I woke up. You have a balance of 240 million yuan and a balance of. Looking at the 2.4 billion, Gong Tianyu did not have too many emotions. He had long been accustomed to it and had become numb to it. When you have so much money for the first time, you will jump for joy. But when you have so much money every day, your emotions will become dull. I drove to school as usual. After parking the car, I saw some of Gu Xiaxia's friends. I really don't know if Patriarch Han is sick. He beat Xiaxia and the others like that. The doctor said that they will have to rest from school for at least 3 months due to their injuries. 3 months? I have to fall behind in many courses. It's all because of that poor bastard Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu was completely confused. Are you sick? What does Gu Xiaxia getting beaten have to do with me? But he was also quite curious. The ex-girlfriend Gu Xiaxia and the richest man Han are not related at all. Why did Han, the richest man, beat her? And he beat her so hard. Gong Tianyu felt a little bit sorry for it. He is kind and compassionate after all. She has only been suspended for 3 months. Wouldn't it be better to have her suspended for a year? After being discharged from the hospital, I went straight home to celebrate the new year. Several girls looked over with hostility. Gong Tianyu, if you hadn't stolen Han's card, would Xiaxia and the others have been beaten if they hadn't complained? It's all your fault. If you still have any conscience in your bones, go to the police station and turn yourself in. Gong Tianyu burst out laughing. He really couldn't help it. Gu Xiaxia, this idiot, was beaten because of this? Gong Tianyu just wanted to say in his heart that he deserved it. Several girls had a good relationship with Gu Xiaxia. Seeing Gong Tianyu still laughing, they immediately broke down. What are you laughing at? Xiaxia is your classmate and has talked to you before. You're happy she got beaten, aren't you? You are a grown man, how can you be so petty? Gong Tianyu directly said, you guys are simply sick. What gave you the illusion that the money I spent was all on Mr. Han's card? These girls asked, then how can you prove that the card you spent was not the one that Mr. Han lost? Gong Tianyu looked at this group of idiots with disdain. Why should I prove it to you? These women also became more excited. Ha, I think you are just feeling guilty. Gong Tianyu sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, a bunch of clowns. One of the girls said, let's ignore this idiot. Let's organize the whole class, buy some fruit and flower baskets, and go to the hospital to see Xiaxia and the others. Ha, organizing such meaningless things again. This group of people would organize the whole class at any time. If there is someone who does not participate, they will say that he is not sociable, not good enough, and all kinds of moral blackmail are used. Little do people know that many people are very upset inside. forget it, don't think about these things that have nothing to do with you. Gong Tianyu said to his roommates, brothers, let's go home and play King of Glory in a 4-person team.
The roommates were eager to try, sure. Let's have a few more cups of fat otaku happy water. Enough. Ha ha ha. The girls who had humiliated Gong Tianyu before hadn't walked far yet.
When they heard that some people were going to play games, they couldn't stand it and looked over. Hey!
Do you have any heart?
Xia Xia and the others were beaten to a pulp.
We are all classmates, why don't you buy something to look around instead of playing games? Gong Tianyu was so angry that he laughed. What's wrong with you? They wanted to find the Han family to deal with me, and then they got beaten up, and you still want me to buy things and go to the hospital to see her? I'm going to say something unpleasant. You deserve to be beaten. Roommate Chen Haobei agreed with Gong Tianyu very much. I think brother Yu is right. That woman deserved it.
She was beaten, but my brother Yu didn't set off 2 firecrackers and order a good day at KTV.
It's all because of brother Yu's kindness.
The other roommates also helped Gong Tianyu. I just want to say that the Han family fought well. I have been fed up with these bastards for a long time.
They are jumping up and down all day long.
The words of several people made these girls very angry. You fucking.
After a boring day of sports training, Gong Tianyu and his roommates started a happy 4-person game of King of Glory.
After banning 6 heroes on both sides,
Gong Tianyu chose Zhong Kuei as an assistant.
Roommate Chen Haobei, Mage Gao Jianli. The other 2 roommates played the top laner Quang Tai and the jungler was Lan, a talented hero.
Shooter Gala is a random girl that I matched with.
After seeing the opponent's ID, Chen Haobei almost cried, damn it. The anchor Sabai has won more than 300 games in a row in solo queue, and now we are done for.
Gong Tianyu turned on the microphone and said calmly, don't panic. I'll lead the way.
Last night, the system just happened to reward him with esports skills.
Now, whether it is consciousness or operation, Gong Tianyu is able to be very smooth. But the roommates had already seen Gong Tianyu's usual performance. They all said sarcastically, if you took your favorite hero, we could still believe it a little, but you're Zhong Kuei, he.
Zhong Kuei from the national server asked for a fight, and then his record was 0-8.
Others are super gods, but you are super ghost, right?
Similarly, the opponent, Sabai, was showing off in the live broadcast room, guys, we are going to win this game.
The opponent doesn't know how to play at all. In this kind of high-end game, Zhong Kuei is my cash machine, okay?
The hero Zhong Kuei mainly relies on the hook of his second skill.
If the hook is accurate, the opponent's life or death will be unpredictable. If you can't hook anyone, you're here to mess with your teammates' mentality.
The comments in the live broadcast room also agreed. If you dare to use Zhong Kuei in such a high-end game, you are either very good at playing or very bad. Zhong Kuei is a hero that requires too much skill.
9 out of 10 Zhong Kuei players are scammers.
Sabai interacted with fans confidently. I dare say that with the proficiency of Zhong Kuei on the opposite side, it will definitely be a vain hook.
9 out of 10 hooks will miss. It won't be a big problem if it's a little more stable.
If I don't allow the opponent to shoot 6 points, I, Sabai, will quit the internet from now on.
The game officially begins. Sabai said smartly, I am playing Han Xin.
The Zhong Kuei on the opposite side must think that I am going to attack the blue and then come to harass me.
Let's just attack the red directly. Then go to the blue on the opposite side. Just when Sabai was becoming popular,
Gong Tianyu's Zhong Kuei suddenly appeared and directly pulled away the red buff.
Sabai had no choice but to give up the red and go after the blue.
However, this blue was only played for a short time.
That nasty hook appears again.
5 minutes into the game, he didn't get any buffs from wild monsters.
Sabai was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out curse words, fuck. Damn Zhong Kuei, you fucking. At this time, Gong Tianyu sent a full message, Han Xin. Support is the source of your happiness. Sabai's face turned red with anger, fuck. Chapter 32, Assisting your husband, do you have a girlfriend?
Within 10 minutes of the start,
Gong Tianyu was like a ghost, always pestering Sabai Han Xin.
Even if his teammates on the opposing team come to help him, he still cannot escape the fate of not being able to get the buff.
Brothers, against blue and against red. Gong Tianyu led his roommates and charged into the wild area in a mighty force.
Under the rhythm of the support, the jungle economy of the entire map was all put into the wallet of the jungler. As long as Han Xin dared to get close, he would be taken away in one move.
Playing as a jungler Lan, after quickly acquiring equipment, he started to kill enemies indiscriminately on the line.
Another team fight, and our shooter girl was left alone.
Han Xin was chasing after her. It seemed that Han Xin was about to catch up with the young lady and complete the harvest. Jaluo was so anxious that she almost cried, "I'm going to die, brother Zhongkue, save me." In the originally calm grass, a hook suddenly appeared like a divine weapon descending from the sky. Gong Tianyu started to attack from the spot. Han Xin moved to avoid the skill, and Gong Tianyu directly released the flash, changing the direction of Zhongkue's ultimate move. Archer Gala made up for the damage and took down Han Xin with one move. After a small-scale team battle, the enemy was wiped out. Gong Tianyu said decisively, "Let's go. Go and get the Storm Dragon King." With the Storm Dragon King, 3 lanes are pushed at the same time, heading straight for the opposite high ground. The shooter on the other side sent out a full message. Now this can no longer be called the development road, it should be called the sterilization road. Sabai was no longer as confident as before in the live broadcast room. He said dejectedly, "How the hell do I play this game? I can't get the red and blue buffs, I can't get into the jungle, and I can't even get the dragon. No matter how I move, the opponent's Zhongkue can predict my moves. It's so accurate. Is he cheating? Why is the Zhongkue on the opposite side targeting me?" The hook on the opposite side was simply his lifelong nightmare. Gong Tianyu sent out a full message again, "Zhongkue's hook makes life or death unpredictable." Sabai was about to cry, and responded, "Zhongkue across the street, please, be a human being." Seeing that the 3 high grounds on the opposite side were broken, roommate Chen Haobei excitedly said, "Brother you. Do you want to push? We are going to win." We defeated the esports anchor Sabai. Gong Tianyu was not in a hurry. He drank a sip of ice wine stored at home and said with a sly smile, "Don't be in a hurry to push the tower. Give the opponent a little hope and torture Sabai slowly." Several roommates felt a chill. "You kid. What a bamboo shoot." With Gong Tianyu's help, Sabai successfully won several team battles. But Sabai still doesn't have any gaming experience at all. Gong Tianyu is really too mean. Every time Sabai felt that he was about to win, just when he had this illusion, Gong Tianyu commanded his teammates to regain the rhythm time and time again. At this moment, an awesome ID suddenly appeared in Saobai's live broadcast room. This ID posted a comment, "Vote now. Even if there were 5 of me at my peak, we would not be a match for this Zhongkue." When everyone saw the ID, the live broadcast room became lively. Fuck. The great master Meng Lei is here. Meng Lei. Is this really teacher Meng Lei? Look at the official Blue V certification. Damn it. Even Meng Lei is inferior to Zhongkue. How strong must the Zhongkue on the opposite side be? Meng Lei and Sabai are different. They are professional esports players. Whether in terms of awareness or operation, they are far superior to esports anchors. He once won great honor by playing Han Xin and stealing the base alone. Since then, all Han Xin players in the entire Canyon of Kings have begun to imitate him. The Zhongkue on the opposite side could make Meng Lei so afraid, and the fans in the live broadcast room were all shocked. In this game, Sabai also wanted to surrender and defeated Mit. But the 4 teammates refused to surrender and even posted a public message, "We cannot surrender until the crystal explodes. There are only heroes who die standing, no cowards who surrender." Sabai sighed helplessly and had to instruct his teammates, "Hide in the bushes and see if you can turn the tide." The game has also entered a white-hot stage. Gong Tianyu had enough fun, brothers, it's time for another wave. Under his charming hook, the opposing heroes were taken away one after another. Jaluo said into the microphone like a fangirl, "Brother Zhongkue, you are so accurate." Assist brother, Mua, you are so handsome. Assistant Brain, do you have a girlfriend? If not, let's be a couple. The sweet voice makes one's bones melt. Several roommates cast hateful glances at Gong Tianyu. Chen Haobei threw his phone on the bed and said sadly, "There are always girls flirting with me when I play support. If I had known I wouldn't play jungle, I would start practicing my hook tomorrow." The other roommates joked, "You want to play everything? Brother you is just lucky to make the opponent cry. Do you think Hook can play so well in every game?" While a few people were chatting, the game came to an end. With the crystal exploded, the game ended in victory. 5 teammates played 5 consecutive games of King of Glory in one day. In every game, Gong Tianyu was able to use Zhongkue to gain an advantage and lead his teammates to the final victory.
Under Gong Tianyu's command, the teammates' awareness became stronger and stronger.
After finishing a day of gaming, the brothers came over to gossip. Boy, are you so good at playing games? Is there any secret?
Gong Tianyu touched his chin and said mysteriously, "Come on, all of you come forward. I will only tell you this secret once."
Several roommates came over with eager eyes.
Gong Tianyu said pretentiously, "This secret is talent, only a genius like me has it."
Damn it! How could you be so shameless?
Even more shameless than the drunkard who writes novels.
I remember the author's last name was Gong. You people with the last name Gong are all bad people.
While everyone was chatting and laughing, a car horn was heard outside the villa.
Gong Tianyu came to the door.
A group of people got out of an extended luxury car. This group of people are dressed as chefs and there are two exotic girls.
Bossy of the Imperial Hotel introduced them. This is your new boss, his name is Gong Tianyu, everyone in Seoul respects him as young Master Tian.
The exotic girls and the chefs were all amazed when they saw Gong Tianyu's handsome face. So young. You're so young, but you live in such a big villa by yourself, and you pay for a chef and a bartender.
You're really a rare talent.
Bossy introduced Gong Tianyu with a smile. Mr. Tian, they are the chef and bartender I found for you.
Gong Tianyu made a gesture of invitation, inviting the chef and bartender into the villa.
Gong Tianyu smiled gently and said, "It just so happens that we haven't eaten yet, so why don't you show off your cooking skills?" Everyone was respectful. "Okay, sir." When the bartender walked towards the wine cabinet, his expression became uneasy. "This wine, it's the most expensive one."
Chapter 33, Family Background Exposed, Shocking Foreigners. Amalfi Supreme Lemon Liqueur, worth almost 300 million. This bottle of wine alone is worth a bottle of Sound of the Night.
The younger sister opened the cabinet on the other side and exclaimed, "Sister,
there are still 9 bottles of this wine."
Looking through another cabinet, my sister was stunned. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my God, there are so many. I can't imagine how much money he has. Even the richest family in the world doesn't have the ability to stockpile 3 billion worth of wine. The background of this little brother Yenxia is so terrifying." The chefs were just as shocked as them. The kitchen utensils in Gong Tianyu's house, even a piece of rag for wiping dishes, costs more than 100,000 yuan. As for the bowls and chopsticks, a set also costs several million.
This is a dreamland for chefs. These kitchen utensils were all purchased by Gong Tianyu before.
At that time, I was tired of playing games and reading novels and watching videos.
Gong Tianyu is so boring.
The only way he could think of to entertain himself was to spend money.
Considering the lack of food at home, Gong Tianyu also specially applied for 2 cards. Each card has 5 billion yuan in it, which is the family's annual food expenses. We make 300 to 400 million yuan every month.
Chinese and Western food, delicacies from land and sea, desserts, cold drinks in summer, and fruits.
You can arrange as you like. Everything related to food in the house will be left to you to buy. One of the greatest joys in life is to eat all the delicious food in the world. Gong Tianyu is never vague in his pursuit of delicious food.
The monthly expenditure of 3 to 400 million is enough for him to eat everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the water. The chefs present had never seen such a scene before.
Everyone was stunned. Gulp.
They swallowed their saliva uncontrollably.
The 2 chefs representing Chinese and Western cuisine took the bank cards with trembling hands.
The emotions inside were very complicated, and they thought a lot at this moment. For an ordinary family of 3, 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a year is enough.
As for food and living expenses, the maximum is 3,000 per month. This master asked for 300 to 400 million per month. This really means you don't take money seriously.
The Chinese and Western chef expressed his determination. "We will definitely let Mr. Tian eat the most delicious and nutritious food in the world." Gong Tianyu smiled and patted a few people on the shoulders. "Then I look forward to the performance of all the gourmets. Well, you guys can first find a hotel nearby to stay. Tomorrow, I will buy a few villas for you to use as staff dormitories. By the way, I will also provide each of you with a car."
As the family population increased, Gong Tianyu had more things to worry about.
The chefs laughed bitterly. "How can we be so embarrassed?"
Gong Tianyu pretended to be angry. "What's there to be embarrassed about?
Working in my Gong family, you don't even have a luxury car or a villa.
Is this reasonable?
Today, you have to accept this luxury car and villa whether you want to or not." The chefs were all silent, deeply moved. And he swore in his heart that he would make sure Gong Tianyu had good food and drink in the future.
My roommates were already stunned. This guy.
It turns out he has been lying to them all along. I have 10 bottles of wine worth 300 million yuan, and my monthly living expenses are 400 to 500 million yuan.
It turns out that my good brother is a real rich second generation.
No wonder he can buy a big villa whenever he wants, drive a supercar, and wear a famous watch.
It turns out that the rich second generation is right next to them.
The way several roommates addressed each other also changed. Master Yu.
Hearing this unfamiliar name, Gong Tianyu was a little angry. What are you doing? You should call me Brother Yu. We are good brothers for life. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter how rich I am still your roommate and your brother. Chen Haobei and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, Brother Yu.
As the lights came on, a variety of exquisite Chinese and Western dishes were placed on the dining table.
And the drinks prepared by the bartender. This dish is delicious and tasty. Every bite is an ultimate taste bud enjoyment.
The cooking skills are worthy of an international chef.
After dinner, everyone dispersed. Night, bed.
Gong Tianyu hugged Zhang Xiaoyu and said to her, "Tomorrow, our family will buy another car. By the way, it will be more convenient for the chef and bartender at home to buy things on a daily basis."
Zhang Xiaoyu lay in his arms obediently. I'll follow my husband's arrangements. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Are we going to do that today? Gong Tianyu gently stroked Zhang Xiaoyu's cheek.
Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Bad guy, you think about bad things all day long.
Tell me, how do you want to play today?
Gong Tianyu thought for a moment and said, JK plus black and white bars.
Zhang Xiaoyu kissed Gong Tianyu's face and climbed up. I can't do anything to you.
Wait, I'll go look in the closet. More than 10 minutes later. Zhang Xiaoyu was wearing a white plaid shirt, a JK skirt, and school socks on her legs.
The overall style caught Gong Tianyu's attention.
Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks are very sweet. When she puts on this kind of clothes, she looks like a cute junior school girl in high school.
Is it pretty? Nice.
Zhang Xiaoyu slowly approached Gong Tianyu and bent her slender waist.
I just bent over and didn't do anything else. Please don't ban me.
The two of them, like a couple in love, stuck together, hugged and kissed passionately.
After the kiss, they looked at each other affectionately, and then
there are the restricted level ones with large-scale plots. In short, they are all banned films and are not allowed to be released after censorship. The reviewer held a knife to the author and refused to let me write. He said that readers would imagine it themselves. P.S. Dear brothers and sisters who are reviewing this is a clear-cut novel, as readers can attest.
Zhang Xiaoyu lay in Gong Tianyu's arms. What do you want to experience tomorrow? For tomorrow, let's wear Cheongsam. In the morning, remember to provide me with a wake-up call.
Why didn't I see it at the beginning, you little rascal? Your head is full of those things.
The next day, after being woken up, Gong Tianyu had a hearty breakfast.
For breakfast, we have the royal fried rice and the royal dessert. Gong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu drove a Pagani Huayna to the largest car dealership in Seoul.
2 people walked in.
There are many limited edition cars in this car dealership.
You too, what car are you looking at?
Gong Tianyu nodded slightly and said to the store salesperson, take a look at the cars worth 50 million to 100 million yuan.
If there are more expensive ones, you can also introduce them to me. The store salesperson chuckled and said, Sir, what price did you say you wanted to see? 50 million to 100 million? How come there isn't any? Gong Tianyu asked puzzledly. The salesman's face also gradually fell. Yes, there is, but, as for you, do you have the temperament to drive a 100 million supercar? Why don't you just piss yourself in the mirror? Chapter 34. A 100 million yuan car can't buy a bottle of wine in my house. There was laughter in the dealership.
He buys cars worth 50 to 100 million yuan without even considering how he dresses. Gong Tianyu was so angry that he laughed. Only a car worth 5 billion can set off my temperament, but do you have the strength and channels to get it for me? I chose a 100 million yuan car just to help your car dealership.
Do you really think that's my target price? The salesman sneered and said, everyone can brag. A 5 billion car? Have you ever seen what 5 billion looks like? The other salesmen also had ugly faces. Don't even mention 5 billion. Even if he can come up with 1 billion today, I will do a handstand and have diarrhea. Gong Tianyu sneered, then just wait for the performance. I will fulfill your wish in a moment. Jiang Xiaoyu's good mood was also ruined. She looked at the salesperson angrily and said, "A 100 million yuan worth of broken car is not even enough to buy my husband a bottle of wine. Do you think he can't afford a 100 million yuan car?" The salespeople were stunned at first, and then they mocked even more. Ha, my stomach hurts from laughing. This girl actually said that 100 million is not enough for her husband to buy a bottle of wine. What kind of wine? Wulianye or Erguotu? Jiang Xiaoyu was very angry, and finally snorted coldly, "You are so ignorant." Customers who were buying cars in the dealership also laughed out loud. I thought her husband was a boaster, but I didn't expect his wife to be even more boastful. Ha! Beauty! Look at your husband. His clothes cost only a few hundred yuan, and he is not very old. How can he afford to drink wine that costs hundreds of millions of yuan a bottle? Don't let this scumbag pull you. How about you and your husband break up and I'll take care of you? This outrageous teasing made Gong Tianyu very unhappy. How can you allow someone to tease your woman in public like this? He came up to the man with a cold look and said, "Keep your mouth clean." Yo, are you anxious? Gong Tianyu showed anger on his face and slapped the other person in the face. The slap caused blood to flow from the corner of the man's mouth. Gong Tianyu grabbed the man's hair and lifted him up. "Now, can you keep your mouth shut?" Being slapped in public, the man was furious and said, "Fuck you." Gong Tianyu exerted force with his hands and threw the man down from the second floor. Gong Tianyu stepped on his face and asked condescendingly, "Who are you fucking with?" The man looked at Gong Tianyu with fear on his face, and begged for mercy humbly. Brother, I was wrong, I will never dare to tease my sister-in-law again." The security guards in the 4S store surrounded Gong Tianyu and said, "This is not the place for you to cause trouble. If you don't want to buy a car, get out of here." Gong Tianyu glanced at them coldly, with murderous intent on his face. "Who are you asking to get out of here? Repeat what you just said to me again. Hasn't anyone taught you how to speak? Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" The security guards were terrified and their legs couldn't stop shaking. For some reason, they only felt a deep fear. Everyone present was terrified. The saleswomen hurriedly took out their phones and said, "Quick, call the police and tell them someone is causing trouble." After Gong Tianyu took action, none of the car owners dared to speak rudely to Jiang Xiaoyu again. At this moment, a luxury car stopped outside. A second-generation rich man dressed in luxury goods walked in and said, "Don't rush to call the police. Recommend a car to me. With me here, this guy won't dare to do anything else." The men and women in the car dealership all turned into fans. "Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao? Is it really you? Why did you come to Seoul?" Young Master Qin smiled and greeted them. "I came to Seoul for a trip. My car was hit by someone and got a small scratch. I sold it to the scrap collection department. I happened to be passing by here and wanted to change the car and drive back to the Magic City." The people in the dealership couldn't help but sigh. Rich second generations like these are different from ordinary people. It's simply inhumane. A car worth tens of millions was directly treated as scrap just because it was hit a little bit. The salesman in the car dealership said to young Master Qin enthusiastically, "Young Master Qin, what price do you want for the car?" After thinking for a while, young Master Qin said, "I only have a budget of 50 million. You guys can make the arrangements accordingly." The salesman thoughtfully found a chair, and even though there was no dust on it, they still pretended to wipe it. "Mr. Qin, please sit down." Such thoughtful and considerate service is completely different from the treatment given to Gong Tianyu. In the minds of this group of salesmen, only Qin Shao, the Emperor of Shanghai, has the temperament to drive a sports car worth tens of millions. Mr. Qin is a well-known figure in society and is dressed in all famous brands. From head to toe, you can tell at first glance that he is a truly wealthy man, a successful upper-class person. In order to please the Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao, two male salesmen specially bought ice cream and icy juice. Mr. Qin drank the juice and looked at Gong Tianyu with some surprise. This kid is quite interesting. If ordinary people saw him, they would be very surprised and try their best to talk to him and get to know him. But since he came in, Gong Tianyu just glanced at him and never looked at him again. It was as if the emperor was air. The salesman also found a model for Qin Shao at this time. "Qin Shao, I suggest you buy the Bugatti Veyron. The domestic price of this car is 50 million, no more, no less." Qin Shao casually took out his bank card and said calmly, "Full payment, please hurry up, I'm in a hurry." "Okay. We'll do it for you right away."
Outside the car dealership, two men walked in, talking and laughing. All the staff in the car dealership shouted when they saw the newcomers, "Hello, Chairman, hello, Boss Yi." The chairman of the car dealership waved his hand and said, "Today is Boss Yi's birthday. I promised to give him a car. You can pick one for him. Old Yi, find a place to sit." This Mr. Yi is none other than Mr. Yi from the Dihao Hotel. When he saw Gong Tianyu, he greeted him very respectfully and asked, "Young Master Tian, can I sit down?" Gong Tianyu said calmly, "Sit down." "Thank you, sir, for letting me sit." This scene shocked everyone in the car dealership. Mr. Yi, the boss of Dihao Hotel, even had to ask him for permission to sit down. Who is this person? Boss Yi's hotel does international business. Even if he went to the imperial capital or the magic city, the bigwigs in the political and business circles had to give him some face. Now, he is so respectful to a young man? Everyone's jaws almost dropped, and they were curious about Gong Tianyu's identity. After Boss Yi sat down, he greeted Gong Tianyu and said, "Mr. Tian, what car did you buy?" Gong Tianyu said unhappily, "Humph. What are you buying?" "I just want to buy a 100 million yuan worth of broken car, and they said I don't have the temperament for it. And let me piss myself in the mirror." Boss Yi flew into a rage on the spot, "Damn it. If you don't have any temperament, who the hell does?" Boss Yi turned to look at the salesman. "Do you know who he is?" Chapter 35, spending 2 billion to buy a car, the Emperor of Shanghai was tortured and cried. The salesman in the car dealership looked pale. "No, I don't know." The boss of the car dealership also asked curiously, "Old Yi, who is this young man?" "He is the behind-the-scenes boss of Jioding Investment, and also the founder of the recent Tianxian facial mask." Boss Yi excitedly revealed Gong Tianyu's identity. Boss Yi looked at the sales group coldly and couldn't help cursing. "You are making fun of Mr. Tian for having no temperament. You are blinded by your dog eyes. Don't you know the watches Mr. Tian and his wife are wearing? The value of these two watches alone is as high as 50 million. He doesn't have the temperament to drive a 100 million yuan car. Then tell me, who has the temperament?" After knowing Gong Tianyu's identity, the car dealership owner lost his composure. His heart was so nervous that it was in his throat. Damn it! This ordinary, yet stunning general is better than Gong Tianyu. It turned out to be such a big Buddha. These stupid salesmen at home not only failed to serve people well, but also offended them badly. Given the current status of this Buddha in Seoul, it is enough to make him bankrupt in a minute. The boss, Wang Duoyu, angrily said to his subordinates, "Who the hell humiliated young Master Tian just now? Everyone, stand up." Several female saleswomen hung their heads and looked at Gong Tianyu with fear. "Mr. Tian, we shouldn't have said such mean things just now. You treat us like shit." Gong Tianyu said to Wang Duoyu, "From now on, I don't want to see them here again." Wang Duoyu snorted at the salesman, "You guys are fired. The car dealership doesn't need salesmen like you." These female salesmen cried and said, "My God, we can't lose this job." Gong Tianyu sneered, "You make money but don't give it to me. What does it have to do with me whether you have a job or not?" The saleswomen hurriedly said, "We will give you half of our monthly salary, please give us a way out." Gong Tianyu laughed and said, "How much money do I owe you?" The female salespeople all became mute. Yes. He is the boss of Jioding Group. Would he be short of money? As arrogant as they were before, they are now as miserable as eggplants hit by frost. They were about to leave the car dealership when Gong Tianyu stopped them. "Stop. Did I let you go? Didn't someone say before that if I can afford 1 billion today, she would perform a handstand and have diarrhea? Come on, next, I'll show you whether I can afford the 1 billion. The girl's face suddenly lost all color. She asked weakly, "If I do, will you let me continue in sales?" Xin Xiao, the emperor of Shanghai, who had not spoken for a long time, interrupted and said, "Do you have the capital to negotiate with them?" The salesperson was completely dumbfounded and regretted her decision to bits. If she had known that Gong Tianyu had such a powerful background, she would not have been so mean. The car owners who had previously laughed at Gong Tianyu also apologized immediately. "We were disrespectful to you before, we slapped ourselves 100 times, and hope to get your forgiveness." Gong Tianyu didn't stop them either. Since they did something wrong, they should pay the price for their actions. Wang Duoyu looked at the other sales ladies and shouted, "Who can introduce the car to Mr. Tian?" A quiet and shy girl volunteered, "Chairman, let me do it." This little girl was the only one who had never laughed at Gong Tianyu.
Gong Tianyu took out his wallet and held the bank card between his two hands. I want to order 30 Bugatti Veyrons. Please introduce me to 2 sports cars worth over 100 million. Gurgle. Everyone in the car dealership had a lump in their throat and was swallowing their saliva uncontrollably. This is a Bugatti Veyron. The price of one machine was 50 million, and you just opened your mouth and ordered 30 machines? What does 30 units mean? That's a whopping 1.5 billion yuan. Wang Duoyu couldn't help but ask, well, may I ask, Sir Tian, you want so many Bugatti Veyrons, are you going to use them as wedding cars? Gong Tianyu smiled and said, we have 30 chefs employed at home. We usually have to use them to buy groceries and so on. Giving them a family grocery shopping cart can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. In front of a 50 million sports car, all kinds of rich second generations and powerful people who want to do something have to be cautious and think twice. If it were a junk car worth several $1,000,000, it wouldn't have this effect. The people around suddenly felt a chill. A Bugatti Veyron worth 50 million, is it just the car of your servant? Damn it! Damn rich people! Qin Shao held his forehead and threw the car keys to the salesperson. Return my Bugatti, I don't want this car anymore. If he buys this car again, he will be laughed at by the rich second generation circle for a year. A car worth 50 million yuan is only as much as the price of 2 watches for Gong Tianyu. This is not unacceptable. But now, Gong Tianyu ordered 30 units, saying that he wanted to buy food for the chef at home. He is a rich second generation with such a high status, but his car is just someone else's family's grocery shopping cart? He can't afford to lose this person. The shy saleswoman, after being surprised, introduced to Gong Tianyu, Sir, we have 2 cars worth 100 million yuan, one is a Lycan and the other is a Koenigsegg. If you are not in a hurry, you can also pre-order the 300 million sound of the night. Gong Tianyu said proudly, it's okay. I want all 3 of them, and I'll pay for them in full. The shy salesman couldn't help but advise, Sir, there are so many cars, we can't drive them all. Gong Tianyu disagreed, how can it be impossible to open it? In the future, my son, my grandson, my great-grandson, and my wife's grandson, won't they all be able to open it? The shy saleswoman covered her mouth and chuckled, okay, you have money and you can do whatever you want, I'll go, and swipe the card. The saleswoman swiped the card through the POS machine. Ding! Pay 2 billion yuan. Payment successful. Boss Yi, Wang Duoyu, and young Master Qin who were present were all stunned. This is not a small amount of money. A huge sum of 2 billion yuan, just spent it without even blinking an eye? Damn! You don't even buy cabbage like this, right? The salesman who had laughed at Gong Tianyu before now had hot faces. It was not until this moment that they realized how ridiculous they had been. Young Master Qin stood up, walked in front of Gong Tianyu, and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Young Master Tian, hello, I am Shao Qin from the Magic City, can I be your friend? Gong Tianyu exchanged contact information with him and said to him, just call me Brother Yu. Okay, Brother Yu, when you go to the Magic City, I'll treat you to a meal. Ding! You spent 2 billion to buy a car, triggering the 24-hour super rich reward. Reward content, $1 billion luxury car gift package. Open? Chapter 36 $1 billion luxury car gift package, with a total value of 4 billion. Open it. Gong Tianyu said decisively. You have obtained Lamborghini Hermes 1, worth 380 million, Rolls-Royce Silver Charm 1, worth 1.55 billion, Gold Sports Car 1, worth 2.03 billion. Comes with exclusive toys for the super rich, Bugatti Firestar 1. Please pay attention to the delivery call within 3 months. Hiss. Even Gong Tianyu couldn't remain calm. This wave of $1 billion luxury car gift packages directly reached a terrifying 4 billion. Although, Gong Tianyu also has the purchasing power. But after all, you have to spend your own money. How can something that you buy with money be better than something that you get for free? Moreover, except for the Bugatti Bolide, these cars are basically limited edition cars, with only one in the world, and they are not sold to the public. It's the kind of car that you can't get no matter how much money you have. Each of these cars is a symbol of identity and social status. I'm really looking forward to the day when these cars are delivered. Gong Tianyu turned to look at the saleswoman and said, I paid more than 1 billion yuan. I spent 2 billion yuan on the car. I don't need you to do a handstand and poop. That thing is too dirty. Show me how to wash your hair upside down. The female salesperson was so helpless that she could only do as she was told. Other people in the store brought a basin of cold water and put shampoo in it.
Or maybe because the female salesperson was not popular, the water they got was extremely cold, like mineral water that had just been chilled out of the refrigerator. Standing upside down and drinking icy shampoo made the saleswoman experience what it meant to feel chilled to the bone. People in the dealership also took photos and recorded videos. At this moment, she felt so regretful. Why would she provoke Gong Tianyu for no reason? If she could do it all over again, she would never look down on others again.
It's too late to realize it now.
Wang Duoyu glanced at the saleswoman and snorted, "Now that you're done, take off your work clothes and get out."
These salesmen left in despair. No one sympathized with them, everyone just thought they deserved it. Why mess with such a big Buddha when you could mess with anyone else? Boss Yi stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Tian, on getting your favorite car. On behalf of the Imperial Hotel, I would like to present you with a free annual card as a blessing for Mr. Tian's purchase of a car. Holding this card, you can stay in all suites at Imperial hotels around the world for free within 1 year." Gong Tianyu gladly accepted it. "Thank you very much, Boss Yi." Boss Yi laughed, "Mr. Tian, you don't have to thank me. I will have to trouble your Jioding investment in future business." Wang Duoyu, the owner of the car dealership, also took out a discount card at this moment. "Then I will give you a 10% discount membership card. Next time Mr. Tian comes here to buy a car, you can enjoy a 10% discount service." Gong Tianyu accepted the card and said with a gentle smile, "In the future, I will come to your car dealership more often." "Thank you for your patronage." Wang Duoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally settled. What entrepreneurs lack most is financial investment. Any investment company is their financial backer. In the investment field, the most outstanding one is Jioding Investment. Jioding Investment is financially strong.
Although its original market value was only 80 billion, it has now risen to a terrifying market value of 200 or 300 billion.
As long as you make friends with Gong Tianyu, you will have the opportunity to get investment. Gong Tianyu said to Wang Duoyu, "Xiaoyu, and I only need to drive this Lycan. Please help me deliver the other cars and the Pagani Fengshan outside to the pure waterfront villa."
Wang Duoyu immediately said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the car." The car models in the dealership, as well as the young ladies who were buying cars, all cast seductive glances at Gong Tianyu. Although he was just over 20 years old, he was already wearing a watch worth 30 million yuan, spending 2 billion yuan on a car, and was also the behind-the-scenes boss of Jioding Investment.
Handsome, rich, young, and promising.
Such a rich man with treasures perfectly meets their standards for choosing a husband. Some couples even quarreled over Gong Tianyu. "Look, she is only in her early 20s and spent 2 billion yuan on a car without blinking an eye. You are over 40 and you are hesitating to buy a car worth 1 million yuan.
The 40-something Mediterranean uncle said unconvincedly, "This little bastard, he just relies on his family, not his parents, he is nothing, how can he compare with me? If it weren't for my father and mother, I was much more awesome than him back then."
When Gong Tianyu heard the other party discussing their parents, he also thought of his parents' faces in his mind.
"I opened the online banking app and transferred some money to my parents' bank card. The money is not too much, just 2 billion. Gong Tianyu didn't give so much because he was afraid of scaring his family. My parents should be able to accept just a few cents of money like 2 billion, right?" Just after the money was transferred, Gong Tianyu received a call from his father at home.
Looking at the uncle next to him, Gong Tianyu playfully pressed the hands-free button.
"Son, why did you transfer 1 billion to Dad?
And your mom also has 1 billion in her card.
Where did you get so much money? Don't mess around outside, are you doing anything illegal?"
Gong Tianyu had already thought of the words, and said calmly, No, in the past few years in college, I learned several professions, started some side jobs, and by the way, I cooperated with a few rich second generations to make some money. The 1 billion yuan I gave you and my mom is your pocket money. I will pay you every month. Don't go to work anymore. Just enjoy your life from now on." The person on the other end of the phone was relieved. "Okay, you didn't commit any crime, Dad is relieved." As the call ended, everyone in the dealership was stunned. From the few words just spoken on the phone, they captured a key piece of information.
That is, Gong Tianyu's family background is very ordinary.
Gong Tianyu truly started from scratch and achieved his current status through his own efforts. Boss Yi, Wang Duoyu, and young Master Qin all had excited expressions on their faces.
Originally, they all thought of Gong Tianyu as a rich second generation.
Only now do they realize how wrong they were. It turns out that he is a genuine first-generation rich. In his early 20s, he was able to become the boss of a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars relying solely on himself. This kind of ability is unprecedented in the business world.
Hiss. Everyone gasped. The uncle's wife started to act up again. Did you hear that? This little brother is not some second-generation rich kid. He truly relies on himself.
The Shanghai Emperor Qinshao, who was sitting next to him, had a dark look on his face. He was extremely speechless.
Who the hell did I offend today?
He was in a good mood and came with 50 million to buy a car, but it turned out to be the same level as Gong Tianyu's family's grocery shopping car. Now, this young couple quarreled and described him, a rich second generation, as shit.
Damn it, I shouldn't have gone out today. Gong Tianyu looked at the uncle and laughed. Brother, you and I really can't compare. I have money to spend on my parents, and you have money to play with girls outside. Let's go.
The family has hired a home chef and a bartender, and the big villa they were promised hasn't been bought yet.
Chapter 37, 33 villas, bought for 600 million yuan.
Under the envious gaze of a group of people,
Gong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu drove away in a lichen.
Only a trail of car smoke was left.
After leaving the car dealership, Gong Tianyu went straight to the Changdao Villa area.
In the Changdao Villa district, a parking attendant came up to me warmly and said, "Hello, sir."
Gong Tianyu threw the car keys to him. "Help me park the car. 1,688 yuan, this is your parking tip. I wish you a prosperous journey." After receiving the parking tip, the parking guy smiled happily and said, "Thank you, boss."
Gong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu, hand in hand, walked into the sales hall of the villa area together.
A salesperson in the hall took the initiative to greet him. "Sir, what price do you want to buy a villa for?" Gong Tianyu thought for a moment and asked, "What are the prices of the ones that are on sale now?" "Sir, there are townhouses worth 3 or 4 million.
Gong Tianyu frowned slightly and interrupted the sales lady. "Don't look at townhouses, look at single-family houses." The sales lady was stunned for a moment, then she began to reorganize her words. "For a single-family house, it's 5 or 6 million.
Gong Tianyu asked without much interest, "Are they all worth 5 or 6 million?
The sales lady's expression also changed a little. "Sir, 5 or 6 million is already the cheapest single-family house.
It won't sell for less than this price." Gong Tianyu couldn't help laughing and said, "I'm not looking for a cheaper one, I'm asking you if there's anything more expensive." "Ah? More expensive?"
"Yes, it does, but the price."
The sales lady hesitated to speak.
She was a little worried because not everyone could afford that price.
Soon, Gong Tianyu dispelled her doubts. "Just tell me the price, I can afford any price." So arrogant?
But soon, the salesgirl noticed Gong Tianyu's watch with her sharp eyes.
"That watch is so handsome, cool, and high-end, it must be worth tens of millions, right?"
She slowly said, "Sir, here, going up, the low-end single-family houses are 16 million, the mid-range ones are 40 million each, and the top ones start at 80 million.
Look, do you still want to buy it?" Gong Tianyu was puzzled. "Buy it? Why not?"
"I want to buy 30 units worth 16 million, 2 units worth 40 million, and 1 unit worth 80 million.
There are 33 villas in total. Can you calculate the price?" The air suddenly fell into deathly silence. Inside the sales hall, all the salesmen present stared at Gong Tianyu.
At such a young age, he asked to buy 33 villas.
"Are you serious?" The sales lady asked again uncertainly, "Sir, how many buildings do you want to buy?" "Building 33? What's the big deal?" Gong Tianyu said disapprovingly. Everyone present felt a chill and was left speechless by Gong Tianyu. How come buying 33 single-family villas is as common as buying a toilet in your place? The sales lady still didn't believe it. "Sir, are you kidding me?" Now, the sales lady is a little skeptical about Gong Tianyu's financial resources. There are 33 buildings. If you calculate the price, it would be a full 600 million yuan. This young man wanted to buy 33 buildings right away. Could it be that he is still asleep?
Although he is wearing a watch worth tens of millions, who knows if it is a model? After all, Gong Tianyu is too young.
"I really want to buy it." "Who is kidding you?" Gong Tianyu was a little angry.
At this time, the parking attendant came in and handed the car keys back to Gong Tianyu, saying respectfully, "Boss, here are your car keys." As the car keys were returned to the person, the attention of the people present also shifted to the keys. There were many wealthy people in the sales hall of Long Island Villa. They were surprised and asked, "Is this Laken's car key?" "Yes, that's right, it's the Lycan, the car in the movie Fast and Furious 7 that flew over 2 skyscrapers. The domestic landing price is at least 100 million. What? A car costs so much? I've only heard of a Bugatti Veyron that cost 50 million before." Compared to the Leica, a car like the Bugatti Veyron is pretty shabby. This guy is only in his early 20s, but he wears a watch worth tens of millions and drives a supercar worth 100 million. I just want to say, wow, that's awesome. Now, there is no need for Gong Tianyu to explain, as a group of people have proved his identity. The sales lady had an extremely wonderful expression on her face. She calmed down her shock and said to Gong Tianyu, "Sir, you need to pay 600 million renminbi for the 33 villas you ordered." 600 million? Just a quarter of a day's income. As long as you survive for 24 hours and breathe for 24 hours, you can earn the full 2.4 billion every day. Gong Tianyu didn't even blink, took out his bank card and swiped it lightly. Ding! Card swiping successful. Pay 600 million renminbi. The sound of the POS machine echoed throughout the sales hall. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Oh my goodness! This is 600 million. You just spent it so readily? At such a young age, he was able to come up with 600 million in liquid funds. I just want to say, wow, that's awesome. Even the top second-generation rich in the country, young Master Wang and young Master Qin, the Emperor of Shanghai, don't dare to squander money like this. After Gong Tianyu swiped his card for 600 million yuan, the salesperson at Changgao Villa also had a big change of attitude. "Sir, please move to the VIP room." With the warm embrace of several young ladies, Gong Tianyu came to the so-called VIP room. High-end cigarettes, red wine and famous tea were placed on display one by the salesman here. One of the saleswomen said, "Sir, I'll go wash the fruit for you." The sales manager directly ordered the salesperson, "Why don't you help me take off my shoes and wash my feet? It's so hot today and I'm wearing shoes. It's so hot. Wash my feet with cold water to cool me down. Wash my sister-in-law too." No one had any complaints. It was their honor to serve a wealthy man like Gong Tianyu. Wearing watches worth tens of millions, driving supercars worth hundreds of millions, and spending 600 million to buy 33 villas, such wealthy people must be treated like gods. As for the procedures for buying a house, Gong Tianyu doesn't need to be involved too much. For a wealthy man like him, there are always people to help him with everything. Gong Tianyu enjoyed the attentive service while eating the washed grapes. The sales manager asked curiously, "Sir, excuse me for asking, but you live alone, so you can just buy one building. You want to buy building 33? Gong Tianyu didn't mind the other party knowing, and said with a smile, "I hired 30 chefs and 2 bartenders at home, and building 32 is their staff dormitory. The most expensive one, I'll live in it myself." This statement shocked everyone. The sales manager was shocked. "What? Your chef's dormitory is the standard of a single-family villa?" Chapter 38, 80 million single-family villa. Yes. Only if a chef lives in a good living environment can he cook the best delicacies. Gong Tianyu said lightly. Just imagine, if a chef doesn't live in a good environment, how good can the food he makes be? Gong Tianyu was very particular about food. The sales staff in the VIP room all looked at Gong Tianyu with strange expressions. Damn it! Just because you are worried about the chef's cooking skills, you arrange for everyone to live in a big villa? What a loser. However, being able to swipe out 600 million without blinking an eye and doing such a thing seems a bit normal. The sales manager said thoughtfully, "Sir, is there any position needed in your family? If so, I would quit my job right now." Gong Tianyu smiled and shook his head, "No." "Okay," the sales manager said, somewhat disappointed and regretful. While they were talking, the transfer transaction of 33 villas was completed. From today on, these 33 villas officially belong to Gong Tianyu's property. Looking at the brand new house, Gong Tianyu felt quite a sense of accomplishment. Now, he owns 35 fully paid properties in Seoul, all of which are large villas. Moreover, all of them were paid in full. Unlike those house slaves, who have to worry about their mortgage all day long. For ordinary people, villas are something they can buy but cannot afford to maintain. But Gong Tianyu didn't have that worry. Every day when he woke up and opened his eyes, 2.4 billion would be deposited into his account. The salesgirl said to Gong Tianyu, "Sir, let me take you to see your villa and introduce it to you."
Okay, let's go, Gong Tianyu said lightly. Several people got into the Rolls-Royce together and it took about half an hour to reach the door of the villa. The salesgirl introduced carefully. Sir, this is a garden design outside. It's mainly for leisure and entertainment. We can have a barbecue in the garden. Or, you can enjoy afternoon tea alone. Gong Tianyu nodded with satisfaction. This place is well designed. The salesgirl then talked about the apartment type and the facilities that the villa has. Our villa has 7 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, 3 master bedrooms and 4 secondary bedrooms. There are also family movie theaters, family aquariums, an outdoor swimming pool on the roof, and a helipad. The garage can hold 10 cars. In short, this villa has everything you need for eating, drinking, and having fun. Basically, nothing is missing. Living here, you can have the ultimate enjoyment. Gong Tianyu smiled and said to the sales lady, It's getting late, you should go and do your work. Xiao Yu and I will go shopping alone. The sales lady understood and said, Then I'll leave first and not disturb your time together. After the sales girl left, Gong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu walked around the villa again. The sofas, tables, chairs, and other furniture are all luxurious high-end products. The two of them sat on the comfortable sofa, drinking ice drinks and looking at the open sea view outside. The lighting in this huge living room is also very good. After waiting for a while, Gong Tianyu took out his mobile phone and called a classmate who dropped out of school early. This classmate's name is Zhang Wansheng. Hello? Huchi, Tianyu, what's wrong? Why did you think of calling me? The voice on the other end of the phone was a little breathless. Gong Tianyu asked, Are you busy now? Zhang Wansheng, not bad, I just finished moving a house for someone, and now I'm counting the money. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, Okay. I have nothing to do later, so come and move my house for me. Do you have time? You can see how much it will cost after that. We have time. We have been classmates for so many years, there is no need to talk about money. Zhang Wansheng agreed readily. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Gong Tianyu couldn't help but smile. After so many years, Zhang Wansheng hasn't changed at all. He is kind-hearted and loyal to his friends. When he took the junior high school entrance exam that year, he failed to get into high school and had to enter the society early. However, he did not have any special skills, so he took a job as a mover. Before the call was hung up, a quarrel could be heard from the other end of the receiver. Zhang Wansheng, you idiot, there are several families who need to move soon, how can you find the time to help your classmates move? Just move if you want. You don't even need to pay for it. Don't you want to live like this? He was my classmate after all, and we had a good time together back then. What's wrong with classmates? Even brothers have to settle accounts. All right. Keep your voice down, don't let Tianyu hear it. Ha, I told him what I said. You have to trouble your old classmates to move. I'm bullying you. What? There is no one moving on 58? You are reluctant to spend the money for moving. Are you too poor to live? Listening to the quarrel on the other end of the phone, Gong Tianyu was upset. If he had known that it would cause such a conflict, he would not have made the call. Gong Tianyu said to them, Stop arguing, I'll find a moving company. Zhang Wansheng was anxious, I'm just a mover, why are you looking for a moving company? Don't listen to this woman, I'm the head of the family, I can make the decision. Gong Tianyu had no choice but to send him a coordinate. More than an hour later. In a moving truck, Gong Tianyu was wearing casual clothes. While driving, Zhang Wansheng chatted with Gong Tianyu, Brother you, after graduation, do you have a place to go? If you have nowhere to go, you can come and work with me moving houses. You can earn 2,000 to 3,000 a day, but moving is a bit tiring. Zhang Wansheng said with satisfaction. Gong Tianyu's expression was a little complicated. With his current wealth and status, he really doesn't care about 2,000 or 3,000 a day. A monthly salary of 80,000 or 90,000 is not worth risking your life. Gong Tianyu knew that Zhang Wansheng was doing this for his own good and did not have any ill intentions. But Zhang Wansheng's wife's words were harsh, we don't hire idlers at Zhang's place. We don't have enough work ourselves. Gong Tianyu had mixed emotions and felt a little sympathetic towards Lao Zhang. He is a good man, how come he has such a wife? Although he thought so, Gong Tianyu didn't say too much. The car drove forward, and Gong Tianyu said, We're here. Let's find a place to park here. When I saw the sign at the door, Zhang Wansheng was stunned. He looked at Gong Tianyu in astonishment and shock, Brother, you're not going to tell me that you live here, are you? Yes. It's here, the East Lake Greentown Pure Waterfront Villa District. Gong Tianyu said lightly. Zhang Wanqing's wife said sarcastically, "Huh, you are so poor and you still live in a villa area? If you lived here, I would believe you if you said a sow could fly to heaven." Gong Tianyu was too lazy to pay attention to the other party and walked quickly to the door of the villa. The security guard at the gate of the villa immediately saluted. "Welcome home, young master." Zhang Wanqing and his wife stood there stupidly. "Young master?" Chapter 39, More than 30 Bugattis, blowing up the streets. The security guard at the door opened the outer door. Gong Tianyu walked into the villa. Although Zhang Wanqing and his wife were surprised, they still followed behind. Arriving at the door of the villa, Gong Tianyu pressed his fingerprint and the door of the villa opened automatically. During this period of time, the chefs in the house happened to be there. "I have arranged a villa for you. It is in the Changdao Villa area," Gong Tianyu said to them with a smile. The family chefs were surprised and asked, "What? Our staff dormitory was directly arranged in the villa area?" "Yes. I made this arrangement because I was worried that your living conditions would be bad and would affect your craftsmanship," Gong Tianyu said truthfully. Zhang Wanqing and his wife had already been numbed by Xiao. Living in a big villa, and hiring a family chef? Even the family chef needs to be arranged with a villa dormitory? Is Gong Tianyu so rich now? Gong Tianyu said to them, "Move up the basic living facilities. Don't take the furniture. We won't need it. You guys move first, I'll take the chefs to the garage to check it out." Gong Tianyu gave an order, and then took the family chefs to the garage in the villa area. With the garage open, a number of brand new and handsome black sports cars came into view. The home chefs are all internationally famous figures. I have also cooked for many celebrities. But now compared with Gong Tianyu, those people are nothing. Just talking about comparing cars, they are no match for Gong Tianyu. Judging by sight, there are probably about 20 or 30 cars in the garage. It's nothing for one person to have 20 or 30 cars. What if these cars are all supercars? Buying a sports car is nothing special. But what if these supercars are Bugatti Veyrons? The entire garage is filled with Bugatti Veyrons. The domestic landing price of each Bugatti Veyron is about 50 to 60 million yuan. About 32 units in total. Next to these Bugatti Veyrons, there is also a Koenigsegg worth over 100 million yuan. Altogether, the minimum amount is more than 1 billion. This moment, a myriad of emotions mingled in the hearts of home cooks. They all turned into one voice: "Boss is awesome." The chef in charge of Chinese food couldn't help but ask, "Boss, why did you buy so many cars?" The Chinese and Western chefs all looked at Gong Tianyu in confusion. Could it be that the boss also has a hobby of collecting? There are so many cars, it's impossible to drive through. Gong Tianyu smiled and said, "This is the grocery shopping cart for you. If you work for me, Gong Tianyu, and need a good car when you go out to do business, you must have one. As long as the employment contract is not terminated, you can continue to drive these cars. It's not intentional damage, so I'll reimburse you for the maintenance, repairs, and fuel costs." The group of home chefs from both the Chinese and Western cuisine sides were all stunned. "A grocery cart assigned to us?" "Yes. Go up and experience it and see if you like it," Gong Tianyu said with a smile. The Chinese and Western chefs were so moved that their eyes filled with tears. They said excitedly, "You are truly the best boss we have ever met." "Boss, don't worry, we will definitely research more new dishes so that you can have different dishes 365 days a year." Gong Tianyu still had a gentle smile on his face. "Thank you for your concern. My old classmate Zhang Wanqing has almost finished cleaning up." Gong Tianyu sat in the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg and said to Zhang Wanqing, "Let's go. Just follow behind these cars." When I saw the scene in front of me, Zhang Wanqing's wife coughed softly and said, "These cars are Bugatti Veyrons, right?" Zhang Wanqing nodded. "Well, the one is worth more than 50 million. You old classmate are really rich. No matter how rich you are, it's someone else's money. Let's go, let's drive and catch up." More than an hour later, a very spectacular scene took place on the streets of Seoul. Behind a Koenigsegg are 32 Bugatti Veyrons. Dozens of supercars are on the streets. All drivers on the road dare not drive too fast. Everyone is afraid of getting pushed in accidentally. If I get into trouble for this, I won't be able to afford the compensation even if I include my next life. On the road, many people exclaimed, "Fuck! 32 Bugatti Veyrons and a Koenigsegg. Who is so rich?
All these cars are worth about 1.7 billion yuan.
They can't all belong to one person, right?
Brother, I suggest you go see an ophthalmologist.
Didn't you see that all the people sitting in the Bugatti Veyron are chefs? Which chef in China can afford a Bugatti Veyron?"
Hiss. In other words, these chefs and the guy driving the Koenigsegg are in a labor-employment relationship.
There is also some lemon essence in the acid. Who is this internet celebrity? He's so ostentatious showing off his wealth.
He has a few stinky cars.
What's he showing off? Some passers-by couldn't stand it any longer. They have a Bugatti Veyron, but you don't even have one. TSK, have you made any contribution to society and the people? Gong Tianyu didn't know all this.
Even if he heard it on the spot, he wouldn't care about such a clown. While waiting for the red light, many girls came to chat with Gong Tianyu. This kind of beauty, who can score 92 points after dressing up, would not even look at Gong Tianyu. Now, one after another, they come to me asking for my contact information. It's really a realistic society. Everyone is looking at money.
Money makes the world go round, and it can make some women put down their arrogance. We drove all the way to Long Island Villa.
Zhang Xiaoyu came out with a bunch of keys and said to the chefs, "This is the staff dormitory that my Tianyu bought for you.
Here, I'll give you the keys to the villa." Because it's too late. After seeing so many villa keys, Zhang Wansheng was shocked.
Although I knew before that Gong Tianyu bought villas for those chefs. But it's not as intuitive as just looking at the key now.
Zhang Wansheng and his wife stayed for dinner. They also had to say goodbye and leave. Gong Tianyu took the cash and handed it to Zhang Wansheng. "Brother, moving money."
Unexpectedly, Zhang Wansheng pushed him away and said, "We are all brothers.
Why do you want money?" "I don't want money."
"Here you go, just take it."
"Don't tear it, what are you tearing?" "No, I really don't want to."
The money fell to the ground, and Zhang Wansheng grabbed his wife and ran away. Zhang Xiaoyu said at the side, "Tianyu, hurry up and drive after him and give him the money. He is a mover and it is not easy for him to be busy so late."
Gong Tianyu smiled and said, "It's okay, no need to chase him. I knew he would be polite to me."
I threw all the money into his car.
"Xiaoyu, summer vacation is coming soon.
The school will have a physical education exam soon. I'm going out for a night run."
"Training."
Zhang Xiaoyu thoughtfully added more clothes for Gong Tianyu. "It just rained yesterday, it's cold outside, wear more clothes and be careful."
Gong Tianyu came outside, and Zhang Wansheng and his wife had not left yet.
Zhang Wansheng's wife punched Zhang Wansheng and said, "He is so rich, he will definitely give you a lot.
You are so stupid that you don't even want his money."
Luckily, when I moved just now, I took a gold necklace with me.
"It's probably worth tens of thousands." Zhang Wansheng got angry on the spot. "Aren't you stealing? Return it immediately." Unexpectedly, the woman was unreasonable. "What are you returning? You have so many things, and you carry them upstairs and downstairs for free, right?" The woman sat in the passenger seat and touched something. Whose bank card is this? There seems to be a note. What's the last 6 digits of the password? Quick, check how much it is."
A few minutes later, a cry of surprise was heard. "Oh my god.
This is 1 million? We are rich. My brother gave me 1 million. He's not the kind of person who takes advantage of me as you think. Let's go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and get a divorce. I've had enough of you."
Gong Tianyu smiled with relief. This brother finally saw clearly what kind of person was around him. 1 million, no more, no less, to help him improve his life. He also took a detour and started exercising. You are running at night, triggering the 24-hour super rich reward.
Trigger reward. Chapter 40. My lovely wife knows yoga, and our home is a paradise of happiness. Today's reward: mastery of all sports skills. Specific content: God level slam dunk long range shooting skills, football skills.
After a burst of dazzling light, a lot of information appeared in Gong Tianyu's head. All of them are top-notch sports skills, including long-distance running, serious fencing.
All kinds of skills related to sports are available. Moreover, it is at the master level. Gong Tianyu could clearly feel that his physical fitness was now stronger. The summer sports meet in a while is a sure thing. Gong Tianyu showed a relieved smile on his face.
I didn't expect that a night run could trigger such a generous reward.
Since childhood, Gong Tianyu has dreamed of becoming a sports athlete.
It was also for this reason that he applied for the Department of Physical Education. Now that he can improve his skills in various sports, he is very happy.
In the slightly cold evening breeze, Gong Tianyu returned to the villa.
Even though it was late, the lights were still on in the living room.
In the spacious living room,
Jiang Xiaoyu was doing yoga, wearing yoga pants that perfectly showed off her graceful figure.
"Are you back?"
Jiang Xiaoyu turned her head and looked over.
Gong Tianyu took off his coat and asked with a smile, "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet?"
Jiang Xiaoyu said in a tender voice, "I am scared to be alone, empty, lonely and cold, I dare not sleep."
Gong Tianyu pinched her little face and said, "Such a big villa, with food, drinks, entertainment and everything, how can it be empty? You're such a straight man, you don't even understand this?"
Jiang Xiaoyu blushed.
Where exactly is the emptiness? Do you readers know? How come I'm a straight man? My girlfriend Jiang Xiaoyu, what did you think of? Gong Tianyu really doesn't understand. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyu's splits, Gong Tianyu asked with concern, "Doesn't it hurt when you do splits like this?"
Jiang Xiaoyu said slowly,
"It hurts. But for you, it's all worth it. I need to have a good figure. What if one day my figure is out of shape and you don't want me anymore? Also, I heard that you men all like girls who can do the splits." Gong Tianyu was very confused.
This girl must have heard what those readers said and was contaminated by them.
These readers are nothing but useless. But he likes it.
Every girl who practices yoga, whether she is supporting her long legs on the wall, doing horizontal or vertical splits, is extremely seductive. What's more, Jiang Xiaoyu is the type with a sweet appearance. Her temperament and appearance are similar to Sister Ife, but she is even more beautiful than Sister Ife. That pair of long white legs would make Hashimoto Na and Hashimiya Hana feel ashamed.
The author is an honest person and does not watch bad movies. Gong Tianyu didn't bother him anymore and went straight to take a cold shower. Comfortable. After changing into pajamas, Gong Tianyu turned on the air conditioner and lay down on the bed.
Jiang Xiaoyu came closer, her beautiful face was within reach. "Husband."
"Ha? What for?" Gong Tianyu was confused. Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her head and blushed, "Yes. What do you want?" Gong Tianyu was a little puzzled. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted her cute little mouth. "What do you think? Do you not like me anymore?" Gong Tianyu said blankly, "No." "Then come over here."
Jiang Xiaoyu hugged Gong Tianyu roughly and rolled to the side.
This scene seemed to bring everything back to the scene in the hospital that day. However, that day she was wearing white stockings, and today she is wearing yoga pants.
"Really, Jiang Xiaoyu," he insisted on pulling me over to let me see the white silk and what material these yoga pants are made of. Fortunately, Gong Tianyu is a sports student, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the torment of this little goblin.
"You're getting better and better. Unlike before, you were so unfamiliar and I was the one taking the lead."
Jiang Xiaoyu praised with a blushing face. Gong Tianyu stroked her hair and said shyly, "After all, we have done this kind of thing so many times, but I prefer the feeling of you taking the lead."
The two chatted shamelessly. P.S. Auditor, I didn't drive. Listen to my excuse. Ugh, listen to my explanation. This couple didn't do anything but chat about life and physiology.
Then, we had an in-depth discussion about the quality of white silk stockings and yoga pants, but nothing was written.
Let's get back to the topic and go back to the villa room. Late at night, the two had another midnight snack. But the embarrassing discovery was that they seemed to have been used up before. Gong Tianyu sighed helplessly, "It's troublesome to live with two people. It consumes more toilet paper than when I was alone."
"Then next time instead of using toilet paper to wipe the house, why not try a different method?" Jiang Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue playfully.
After so many days of contact, Gong Tianyu finally understood.
Don't be fooled by Jiang Xiaoyu's quiet appearance, she is actually a contrast and a bit sultry. Of course, what reassures Gong Tianyu is that she only does this to him. It saves some trouble, as Gong Tianyu doesn't have to adjust that thing slowly. After finishing the midnight snack, Gong Tianyu lay on the bed and chatted with Jiang Xiaoyu about the future. "Tomorrow, let's go buy some clothes.
You have been with me for so long, and I haven't given you anything except a watch."
Jiang Xiaoyu snuggled in his arms obediently. "I don't want those, as long as you are by my side, I will be satisfied."
"How can that be?
My woman must also have what other women have, and what she has must be better than theirs.
Gong Tianyu looked determined. Mua, husband, you are so nice, I will reward you with a kiss. Go to bed, don't kick the quilt at night. I know. Go to bed early and get up early. When I wake up during the day, I will toss and turn with my husband. I am your husband, a serious man. I don't know who it is, but when you see me wearing black stockings, your eyes almost pop out, and you say no, but when I give it to you, you are more proactive than me. The two of them were enjoying their time as a couple. The moonlight poured in from the window, shining on the two of them. This night is quiet and peaceful.
Jiang Xiaoyu and Gong Tianyu both had happy smiles on their faces.
Although not married yet.
But it is better than many newlyweds. Whether it is her or him, they are the right person for each other. Jiang Xiaoyu murmured in her sleep, speaking cute and playful words.
Hubby. I want to be with you forever, and we will never be apart. Grow old together, hee hee. The sky outside gradually brightened. Gong Tianyu was woken up by a text message on his mobile phone. For fear of missing any message from anyone, Gong Tianyu would not silence his phone even when he was sleeping.
I opened more than 10 text messages, all of which were about bank transfers.
The amount of each transaction is 2.4 billion.
There was also a largest transfer of hundreds of billions of dollars.
Oh, it's so annoying. Every day when I wake up, I have hundreds of billions.
This is indeed a lot of money, but it can never be spent. Just as Gong Tianyu was thinking about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong.
Looking at Jiang Xiaoyu doing that. Gong Tianyu, what are you doing? I see you seem to be in pain, let me help you. Chapter 41 Threaten me? One phone call will make you bankrupt. Early in the morning, the two of them worked for several hours.
After breakfast, Gong Tianyu drove to a large luxury store.
All major luxury brands have set up shop here. Gong Tianyu and the other man, dressed simply, did not fit in with the environment here.
Those who come here to spend money are all rich second generations and wealthy ladies. They were dressed brightly and beautifully. The shopping guides are also more willing to serve them.
Xiaoyu, whatever skirt or dress you like, just pick it out and your husband will pay for it. Gong Tianyu said lovingly.
Jiang Xiaoyu said happily, yeah, husband, you are so nice, then I will go and pick it. If Gong Tianyu was still the poor student before, Jiang Xiaoyu would never dare to do this. But now, she knows that the thing her husband Gong Tianyu has the most is money.
Gong Tianyu ignored her and stood there playing with his phone.
The shopping guide here looked at the two with disgust and said something harsh. He is wearing tattered clothes and he is paying for it.
He doesn't even know where this place is.
That's right, this little girl is so pitiful, needing such a scumbag.
There must be something hateful about pitiful people. It's just that this little girl is stupid. How could a normal girl be deceived by such a scumbag? If my girl dated a scumbag like this, I would break his legs. Even though they were whispering very quietly, Gong Tianyu could still hear it clearly. He didn't care. Did he need to take to heart what several people from the lower classes of society were saying about him? After a game is almost over. Jiang Xiaoyu also picked out her dresses. Honey, I've chosen them. Let's just pick these. Gong Tianyu nodded. Okay, let's go and pay the bill.
Just then, a hand pressed on the clothes. I want these little skirts. A young girl in her early 20s was looking at Jiang Xiaoyu with pride. There was a big hand on her slender waist, and the man holding her was at least in his 50s, old enough to be her father. After seeing the man, the shopping guides rushed over to greet him. Mr. Su, good evening.
The Su family of Seoul is the strongest, and its status is second only to the Shangwon family.
People in the luxury store didn't dare to neglect him at all.
Su Baixiang waved his hand and said to the shopping guides, pack these skirts for my goddaughter. She likes them. Okay, let's pack it up right away.
Several shopping guides snatched the clothes directly from Jiang Xiaoyu.
Gong Tianyu frowned and coughed unhappily. Did I ask you to pretend?
These clothes were picked out by my Xiaoyu first.
Do you understand who comes first?
The shopping guides were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You talk as if you can afford it.
We're already giving you a lot of face by not kicking you out like a dog. Who gave you the courage to snatch things from Patriarch Su?
Get out now and don't affect our business.
Gong Tianyu's face was cold. You are just a small shopping guide. Who gave you the right to drive away customers? Does the boss of your store know?
Su Baixiang, who was standing aside, looked at Gong Tianyu and said unhappily, poor student, get out of my sight right now and don't mess up the mood between me and my goddaughter.
Gong Tianyu sneered and asked, what if I don't? Then I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Su Baiqiang looked vicious. Gong Tianyu looked at Su Baiqiang with pity. Then let me see if you have the ability today. Gong Tianyu never takes the initiative to cause trouble.
He has always been like this. I will not offend others unless they offend me.
But there are disgusting flies like Su Baiqiang. He wouldn't mind crushing one.
What Gong Tianyu hates most is being threatened by others.
Gong Tianyu took out his cell phone from his pocket and called the person in charge of Jioding Investment. The other end of the phone, boss, what can I do for you? Within 10 minutes, I will bankrupt the Su family in Seoul and complete the acquisition of the Seoul luxury goods flagship store. Gong Tianyu's voice was cold and majestic. Gong Tianyu was angry. If the rich man gets angry, the consequences will be serious. The person on the other end of the phone quickly responded, boss, you underestimate our efficiency. It doesn't take 10 minutes to do these things. 5 minutes is enough. After hanging up the phone, Gong Tianyu glanced at Su Baiqiang. In 5 minutes, there will be no Su family in Seoul. The shopping guides burst into laughter. You are wearing a few hundred yuan worth of rags, and you want to buy our luxury goods flagship store? You are really a fool. You are really an eye-opener. You are such a pretentious guy. You want to buy this place. Do you know how much it costs to buy this place?
Su Baiqiang's goddaughter also laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Godfather, he said he would make you bankrupt. I am dying of laughter, my stomach hurts.
Su Baiqiang also laughed out loud. He is a fucking idiot, a moron, just like the idiot in my daughter's school. She said that the student's name is Gong Tianyu, and he has no money but still acts cool every day. Gong Tianyu asked curiously, is your daughter called Su Shui? She has a best friend named Gu Xiaxia, who was recently beaten and hospitalized. Su Baiqiang was stunned and looked at Gong Tianyu in surprise. How did you know?
Gong Tianyu chuckled, because I am the poor student she mentioned, Gong Tianyu.
Su Baiqiang suddenly realized. So it's you. No wonder you're so good at pretending. Today I want to see how you make me bankrupt. If I'm not bankrupt, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. 3 minutes later. The cell phone in Su Baiqiang's pocket vibrated. Someone called.
Until he answered the phone, he was still arrogant. It's the company calling, it must be something else.
You're a poor student, I don't believe you have that much ability.
While talking, Su Baiqiang pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. On the other end of the phone was a core executive of the company. Boss, this is bad.
We've been sued by the bank. If we can't pay back the corporate loan, the company will be foreclosed.
Even a few years ago, the dirty things we did were exposed, and people from the court have come. Su Baiqiang's hands were shaking and the phone slipped from his hands.
It fell to the ground with a clang. Beads of sweat as big as beans dripped from his forehead.
He has been doing business for so many years, and he will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. He naturally knew what those dirty things were. Altogether, it's enough to sentence him to 30 or 40 years.
Su Baiqiang's face lost all color, and he looked at Gong Tianyu fiercely. How did you do it? Who are you? Gong Tianyu looked at Su Baiqiang coldly. Do you want to know my identity?
Chapter 42. You have broken the sky, there is no room for begging for mercy.
Su Baiqiang said weakly, I want to. Okay. It's okay to tell you.
My identity is the behind-the-scenes boss of Jioding Investment. The call just now was made to Jioding Investment.
Gong Tianyu said in a cold voice. Jioding Investment. Boom. Su Baiqiang's mind went blank and he just stood there in a daze.
It turned out to be this huge monster. Jioding Investment has a market value of hundreds of billions. Even the richest man in Seoul has to please and fawn on him. He suddenly felt a deep sense of regret in his heart.
Damn it, what's wrong with me to offend such an ancestor?
With a thud, Su Baiqiang knelt down. It was all my fault that I was blind and didn't recognize the identity of the Hanqing Tiangong.
I couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth before.
I kneel down to apologize to you, sir.
Sir, please take back your magical powers. I don't want to go bankrupt yet. I haven't enjoyed enough in my life.
Su Baiqiang cried with tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice choked with sobs, and he almost called Gong Tianyu daddy.
Gong Tianyu was unmoved and snorted coldly. You are so outspoken and have offended me. Just because of a simple apology, I will indulge you?
Su Baiqiang's face was filled with despair and he collapsed. Then, Master Tian, what exactly do I need to forgive me?
Just face it calmly. I, Gong Tianyu, always keep my word.
If I say I will bankrupt you, I will definitely do it. This scene stunned everyone in the luxury store.
The head of the wealthy Su family knelt down in public to this young man? Has anyone dealt with the tyrannical head of the Su family?
In Seoul, there are only a handful of people who can force Su Baiqiang to kneel in public.
This young man whom they looked down upon was actually the boss of Jioding Investment?
Cold sweat suddenly broke out on their foreheads, and they were a little worried about Gong Tianyu's revenge.
When everyone was stunned, footsteps were heard in the distance.
Among the people coming before him, some had blonde hair and blue eyes, and were wearing luxury goods. In this large luxury goods mall, all the store managers were stunned.
The manager of the LV store walked over quickly and said, "Boss."
The operations manager of the Dior store also said to a middle-aged man, "Boss."
Burberry and Patek Philippe had almost the same reaction, "Boss, why are you here in person?"
These foreigners ignored the store managers and came to Gong Tianyu with paper contracts. "Mr. Gong, you have acquired our company. This is the share transfer agreement. From today on, you have absolute control."
Gong Tianyu signed his name.
The former boss of Dior looked at the store managers and salesmen below and announced, "From now on, Dior Luxury Group officially belongs to Mr. Gong Tianyu."
This news was like a bolt from the blue to those who had humiliated Gong Tianyu. Gong Tianyu became the new boss and the big boss above them.
Several people were terrified when they thought of the humiliation they had inflicted on Gong Tianyu before. Gong Tianyu cast his cold eyes on them and said to them, "If you don't sell me clothes, I will buy all of them.
From now on, you can go away. I don't need employees like you."
These female salespeople looked miserable and collapsed on the spot. "Boss, please give us a chance to start over."
Gong Tianyu sneered and asked, "We are both first-timers, why should I give in to you?" Gong Tianyu doesn't believe the nonsense of these people who look down on others.
There is a saying that goes, "A dog will always eat shit." Several salesmen stopped crying, and their faces looked sadder than if their own mother had died.
They must be regretting it so much. They have nothing better to do than to provoke Gong Tianyu.
Now, I have lost my job and can't pay my mortgage and car loan.
The future is ruined.
The drastic measures scared the sales staff of major luxury stores. In their hearts, they all felt grateful for having survived the disaster.
Fortunately, Gong Tianyu did not go to their store. Otherwise, who can guarantee that Gong Tianyu will not be offended 100%?
If a small store manager or salesperson were to offend Gong Tianyu and anger the boss behind Jioding Investment, it would be a disaster. They dare not even think about the consequences that will arise. The female college student in her early 20s reluctantly said, "My little skirt." It would have been fine if she didn't mention it, but when she did, several malicious glances were instantly cast towards her. Su Baiqiang grabbed the college student's hair and slapped him in the face.
"You bitch, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, would I have been so blind as to offend the boss of Jioding Investment? I'll beat you to death, you bitch."
Those salesmen who lost their jobs also put all their resentment on this girl.
If she didn't like that skirt, why would they humiliate Gong Tianyu for no reason?
Several women, all in one voice, said, "Sisters, this bitch caused us to lose our jobs. Let's tear her apart together." The scene was a mess. Amidst the traditional Chinese quintessence and screams, the girl's face was covered in blood. The people around her, however, had no sympathy for her at all. At such a prime time in her youth, instead of working hard with her own hands, she trades her youth and body for money and finds someone to keep her as a mistress. The most important thing is that she is just a mistress and likes to stir up trouble.
Everyone thought it was a good fight. Gong Tianyu's emotions didn't fluctuate much, it was just a bunch of dogs biting each other.
Gong Tianyu waved at the shops around him and said, "Please introduce bags, belts, clothes, pants, shoes, etc. to me and my Xiaoyu."
Today, Gong Tianyu is the owner of several major luxury brands. Of course, they did not dare to be negligent and immediately started serving.
Various fashionable dresses, evening gowns, and bags were all worn by Jiang Xiaoyu.
Gong Tianyu also changed into a set of luxury goods. As the saying goes, Buddha needs golden ornaments and people rely on clothes. Wearing all kinds of handsome clothes, Gong Tianyu's temperament is immediately highlighted.
When Gong Tianyu walked out of the fitting room, he stunned everyone. His noble, cool and handsome temperament makes the female salesman's hearts beat fast, and all the men want to go back and transform themselves into him. It was so handsome and cool that at this moment, they forgot to breathe and their hearts stopped beating.
This man should only exist in heaven, how can we ever hear of him in the world? Jiang Xiaoyu is just like a delicate princess.
Only her face and temperament are worthy of such a perfect Gong Tianyu.
Except for Gong Tianyu, any man would feel inferior in front of Jiang Xiaoyu's beauty. Gong Tianyu came to the front desk and said, "Check out. Calculate how much it costs."
Chapter 43. Dad begs you to go and sleep with him for one night.
The store managers of various luxury goods smiled and said, "Boss, you are joking. All the properties here are yours. You don't need to pay a penny." Gong Tianyu asked, "How much is our total worth?"
The salesperson explained to Gong Tianyu, "If you add them all up, the total value is about 50 million. The LV bag in the boss lady's hand was sold for 8 million.
This price is okay." Gong Tianyu and Jiang Xiaoyu left here together.
A few hours later, the news of Su Group's bankruptcy directly became a hot topic.
Su Group is in debt of 5 billion and has been sued by many banks across the country. The group officially announced bankruptcy.
This big news caused quite a stir in Seoul's business community.
Which large enterprise does not owe money to the bank?
Generally speaking, if a company has a bright future, banks will not suddenly demand repayment of debts. The Su Group has had a very good business prospect in recent years.
Among the second-tier family businesses, besides the Shangwan family, there is the Su family. If the bank suddenly demands payment from them, there is only one possibility.
The Su Group offended someone and was screwed.
Who in Seoul has such great power? For a time, all the heads of the second-tier families were in a panic.
If there is a fool in the family who angers the ancestor because he does not recognize him, he will face unexpected disaster.
Inside Seoul Hospital.
Several doctors in white coats said with cold faces, "Su Shui, get off the bed immediately. From now on, you can no longer stay in this hospital." Su Shui was also a rich lady, and she had never been wronged like this before.
She clenched her fists and said, "I'm not fully recovered yet, and you dare to force me to leave? Do you believe me or not? I'll ask my dad to deal with you." "My father, Su Baixiang, do you know him?"
The doctor in a white coat pulled Su Shui off the bed and snorted unhappily, "Miss Su, you probably don't know that your family has gone bankrupt, right?"
Su Shui, Gu Xiaxia, and the others were like they had just heard a huge joke. What a joke! The Su family's business has always been booming and has a strong momentum of development. It even has a tendency to surpass the Shangwan family.
The only way to force the Su family into bankruptcy is for the Han family to take action themselves. However, the Su and Han families have no grudges in the past or today, so the Han family will not take action. Inside the ward, a group of doctors and nurses burst into laughter and looked at them as if they were idiots.
Su Shui gritted her teeth and said, "My dad can't possibly go bankrupt. You all just wait for me. I'm going home to find my dad right now.
If he finds out that you're spreading rumors, my dad will kill all of you." In the hospital, no one paid attention to her words. They all mocked and humiliated her. "Now, your father can't be killed by anyone except chickens, ducks, geese, ants and flies." Su Shui returned home with injuries and on crutches. Before she even entered, she heard her father crying. The coffee table was covered with empty wine bottles.
Su Baixiang looked older and more haggard. He kept muttering, "It's gone. It's all gone. Everything is gone." Seeing Su Baixiang's decadent look, Su Shui was stunned. Are all the things the doctors said true? Is her dad really bankrupt? Su Shui walked up to Su Baixiang and said, "Dad." Su Baixiang raised his head and saw his daughter Su Shui. He slapped her in the face and said, "It's all your fault." Su Shui covered her face and said aggrievedly, "What's wrong with me? I have been in the hospital these days." "You're just talking nonsense, saying that Gong Tianyu is a poor bastard. How could he end up like this?" Su Baixiang shouted angrily.
Looking at her bewildered father, Su Shui said uncomfortably, "He was originally a poor bastard, a poor loser who stole and spent other people's money."
"I just said he was poor, so what? Gu Xiaxia and Ma Mingyang all know him. Are you sick? You actually imagine that he could make you like this? You can kill an ant like him in a minute. You are an entrepreneur from a second-tier family.
Because of a Gong Tianyu. First he was beaten by the Han family, and now he is beaten by his own father."
Su Shui's hatred towards Gong Tianyu reached its peak. Puff!
Su Baixiang spat out a mouthful of blood and slapped Su Shui in the face again. "Ha, damn it, stay away from these brainless people in the future. They are poor bastards and have blinded your dog eyes. All the top 10 luxury brands in the luxury mall were bought by Gong Tianyu. He even made your father go bankrupt with just one phone call. How could a poor thief do this? Su Baiqiang's words were like a bomb, exploding in Su Shue's heart. Su Shue's face turned pale. She looked at Su Baiqiang in disbelief, and her voice trembled. You said that the situation our family is in today was all caused by Gong Tianyu? Su Baiqiang looked extremely unhappy. Yes, with just one phone call from him, our family's business is gone. At this moment, Su Shue felt mixed emotions. Thinking back to what had happened before, she understood everything in an instant. Gong Tianyu drives a Pagani Huayra, a 30 million supercar, to school. He was wearing a Louis Monet meteorite watch, which cost 30 million. That night, the head of Jioding Investment invited me to the Dihao Hotel with great respect. When she and Gu Xiaxia went to the Han family to file a complaint, not only were they not rewarded, they were also beaten to the hospital by the Han family. The more they spoke ill of Gong Tianyu, the worse they were beaten at the Han family. Are these things a poor student can do? My identity has been revealed to them more than once. He is really a poor student, how can he do all this? Thinking of the stupid things she had done before, Su Shui wanted to slap herself in the face. In Gong Tianyu's heart, she is just a fool, right? Until today, she didn't realize how ridiculous she was. At this moment, a group of police officers rushed in. Don't move. Su Baiqiang, you are suspected of smuggling, training thugs, doing business in the black area, tax evasion, and engaging in illegal activities. You are now arrested according to the law. Su Baiqiang allowed the handcuffs to be put on his hands. Before leaving, Su Baiqiang asked, Officer, can I have a few last words with my daughter? The police station agreed to this request. Su Baiqiang took his daughter Su Shue's hand and came to the side, whispering, Shuer, Dad doesn't want to die. You are a woman, and you are about the same age as Gong Tianyu. For Dad, use your body to sleep with Gong Tianyu once, and see if you can get him to use his connections to get me out of here. You are the only one who can save Dad. Even if you can't be his woman, you can be his mistress. Su Shui had tears on her face. Dad, Su Baiqiang said helplessly, Shuer, listen to me. Don't you want to continue to be a rich girl? Just open your legs and our family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, and your father will not go to jail. Promise Dad, okay? Chapter 44 Beauty. Don't try me to commit a crime. Seeing this unexpected change in her family, Su Shui nodded with a dull look in her eyes. Su Shui gritted her teeth and said, Okay. Dad, I promise you. Su Baiqiang smiled with relief. Dad's love for you is not in vain. In the hotel private room, Gong Tianyu looked at Su Shui in front of him and couldn't help asking, Why did you ask me to come to a place like this? Su Shui didn't say anything either, with tears in her eyes. She untied the straps on her skirt and then unbuttoned it one button at a time. Large areas of crystal white skin were exposed to the air. She firmly believed that no man could resist the temptation of her body. Including Gong Tianyu, no exception. She took off all her clothes, not a single piece of clothing on her body. Gong Tianyu frowned and said unhappily, Why did you take them all off? Then should I put on a little more? Su Shue's pretty face was shy. Gong Tianyu's face was filled with black lines. Is this what he meant? He didn't want her to take it off, did he? Mr. Tian, I want to sleep with you. Can you use your connections to get my dad out from the police station? Su Shui gradually expressed her purpose. That jade leg had already moved towards Gong Tianyu. It is totally tempting people to commit crimes. Gong Tianyu slapped Su Shui's legs away and asked in confusion, Isn't your father bankrupt? The company went bankrupt, but he shouldn't be arrested, right? Su Shui lowered her head and said weakly, He runs a casino, a club that provides nightlife for people, and a lot of shady businesses. So? The expression on Gong Tianyu's face gradually became colder. This Su Baiqiang is so bold. They even dare to do these illegal and criminal things. Su Shui's hand, like a cat's paw, was actually moving towards that place. Gong Tianyu quickly crossed his legs to prevent her from succeeding. Su Shui seemed to have thought of something, and said to Gong Tianyu, Mr. Tian, this hotel is very remote and tightly closed, my sister-in-law won't know. No matter how exciting the method is, I can accept it. You can have sex with me. As she spoke, she was about to make a bolder move. Those juicy red lips, that cow-like figure. It's about to be posted. Gong Tianyu has no desire to do that kind of thing. Even if there was, it wasn't with Su Shui. He just wanted to get out of here.
There is a school sports competition tomorrow, and he needs to practice more. Strive to get a good ranking in the competition. By then, we can also win glory for our country in sports. Who doesn't have a dream? I don't even have enough time to pursue my dreams, so where do I find the time to bullshit here? Besides, he couldn't do what Su Shui asked him to do. Gong Tianyu said sternly, I won't sleep with you. I can't solve your father's problem. I'm just a small private business owner. I don't have the power to whitewash criminals. Even if I have this power, I won't use it. I hope you can respect yourself, Miss Su. Su Shui was unwilling. What if I don't ask you to save my dad, but just ask you to have sex with me once? I don't want you to be responsible. We can't be seen in public, so it doesn't matter. She knew very well in her heart that her father would probably never come out again in this life. She will have nothing and she must find someone to rely on again. Gong Tianyu snorted coldly, you don't deserve it. After saying that, Gong Tianyu left the hotel indifferently without any reluctance. Inside the hotel, Su Shui felt a deep sense of humiliation. Look in the mirror. Look at that angelic face and devilish figure. Not to mention being compared with Jiang Xiaoyu, but at least she has her own charm. With this face and this figure, she has charmed countless boys in college. But she was naked in front of him, and he didn't even look at her. Am I ugly? Am I bad? Su Shui asked herself 2 questions in a row. Thinking of the waist that she once looked down upon and felt disgusted at the mere sight of him. Now, because her family has fallen into poverty, she has to take off all her clothes and beg for a chance to have sex with him. This huge gap in status and Gong Tianyu's attitude towards her body shattered all her pride. It's not that Gong Tianyu's Taoism is stable. It's just that you suddenly ask a person who is used to driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions to drive a crappy BMW. He certainly wouldn't have any appetite. In the face of Jiang Xiaoyu's beauty and figure, no woman could catch Gong Tianyu's eye. What's more, Su Shui is a woman with bad character. In short, don't mess around. Su Shui was angrily smashing things in the hotel. She opened her phone and saw the names of Gu Xiaxia, Ma Mingyang, and Song Hao, and she deleted them all. If these idiots hadn't misled her, why would she be so awkward with Gong Tianyu? The family went bankrupt, all because of Gu Xiaxia, the idiot. Gong Tianyu refused to sleep with her, and it was also Gu Xiaxia's fault, the idiot. Damn it, Tian said that Gong Tianyu was a poor bastard, so compared with Gong Tianyu, what were they? The fighting bastards among the poor bastards? Her resentment reached an extreme point. If possible, she wanted to tear Gu Xiaxia apart with her own hands. Only by killing this bitch can she vent the hatred in her heart. After leaving the hotel, Gong Tianyu started his devilish training right away. The Department of Physical Education should also give a satisfactory answer after half a year of study this year. After exercising, I went home. His lovely wife Jiang Xiaoyu is still waiting for him at home. Gong Tianyu took off his coat, came to Jiang Xiaoyu, and whispered in her ear, Xiaoyu. Ah? Hubby, what's wrong? Gong Tianyu didn't say anything, but gave Jiang Xiaoyu a long and passionate kiss. Jiang Xiaoyu's outfit today is extremely seductive. The white silk suspenders with bows wrapped around the pair of jade-like legs, presenting a very seductive beauty. Gong Tianyu couldn't stand it after just one look. Jiang Xiaoyu blushed and smiled. A few hours later, Jiang Xiaoyu snuggled in Gong Tianyu's arms. Just now, they had a very satisfying discussion about the material of clothes, and they were still not satisfied. Every inch of this white silk suspender has been studied. Gong Tianyu feasted his eyes and said, it is said that most girls' legs can't support white silk stockings, but you are different. Your legs are tailor-made for white silk stockings. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled coquettishly and said, black stockings look good too. Gong Tianyu disagreed, no, that's too tempting. I think white silk is better. It can make a girl look more pure. Black stockings are more suitable for little fairies. They are too lustful. That kind of dress always gives off a sense of indecent attitude. I don't like that kind of worldly smell. I still like it like a little girl, so white silk is what YYDS wear. Jiang Xiaoyu listened carefully and said, then I will stock up some more for my husband, such as suspenders, bows, knee length, one piece, etc. Chapter 45, Slam Dunk Master, Handsome Style. The school sports meet of Seoul National University has officially kicked off. Tables were set up around the playground, and many students bought snacks. The main force in this sports meet is still the sports department.
It consists of long-distance running, basketball, high jump and long jump.
There are men's team and women's team. The music department's drum set was beating loudly.
The beauties from the acting department all wore the coolest short skirts and acted as cheerleaders. The pairs of beautiful legs dancing and the smiles on the girls' faces had already stunned the boys.
Now, the first sport, basketball, begins. Contestants, please take your positions. Gong Tianyu and others got the red team, while Lao Lang and others got the opposing blue team.
In this game, the younger students will face off against the seniors. Old Wolf rubbed his hands and came to the field, looking at Gong Tianyu with hostility. Don't lose too badly later.
Gong Tianyu's face was stern. It's more than enough to torture you, Old Wolf. Lao Lang is a senior and also a sports student. He has a very high reputation in school.
With his tall and strong physique and skilled basketball skills, he has always been called the king of basketball. Lao Lang acted as if he had heard a joke. I just hope your skills with your hands are as good as your skills with your mouth.
The students below were all fans who supported Lao Lang. Come on, Brother Lang will win. As for Gong Tianyu,
the other aspects of the sophomore physical education department are all outstanding, except basketball, which is a weak point. If we have to find a description, it would be similar to the current situation of the Chinese national football team. Whether it's the shooting percentage or the cooperation between teammates, it's too bad. Almost no one is optimistic. In the audience, Jiang Xiaoyu was the only one cheering for Gong Tianyu.
Gu Xiaxia, Ma Mingyang, and the others were lost in thought, thinking about other things. Su Shue's family is really bankrupt. She hasn't come to school for several days. I don't know who the Su family offended. I've asked around, and she hasn't been to school for several days. Is anything wrong with her? Ma Mingyang sighed. I called her but couldn't get through. She blocked me on Penguin and WeChat.
Song Hao, who was standing by, said bitterly, he blocked me too.
Song Hao and Ma Mingyang both felt deeply lost and regretful. Different from Gu Xiaxia and Zhang Nan,
Su Shui not only has a pretty face and a good figure, she is also the daughter of a wealthy family. With their dirty minds, they had already had countless fantasies about Su Shui.
But now, there is no contact information, so what other possibilities are there? Gu Xiaxia said unhappily. TSK, just block her if you want. Do you still think she is the daughter of the Su family?
Now, she is just a poor bastard like Gong Tianyu.
Who would want to play with her? Even if she doesn't delete me, I still want to block her.
In Gu Xiaxia's heart, she still regards Gong Tianyu as the poor and stinky guy before.
Zhang Nan said at the side, don't talk about Su Shui, watch the basketball game. Brother Wolf said that this time he wants to use the basketball rules to trick Gong Tianyu and let him experience the feeling of being hospitalized.
Yeah, that's right, let's appreciate Brother Wolf's heroic appearance together. Several people reached a consensus and watched the game attentively, while cheering for Lao Lang. Come on, Brother Lang.
On the basketball court,
Gong Tianyu had previously received a God-level sports award. On the court, it's like God's help.
For Lao Lang, even touching the basketball was a fantasy, let alone shooting. Gong Tianyu didn't give Lao Lang any chance at all. On the contrary, Gong Tianyu, with his thin body, looks heroic.
God-level ball control, turning around and dribbling past the opponent, and cool fake moves, all done in one go.
The basketball seemed to be given life in his hands.
At this moment, time stands still.
Both teachers and students were stunned.
The senior and junior schoolmates, with their girlish hearts moved, watched the basketball court with an interested look on their faces.
Red team member, Gong Tianyu, made a half-court shot, 3 points. What is the concept of half-time? Shoot the ball from the farthest point from the basket. This is much more difficult than an ordinary 3-point shot.
Every shot made in the half-court is enough to cause screams. If it was just a long shot from a fixed position, it might not be a big deal.
But this was done in an actual confrontation, with the ball intercepted by basketball king Lao Lang. Gu Xiaxia looked unhappy. It's just a half-court game, maybe Gong Tianyu was just lucky. Brother Lang's injury must not have fully healed, which gave Gong Tianyu the opportunity to shoot.
Zhang Nan also said. Song Hao didn't think so, but except for Lao Lang's teammates are all uninjured.
Their basketball skills should not be underestimated. Let's wait and see. On the court, Gong Tianyu dribbled the ball while trying to avoid having the basketball snatched away.
He jumped again, turned his back to the basket, and shot with his backhand.
Bang!
Accompanied by a dull sound, it was another half-court ball.
There was thunderous applause at the scene, and the boys screamed excitedly, "Back projection, half-court ball outside the blind spot, good shot." Such a good shot is only possible during practice. It is too difficult to use it in an actual basketball game due to various factors. Only professional NBA stars have the opportunity to do this. Gong Tianyu was still having fun and felt the same joy as walking a dog. He dribbled the ball and came to the inner circle. Shoot from the three-point line and hit it again. As the basketball fell to the ground, Lao Lang and others rushed to grab the ball like crazy. "If I don't touch the basketball, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to shoot." It's okay to lose a game, but it also depends on who you lose to. Losing to the worst sophomore basketball player? They would probably become the laughingstock of the whole school. The sophomore boys who used to be sleepy were surprisingly energetic and focused, watching the game without even blinking. Wonderful! It's so wonderful! Our sophomore basketball team has stood up. Gong Tianyu, well done, come on Gong Tianyu. The cheerleaders also looked at the figure with longing. Every shooting movement is so cool and neat, and so handsome. On the court, everyone is chasing each other. With Gong Tianyu's deliberate release, Lao Lang finally touched the ball. Lao Lang said excitedly, "It's my turn to perform." The old wolf's face was excited, and he began to fantasize in his heart. He got the ball, and next, he wanted to tie the score and complete the counterattack. A story that guarantees that you will become the basketball king. In this game, even though we were at a disadvantage in the beginning, we were able to turn the tide by making our own shots. However, a ghostly voice flashed in front of him, "I let you satisfy your desire to shoot the ball, but you still want to shoot? What are you thinking about? Bring it to me." The basketball fell into Gong Tianyu's hands. Gong Tianyu jumped again and the basketball went in. At this moment, the whole school screamed, and shocked voices rang out from all directions, "FCK! Is this a slam dunk?" Chapter 46, The Return of the Rich. All the students in the school stood up. Everyone clapped excitedly. On the court, Lao Lang tried to hurt Gong Tianyu several times, but with Gong Tianyu's current physical skills, there was no way he would give him such an opportunity. After winning the game easily and gracefully, Gong Tianyu wiped the sweat off his face. At this time, a girl came up from the stage. Su Shui handed a bottle of mineral water to Gong Tianyu. "Brother you." Gu Xiaxia and the others were all stunned. What's going on? Why did Su Shui take the initiative to bring water to Gong Tianyu? Haven't the two of them always been at odds with each other? After Su Shui, many senior students handed over ice cream. "Junior, you must be tired from playing basketball, I bought this especially for you." The schoolgirls also brought chocolates and flowers. "Senior, have some chocolate to replenish the calories you have consumed." All the young ladies in the school who were wearing cool clothes looked at Gong Tianyu with infatuated looks on their faces. There is no one who doesn't admire those who are good at playing basketball. Especially Gong Tianyu's level just now is even better than that of professionals. Gong Tianyu found Jiang Xiaoyu in the crowd, took the iced Coke from her, and said to the others, "I prefer Coke." Seeing that Gong Tianyu rejected the kindness of other girls, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression improved a lot. A hint of pride as a winner appeared on her face. She knew that in Gong Tianyu's heart, she was the most important. She has two dimples on her face and cute little canine teeth. Su Shui stood there feeling somewhat lost. A group of top-notch girls went to chat up Gong Tianyu. The boys in the university were so jealous that they wanted to bite their chests to pieces. Damn it, how were they worse than Gong Tianyu? They are handsome, right? Gu Xiaxia and the others walked towards Su Shui and said in a sarcastic tone, "Su Shui, even though your family is bankrupt, you are not so picky about food now? You even like a poor guy like Gong Tianyu?" Su Shui glared at them and said, "Why should you care? You keep saying that others are poor and helpless. I advise you to be more virtuous. Otherwise, one day you will die without knowing how you died." Su Shui looked at Gu Xiaxia and the others coldly, feeling disgusted. A few people who squandered the demolition money might be able to do better than ordinary people, but compared with Gong Tianyu? What are they? In other words, Gong Tianyu didn't bother with them. If Gong Tianyu did, dealing with Gu Xiaxia and the others would be as easy as killing a mosquito for him. In Su Shui's mind, she had already thought of Gu Xiaxia's miserable end. Gu Xiaxia didn't take it seriously. "Oh, your family is bankrupt, and you've changed your personality? Don't worry, no matter how miserable my life is, it's better than yours." Su Shui sneered meaningfully. "Aha, I hope so." Su Shui's gaze made Gu Xiaxia feel very uncomfortable. For some reason, deep in her heart, she always had a vague feeling of uneasiness. The basketball game is over.
In several other sports competitions, Gong Tianyu also won many championships.
Number 1 in basketball, Gong Tianyu. Number 1 in football, Gong Tianyu. Number 1 in fighting, Gong Tianyu. Completely became the champion of this sports game.
As the sports games came to an end, summer vacation came.
Gong Tianyu took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and left the university campus. Xiaoyu, let's go buy some things and go back to the Magic City to see my parents. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, Uncle and Aunt, is there anything you like?
My dad prefers cigarettes, alcohol and tea, and my mom likes wearable items.
Gong Tianyu said with a smile.
While the two were talking, they arrived at the largest tobacco, alcohol and tea counter in Seoul.
Boss, bring me 4 yellow crane tower gold bricks.
The shop owner took out a pack of cigarettes and said kindly, brother, these cigarettes are 30,000 yuan a pack.
4 packs are 120,000 yuan, are you sure? Gong Tianyu smiled and nodded, I am sure and very sure.
He didn't care about such a small amount of money as hundreds of thousands. Take a good sleep, or rely on the Tianxian mask, or the income from Joding investment. All are measured in billions. To Gong Tianyu, tens of thousands of yuan is no different from 100 yuan. Gong Tianyu looked at the display case and said to the boss, please introduce the most expensive tea and the most expensive liquor here to me.
My family members are from the bottom of society and have never enjoyed anything in their lives. We don't have the financial means at home. But now, Gong Tianyu has achieved financial freedom. If you want your family to enjoy something, you have to buy the most expensive and best things. The boss here went looking for tea and wine while holding a cigarette tightly in the other hand, fearing that Gong Tianyu would run away with the cigarette. After searching for a while, the boss carefully took out a bottle of liquor. This bottle is Limao from 1981, and it's now priced at 10.7 million yuan. This price is not a small amount. Gong Tianyu said decisively, I want this wine. The boss introduced the tea again. I went through many channels to get this tea, the Golden Gourd Tribute Tea. The total price of these bags of tea is 20 million. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. Gong Tianyu said very straightforwardly, okay. Pack them all for me. Ah? What did you say? The boss doubted his ears and couldn't believe it at all, so he asked again. Gong Tianyu smiled and repeated, I said I want them all, pack them all. After hearing the accurate answer, the boss carefully packed it. Considering that Gong Tianyu was going to give it to someone, he politely said, little brother, since you spent so much, I will give you a few gift boxes. I'll write you a free greeting card and give you a small gift. Everything was exactly what Gong Tianyu wanted. The boss calculated on the computer for a while and finally said, brother, the total is 30.82 million. Gong Tianyu held the card between 2 fingers and swiped it skillfully. Ding! Payment successful. Pay 30.82 million yuan in total. An electronic announcement sounded at the POS machine. The boss was already surprised. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me actually succeeded in paying. At this age of just over 20, if he can spend 30 million without blinking an eye, he is definitely not an ordinary person. The boss smiled happily, stood up, and saw him off warmly, little brother, come over next time. I wish our parents a good mood every day. Young people like Gong Tianyu are worthy of his friendship. Jiang Xiaoyu also bought some watches and other things. The two drove a Laken from Seoul to the Magic City. The distance from Seoul to Shanghai is only about an hour by car. An hour later, the two went home hand in hand. Xiaoyu. These are my parents. Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend Jiang Xiaoyu. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Ah. Okay, come in. Chapter 47, Underground Emperor? Come and kowtow to me. The old couple had happy smiles on their faces. My daughter-in-law Jiang Xiaoyu is very popular with them, both for her looks and her figure. Most importantly, she has the aura of a rich girl, and the more they look at her, the more they like her. Girls, you two sit down first, we'll go out and buy some food. Seeing that the old couple was still trying to make trouble, Gong Tianyu quickly stopped them. Come on, you and my dad are tired from work, why bother with so much trouble, let's go out to eat. That's right, let's go out to eat. What we cook at home can't compare to what's in a big restaurant. Let's go to a restaurant. My parents quickly agreed. The family packed up quickly and went to the largest restaurant in Shanghai. The restaurant has high-end decoration and a very complete menu.
There is music playing in the restaurant, which creates a great atmosphere. The waitresses here are also very good looking and have good figures, which is pleasing to the eye. What would you like to order? Gong Tianyu took the menu and began to order: top quality black and white caviar, sake frozen half-head abalone, wild yellow croaker, Kobe steak, boiled cabbage. Buddha jumps over the wall. According to the serving size for 4 people, enough to fill you up. Don't be elaborate, you can add money according to the quantity. I only have one request: to be able to eat my fill. High-end restaurants like this often put the cart before the horse and make the dishes very small and delicate. In this way, the dish is made very high-end and beautiful. But the most important thing is that I'm not full. The waiter nodded. Okay sir, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away. While waiting for the food, Zhang Xiaoyu had a great time chatting with her parents at home. Amidst the conversation and laughter, one delicious dish after another was served on the table. Every dish is very tempting with its appearance, aroma, and taste. The family was preparing to feast when they suddenly heard a commotion outside. Master Jinzhou, the supreme box has been booked by a family of 4. How about you change the box to celebrate your birthday? Pa! A crisp slapping sounded, followed by a curse. Damn it, get that family of 4 out of here. What kind of status do they have to share a private room with Master Jiu? The door of the box was kicked open, and more than a dozen burly men walked in with ferocious looks. A 1.85-meter tall, 170-pound muscular man glanced at Gong Tianyu's family, then at the food, and muttered, "The food is pretty damn good. Look at what your family is wearing. Can you afford these dishes? Get up, everyone. Leave the food behind and eat in another private room. Make room for Master Jiu." The opponent's ferocity and brutality frightened Gong Tianyu's parents so much that their faces turned pale. Gong Tianyu looked at the other person unhappily. What if I don't leave? The muscular man's face changed, and he took out a knife from his pocket. He stuck the knife on the table and said viciously, "You'll see if you don't leave." The last person who spoke to Master Jiu like this has his bones buried in the underground of the demon city. Gong Tianyu's parents, who had been honest and upright all their lives, were immediately frightened and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, why don't you just stop eating here? This kind of gangster is not to be trifled with." Gong Tianyu comforted them, "Mom and Dad, you can't be afraid of this kind of person. The more you are afraid of him, the more domineering they will become. But it's better to have less trouble than more. When these people start fighting, they don't care about the severity of the situation. Oh, just leave it alone." Seeing that he was being treated with such contempt and without respect, Master Jinzhou's face darkened, and he said to the muscular man, "Show this little beast some color." The muscular man picked up a bottle of wine on the table and threw it at Gong Tianyu. "Xiaoyu, be careful." Dad and Mom's faces turned pale and they exclaimed in worry. Gong Tianyu dodged and slapped the muscular man in the face, knocking him to the ground miserably. Seeing his men being beaten, Master Jinzhou flew into a rage. "Damn it, come at me together." A group of people were about to swarm in. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, "Let's see who dares to touch him." Master Jinzhou and his men all looked in the direction of the voice and found the man dressed in luxurious clothes. They all smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, why are you here? You know him?" Master Jinzhou's tone was full of respect. They can't afford to offend Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao's family background. Young Master Qin glanced at Master Jinzhou and snorted coldly, "Of course I know him, Master Jiu. Let me kindly remind you, don't mess with my brother Yu unless it's necessary. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I'm not exaggerating." The last time Qin Shao went to Seoul to buy a car, he saw Gong Tianyu's financial resources and his horrific and wild spending, and he still has lingering fears about it. Master Jinzhou was stunned and said in disbelief, "Master Qin, are you exaggerating?" In Jinzhou's opinion, Gong Tianyu's parents were dressed just like that, and Gong Tianyu and Zhang Xiaoyu were also wearing casual clothes. They were so young, so no matter how scary they were, how could they be? Young Master Qin said angrily, "Bullshit. My brother Yu ordered a grocery shopping car for the chef at home, which started with 30 Bugatti Veyrons, and even paid the full price for a Bugatti Noctimo. If you spend 2 billion yuan to buy a car, it would be easy to kill me and Master Wang, not to mention you." Inside the restaurant's private room, the air temperature suddenly dropped by several degrees. Master Jinzhou was dumbfounded. In your early 20s, you can spend tens of billions to buy a car. The family still wears normal clothes. Judging from the reactions of his parents, they are just ordinary people, definitely not upper-class people. What this represents is, of course, self-evident. This shows that he made tens of billions of dollars through his own hard work. As he thought about it, cold sweat began to flow down Jin Ju's forehead. I originally thought that the other party was just a nobody. Now it seems that this is not just a cat or a dog. This is clearly an ancestor he cannot afford to offend. With a thump, Master Jin Ju's legs softened and he knelt down, saying in a humble tone. Master Yu, it was me who was ignorant just now. I will kowtow to you. Please be magnanimous and don't be like a fool like me. The muscular man who had attacked Gong Tianyu earlier also realized the seriousness of the problem. He picked up a beer bottle and smashed it on his head. While smashing, he apologized. Master Yu, I shouldn't have been so naughty just now. I apologize to you here. The muscular man's head was covered in blood. He didn't dare to stop unless Gong Tianyu asked him to. They can't afford to offend people of Qin Shao and Wang Shao's level. Not to mention anyone who can deal with young Master Qin and young Master Wang. If Gong Tianyu were to retaliate, they felt their hearts beating faster just thinking about it. This scene had already stunned everyone in the restaurant. The Ninth Lord, the underground emperor of Magic City, kneeled down and kowtowed to a young man in public? Gong Tianyu's anger had mostly subsided, and he said with a playful smile, Master Jiu, won't you let me make room for you? Chapter 48, 160,000 Night Presidential Suite, Helicopter Transfer. Master Jin Jiu's face turned pale, and he said weakly, how dare Xiaojiu? Xiaojiu is also afraid of shortening his lifespan. After humbly apologizing, Master Jin Jiu shouted towards the hall. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of the most expensive red wine to Master Yu, and also get him a 10 million annual pass. All will be charged to my account. I won't disturb Master Yu from eating. Xiaojiu will take his leave. Gong Tianyu waved his hand, let's go. If I encounter any trouble in the Magic City in the future, I will have to keep in touch with you, Master Jiu. Master Jinjiu laughed and said, okay, Master Yu, if you need anything from Xiaojiu in the future, just let me know. After Master Jinjiu left, Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao pulled a chair and sat down. Brother Yu, have you bought the bill? Gong Tianyu said truthfully, I haven't bought it yet. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Qin waved to the waiter beside him and said, Waiter, please calculate the bill. I'll treat you to this table. After counting, the waiter finally calculated a price. Mr. Qin, the total consumption of this table is 888,000. If you want to pay, I will round it off to 88,000, so you only need to pay 800,000. Qin Shao opened his mobile banking app and completed the payment without saying a word. Gong Tianyu laughed heartily and said, I won't be polite to young Master Qin. I owe you a favor. When my company comes to Shanghai, I will take good care of you. Young Master Qin smiled and responded, I feel honored. Let's sit down and eat together. After eating and drinking, Mr. Qin left the restaurant for something. Gong Tianyu's parents smiled with satisfaction, my son has made it big now. Even a meal worth more than 880,000 yuan is worth the money of a rich second-generation kid. Gong Tianyu found it very funny. Can Mr. Qin, the Emperor of Shanghai, be considered a second-generation rich man? This person is as famous as Wang Shao and the principal. However, if compared with myself, he can only be considered a small rich second generation. When the family finished eating, the lights outside had already come on. Gong Tianyu was too lazy to bother with it anymore, so he suggested to the family. Mom and Dad, don't go back to stay tonight. I'll book a hotel. I'll see about buying you a house tomorrow. My parents at home knew that Gong Tianyu was doing well, so they didn't say anything. Then let's arrange it this way. Gong Tianyu searched online and chose the Mandarin Oriental Pudong Hotel. 2 presidential suites, only 160,000 per night? This price is not expensive at all for Gong Tianyu. Ordered. Gong Tianyu entered the payment password skillfully. Ding dong. The payment was successful, and your Giant Chalon card was deducted 320,000 yuan. After the payment is successful, photos and videos of the suite pop up on the online hotel interface. The decoration is very luxurious and magnificent. Several sets of options appear on the screen. You can choose the transportation tools, Rolls-Royce, RV, helicopter. Optional 24-hour private butler, Jia, Chanshan, Liner. Behind the names of these private butlers, their educational backgrounds are written, and they are basically top students who graduated from universities. Moreover, I don't know if the hotel did this on purpose. These girls either wear cool shorts, showing off their long legs, or have their legs wrapped in seductive black stockings. In short, each of them has a unique figure and appearance. In the picture, they all smile very sweetly, with a hint of provocation. As if hinting at something. No wonder it's so expensive for one night, these people are rich and they just want to spend money. After choosing a place at random, Gong Tianyu put down his phone. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, I have booked the hotel.
My parents stood up and were about to put on their clothes. Let's go over there now. Gong Tianyu smiled and stopped his parents. Why are you leaving? Let's just sit here and the hotel will send someone to pick us up later. Dad said angrily, I'm still picking you up. You're really used to having everything handed to you. The hotel is a business, not a place to serve you. Why should they pick you up? I've stayed in so many hotels, but I've never heard of anyone offering door-to-door pickup. My mother couldn't understand it either. It's so late, why bother others, let's just take a taxi. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't hide the smile on her face. Uncle and aunt, high-end hotels do have this service. As long as you spend enough money, nothing is impossible in this world. Dad was still very rigid. I don't believe that someone will really come to pick us up. We are just ordinary people, not important leaders. Gong Tianyu didn't waste any more time explaining. For example, the older generation will argue with whatever you say unless they have seen it with their own eyes. Instead of doing this, it is better to remain silent. There was a sudden knock on the door outside the private room. Gong Tianyu said towards the door, come in. A beautiful woman in a hip skirt and black stockings walked in and asked politely, Gong Tianyu, Mr. Gong, are you in this room? Gong Tianyu stood up, it's me. The beauty smiled and said, I'm from the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong, sir. You booked 2 presidential suites for 160,000 yuan per night and chose the helicopter transfer service. The helicopter is already at the rooftop helipad, sir, can we leave now? Gong Tianyu nodded, okay, let's go. Gong Tianyu and his family took the elevator and went up to the rooftop together. There was a cool evening breeze blowing from the rooftop at night. 4 handsome helicopters were parked there quietly. The helicopter pilots are all young ladies. The real plane parked right in front of them completely shattered the stereotypes in the parents' minds. They looked at the plane in front of them in surprise, and after a long while they said, hotels nowadays are so high-end? They actually sent someone to pick us up. And it was a helicopter. I've never been on a plane in my life. Gong Tianyu sat in the co-pilot seat of the plane and said with a smile, as long as we have money, it won't be a problem for us to have the whole world as our tour guide. With money comes unlimited happiness. The old couple boarded the plane in a good mood. Buzz. The screw machine rotates, making a buzzing sound. The plane slowly left the ground and flew into the night sky. Sitting in the helicopter and looking down, you can see the Bund Sea view, with tall buildings and lights reflected in the Bund's water. The young lady driving the helicopter had her snow-white legs wrapped in black stockings. This pair of black stockings had caused many intimate frictions with Gong Tianyu along the way. This caused Gong Tianyu to become a little angry. The young lady's cheeks flushed. Well, sir, you seem to have a reaction. Do you want to find a place to stop the plane and I can help you solve it? Gong Tianyu was embarrassed. Ahem, how are you going to solve this? I will solve it the same way your girlfriend solves it. After saying that, the young lady reached out to grab Gong Tianyu with one hand. Gong Tianyu quickly dodged. This is not okay, this is not good. Chapter 49 Thompson Epine House Viewing, please verify your capital of 300 million. The helicopter landed slowly. Gong Tianyu and his family were brought to the presidential suite. The suite has an area of 788 square meters and is equipped with a sky garden, constant temperature hot spring, etc. The long-legged lady in black stockings introduced Gong Tianyu, sir, it's still early. If you're not sleepy, you can enjoy the SPA massage service here. Please don't think too much here, as the author is writing about purely green massage. Gong Tianyu's parents looked surprised. Stay in a hotel and get a free massage? This is too high-end. Mom and Dad, you can come and enjoy us more often when you have nothing to do in the future. Don't I give you pocket money? Gong Tianyu said with a smile. The father showed a bitter look on his face. The money was deposited by your mother in the bank and she earned the interest. Gong Tianyu felt a little helpless. Once the older generation has money, they will think about depositing it in a bank card and earning interest. Came to the exclusive massage area. The young ladies wearing cool shorts kindly helped Gong Tianyu with a massage. That is, just press the shoulders, legs and so on. A proper massage. All the fatigue of the day disappeared without a trace. Gong Tianyu felt refreshed. On the night of check-in, the hotel also provides midnight snacks and cold drinks.
No words were spoken that night. The next day, the 24-hour personal beautiful housekeeper brought a nutritious breakfast. Sir, please enjoy your meal.
After breakfast, Gong Tianyu asked his parents for their opinions. Mom and Dad, do you want to live in a villa or in the downtown area? My parents didn't think twice before saying, let's live in the downtown area. There's a bit of life there. The villa is too remote.
After understanding the general opinions, Gong Tianyu also had an idea. Okay, then buy both the flat and the villa, and you can live in whichever one you want when the time comes.
The family, chatting and laughing, came to the sales office of Thompson 1.
Buy a few large flats here first, and then go to Tan Palace later. At the entrance of Thompson First Class, a man and a woman looked towards Gong Tianyu's family.
The girl took the initiative to greet them. Uncle, Aunt, why are you here?
Dad raised his head proudly. That's right, your brother made some money outside, and he insisted on dragging me and your aunt to buy a house here.
Seeing the girl, Gong Tianyu called out, cousin. This girl is the daughter of Gong Tianyu's aunt. Her name is Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya opened her mouth slightly and looked at Gong Tianyu in surprise. You brought your uncle here to buy a house?
Brother, are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place? Gong Tianyu didn't take it seriously at all. You're not in the wrong place.
This is just a Thompson grade 1. The male companion who followed Su Xiaoya frowned and said in an unhappy tone, what do you mean there is only one Thompson First Class? Do you know how many people in the country dream of living in Thompson First Class?
Let living alone in Thompson First Floor, anyone who can go in and take a look at the house will become a respected person.
Looking at this cheap cousin-in-law, Gong Tianyu asked back, is it so exaggerated?
My cousin's husband crossed his arms, with a look of pride on his face. Of course, to go in and look at the house, you need to verify your capital before you can enter.
You must prove that you have 300 million in wealth.
I, your cousin's husband, work at a branch of Joding Investment.
With the year-end bonus, I barely have enough money to verify my capital.
I can take you in with me to broaden your horizons and see the world.
Thompson Ipin's capital verification is also to ensure that no one wastes their time. Gong Tianyu's lips curled up with a hint of amusement. You work for Joding Investment? Then do you know who I am? The cousin's husband didn't think much about it. I heard your sister talk about you. Aren't you just a college student who didn't graduate? And you're a sports student. The sports industry is very competitive. If you are not particularly good, you will be unemployed after graduation.
My relative's child also studied sports, and more than 2 years after graduation, he is still working as a waiter in a fried chicken restaurant. This major has no future.
Gong Tianyu snorted coldly. Let's see who is the clown in a moment.
The girl from Thompson First Class came outside with little interest. Come, those who want to see the house, the capital verification has begun. Prepare your asset certificates and come forward.
Those who don't want to see the house, go to the back. The assets for capital verification must be more than 300 million. If the assets are less than 300 million, go back. Thompson Ipin, people come here to look at houses every day.
But most of them do not meet the capital verification requirements. After verifying the capital of several people, the girl said to them in a cold manner, you are not qualified to view the house this time, please go back. My cousin Su Xiaoya's boyfriend pulled her to the front and said, Sister, I'm the general manager of Joding Investment. Including performance bonus and benefits, my annual salary is exactly 300 million.
This is my salary flow.
After a quick inspection, the girl confirmed that there was no problem. Dear sir, please come in.
Cousin Su Xiaoya turned her head and glanced at Gong Tianyu's father. Uncle, don't you want to come in together? If you don't follow us, you won't be able to come in.
Why did my brother say he would take you to Thompson to buy a house?
He was just bragging to you. If you want to get in, hurry up and get in. If not, hurry up and go home.
Her boyfriend also said sarcastically, that's right. Don't let the salesperson chase you away when they verify your capital. If you don't have enough proof of assets, leave quickly and don't embarrass yourself. My father was so angry that he couldn't help but say, your brother has money, he didn't lie to me, he's not afraid of capital verification.
My cousin's face also darkened. You are so stubborn that you believe everything he says. You can go in or not, but you will be chased back home soon. I have to go in first. I'm in a hurry to choose a wedding house.
Under the interference of the cousin and her boyfriend, the girls of Thompson Ipin no longer had any good impression of Gong Tianyu. Sir, I heard from your relatives that your family doesn't seem to be well off.
Sorry, please go back. Jiang Xiaoyu said unhappily, my husband hasn't verified the capital yet. The girl glanced at Gong Tianyu with contempt on her face and said jokingly, "Him? Capital verification? Ha, is it necessary?"
If he really has that much wealth, his relatives wouldn't say that about him.
In this girl's mind, Gong Tianyu has already been labeled.
Poor students with not much money like to package themselves as rich second generations.
He deceives his parents by bragging too much all day long. Vain and unrealistic. She hates this kind of people the most.
Gong Tianyu held several bank cards in his hand, and his voice gradually became cold. "You'd better verify this information, otherwise, I'm afraid you will regret it."
Will I regret it? Ha, what a joke. I just don't believe you have the qualifications. Chapter 50, Astonishing Wealth Exposed, Shocking Everyone.
At this time, a luxury car stopped at the door.
A man and a woman got out of the car.
The man had a handsome appearance and wore a pair of sunglasses, and the woman next to him was also a stunning beauty.
Thompson's internal staff recognized the man at a glance. "Hello, President." Tang Jiaqing came to Gong Tianyu and said, "Hello, I am the president of Thompson Epine. My name is Tang Jiaqing. Would you like to buy a house?" "I was originally planning to buy it, but now forget it," Gong Tianyu said with displeasure in his tone. Mr. Tang frowned. "Huh? Why?"
"Because I need to verify the capital. Some people think that they can't pay 300 million yuan, so they don't even give me the opportunity to verify the capital.
I can't even go in." Gong Tianyu was quite dissatisfied and his mood was somewhat complaining. Mr. Tang's cold eyes fell on the girl who was verifying the capital. "Is this true? They want to verify their capital, but you don't even give them a chance to do so?" The girl cried out in injustice. "Mr. Tang,
I heard from his cousin that his family is not well off, so..." After hearing this, Mr. Tang suddenly became furious.
"So, you're making things difficult for others just based on a few words and some things you saw?"
"When I go out to play, I drive a Toyota Alphard."
"How do you know if he's a big shot?"
The girl lowered her head in shame, her face flushed, and said in a humble voice, "Mr. Tang."
I dare not."
Mr. Tang came to Gong Tianyu's family and apologized cordially. "I am really sorry for the poor service of Thompson Epine." The other person was young and his way of dealing with people made Gong Tianyu feel very comfortable. Gong Tianyu looked at the girl who was verifying the capital and gave her a lecture. "Look at the awareness of your CEO, and then look at the little comrade you found.
Learn more. If you just did what you did, you would lose so many valuable customers."
The girl muttered in a low voice, "Well, sir, you'd better verify the money first."
"It would be embarrassing if there is not enough money in the card during the verification." Mr. Tang said angrily, "You are the only one who talks too much, right?" Then he shouted into the room, "Where's the lobby manager? Get a few bottles of Red Bull out of the refrigerator. It's so hot, and you don't even give the guests a bottle of water. How do you provide service?"
Under the arrangement of Mr. Tang, Gong Tianyu's family all got Red Bull. In this hot weather, it feels so refreshing to drink a glass of cold Red Bull. Gong Tianyu handed the card in his hand to the girl and said, "Take it to verify the capital.
If there is 300 million, apologize to me later." The girl took several bank cards and put them into the POS machine one by one. "Sir, please enter the password." The girl's voice was a little lazy. She still didn't believe that Gong Tianyu was qualified. The only rich second generation who was very low-key is Master Tang of Thompson First Class. Although Tang Jiaqing inherited 133 luxury houses in Shanghai, he always drives a broken Toyota when he goes out to play. He is so weird. Gong Tianyu entered the password skillfully. The balances were displayed on several POS machines. Looking at the long string of numbers that appeared on the balance, the girl couldn't help but doubt her own eyes, and her tone began to stutter. This. I. The girl raised her head and looked at Gong Tianyu with eyes that gradually became fearful. The other salesgirls also took a peek out of curiosity. Just this one glance. The air was silent and everyone was terrified. This scene stunned Tang Xiao. It's just an asset verification. Why are everyone reacting so strongly? Mr. Tang couldn't help but felt a bad premonition, and he changed his tone. Could it be that the assets are not enough? These salesmen said almost in unison, "How is it possible?" Then what's wrong with you? After all, you are employees of my Thompson Epine, but you don't have any self-control? Are you all so useless? Young Master Tang had a look of disgust on his face. How did they recruit this kind of employee? It's really embarrassing for Thompson First Class.
Their Tangshanipin is, after all, a luxury residence in Shanghai.
High-end residence. It's just a gold test. Even if this guy meets the qualifications, how much money can he have?
The girl in charge of capital verification smiled bitterly and said, Boss Tang, you should come and see for yourself. Young Master Tang didn't take it seriously and walked quickly to the POS machine. Let me see, how much money can you have? Seeing how useless you are. However, when Tang Xiao's eyes fell on the screen, he rubbed his eyes hard, and the expression on his face became more exaggerated and outrageous. At this moment, Tang Xiao was deeply shocked.
Damn, are these numbers above serious? That string of zeros that is impossible to find. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, millions. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, hundreds of billions.
Judging from the length of the numbers, this amount of money is at least tens of billions.
If the POS machine breaks down, if that one machine breaks down, is it possible that all 8 machines will break down at the same time?
Soon, Tang Xiao overturned this possibility. At least according to estimates, the money in these cards is more than 80 billion.
What is this concept?
Not to mention buying a house in Tangshanipin. Even if Thompson is acquired, it will depend on other people's mood.
This isn't the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that this is liquid capital. Hundreds of billions of liquid funds. Gong Tianyu is so young. Hiss.
The more I thought about it, the more terrifying it became.
Gong Tianyu looked at the other person indifferently. Now that the money has been verified, I wonder if I am qualified to see this noble house in Tangshanipin? Now, am I worthy enough to go in? Gong Tianyu's gaze swept over the girl from before.
The girl burst into tears and slapped him in the face. Master, I shouldn't have said such a mean thing just now.
I can't speak with my mouth. I'm going to slap myself right now.
Young Master Tang glanced at her coldly and said, Humph.
You dare to offend a wealthy man with over 80 billion in liquid assets?
If I hadn't handled it well today, Tangshanipin would have been in great trouble. I'll punish you by making you work as a cleaner for 3 months.
Your salary will be reduced to the same as a cleaner's. You must clean the toilet bowl every day. During this time, you must reflect on yourself.
Of course, this punishment also depends on whether Mr. Gong is willing.
If he insists on letting you go, then I must fire you today.
The girl looked at Gong Tianyu pitifully. Mr. Gong, as long as you let me stay, I will be your slave from now on. Gong Tianyu was too lazy to argue with her and said calmly, just punish her like this.
Thank you for your forgiveness, sir.
The girl knelt on the ground, her knees turned red.
Gong Tianyu didn't even look at her again. Young Master Tang said to Gong Tianyu enthusiastically, I'll call you Brother Yu. Brother Yu, let's go in and talk. I'll introduce you to our mansion. Speaking of our mansion here.
Chapter 51, 600 million yuan for a luxury house, a highlight moment of the rich man.
We have a 597 square meter apartment with a sea view. It's very convenient for sightseeing and most importantly, it's luxuriously decorated. There is another 980 square meter apartment. The price is a bit more expensive, but for you, Brother Yu, it's probably just the price of a pack of cigarettes. Mr. Tang kept on talking and talking until his lips were almost worn out. This man is a wealthy man with over 80 billion. He dare not be careless at all. Generally speaking, a house of 100 square meters is considered the maximum size. Based on this square footage, you can usually build a house with 3 bedrooms and a living room. As for what 980 square meters means, readers can imagine it. Gong Tianyu and his parents were both quite satisfied. When he was about to book a room, a familiar voice sounded. Hey, how did you get in here?
My cousin Su Xiaoya and her boyfriend were walking towards this side.
Gong Tianyu snorted coldly. Cousin, I got in the same way you got in. Su Xiaoya said disdainfully, Ha, what are you bragging about? Even if I sell you out, you still can't come up with an investment of 300 million. Mr. Tang couldn't help but ask Gong Tianyu, Brother Yu, your relatives? Gong Tianyu looked at Su Xiaoya deeply and said meaningfully, I guess so.
However, our relationship has always been ordinary, not even as good as that of close neighbors.
What Gong Tianyu said is also true.
Since she was a child, she often got into trouble and made herself take the blame.
I always like to compare myself with others. Tang Xiao's face suddenly turned cold. The relationship is just average? Ah, that's easy. With only 300 million, you dare to show off in front of the 80 billion rich man?
These two idiots almost caused him to offend the big boss today. Young Master Tang said angrily, "Come on, chase this couple away."
"I am a Tangchani Peen and I don't welcome them." Su Xiaoya looked over unhappily and said, "Who the hell are you? You chased me away as soon as you opened your mouth."
"My boyfriend and I came in with a capital verification of 300 million yuan.
"You're just a little salesman. With this attitude, do you want to quit your job here? Do you believe I'll complain to your CEO Tang about you?" Gong Tianyu was completely confused and looked at his cousin like she was an idiot. The entire sales hall fell into an eerie silence. The expressions on every salesperson's face were very interesting. They looked at Su Xiaoya as if she were an idiot. He said he wanted to complain to Mr. Tang in front of him. Only someone this stupid could do such a thing.
Young Master Tang pulled a chair and sat down, urging, "Hurry up and call me to complain now." Su Xiaoya didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet.
She was getting more and more angry. "Ha, hit me if you want. Do you think I don't dare to hit you?"
Su Xiaoya found the contact information on the poster on the wall and dialed the number. She held the phone and cursed, "You salesman, just wait for death."
"Dad, there's a phone call."
A cheerful ringtone rang. Tang Xiao took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at Su Xiaoya playfully. The cell phone in my cousin Su Xiaoya's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her face was pale at the moment, and the harsh words she had prepared before were now stuck in her throat with difficulty. There was a burst of mocking voices all around. Su Xiaoya was stunned and looked at Tang Jiaqing at a loss.
A hint of teasing appeared on Tang Xiao's lips. "Why are you silent? Weren't you very capable just now? Do you still want to complain about me?"
Su Xiaoya's face was burning hot. I didn't know you were Mr. Tang." "Mr. Tang, I was wrong.
But there is one thing I don't understand." Young Master Tang took a sip of Red Bull and said indifferently, "What don't you understand?"
Su Xiaoya glanced at her cousin Gong Tianyu, and then asked the question in her mind, "Since you are the first-rank Prince of Thompson, why do you call my poor cousin brother you?"
Mr. Tang did not answer directly, but instead looked at the salesman. "You tell her why."
The salesgirl snorted coldly and said something earth-shattering. "Master you, just the capital verification, the deposits on several cards added up to more than 80 billion.
Is it wrong for us to respectfully call Mr. Tang brother you? Do you know why now?"
Su Xiaoya, her boyfriend, and other people who came to see the house were all dumbfounded. The deposit in the card can be used to withdraw more than 80 billion.
What about social worth and assets?
At the very least, it has to be at the level of hundreds of billions or trillions. No matter how much a person is worth or how much assets he has, it is not scary.
But what about the cash flow of more than 80 billion?
Even if all the banks in the country were combined, they might not be able to come up with that much cash.
Countless gazes of awe, admiration, and envy fell on Gong Tianyu.
My cousin Su Xiaoya collapsed on the ground. All the pride she had when she came here was gone in an instant. Her boyfriend, who was already soaked in cold sweat, looked at Gong Tianyu with fear on his face. Master you, I was also deceived by this bitch.
Just treat me like a fart."
Gong Tianyu only said coldly to these two people, "Get lost.
Don't affect my mood of house hunting." The two of them looked humble and said, "Just wait and see, we'll get out of here."
In the hall, people laughed and said, "Where did these two people get their idiots from? They even dared to offend a wealthy man with more than 80 billion in liquid funds.
Are they crazy?"
If you have such a relative at home, who doesn't know how to curry favor with others and keep saying that they are poor, I don't know what's going on in their head.
If they are all poor, then what are young Master Wang and young Master Qin?
After they finished complaining, they all greeted Gong Tianyu, "Hello, Master Yu. From now on, in this small piece of land in Magic City, I hope you can take care of us." Gong Tianyu smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. "I hope to cooperate with you more if there is a chance."
Young Master Tang also invited Gong Tianyu, "Brother you, don't pay attention to these useless relatives. It's getting late. Take a look. Which one do you like?"
Gong Tianyu, holding the house book in his hand, finally decided on the plan.
"Let's take these two, one for me and one for my parents. How much is the full payment?"
Soon, someone calculated the price. "Master Yu, these two houses, together, are worth a total of 600 million.
Gong Tianyu swiped the card readily. Ding! Payment successful. Swipe the card for 600 million yuan. It's already night outside now. Gong Tianyu suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Mr. Tang, do you know the boss of Tan Palace?" Tang Jiaqing was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Brother Yu, do you still want to buy a Tan Palace for fun?"
Gong Tianyu said in a relaxed tone. Well, I do have this idea. If Mr. Tang knows him, can you help me pass on the message to avoid today's incident again?
I'll go there tomorrow. Tang Jiaqing burst out laughing. What are we going to do tomorrow? I'll call the boss over there today and we'll go over there right now.
Gong Tianyu touched his head, feeling a little bad. At this time, people are off work.
Don't make a wasted trip. Tang Jiaqing laughed. Brother you have so much money, what are you afraid of? As long as it's you who buys it, even if it's 3 o'clock in the morning, the people in Tan Palace will have to come to work immediately. Chapter 52, the #1 luxury house in Shanghai, I'm here.
Tang Xiao decisively took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. In a mansion, the owner of Tan Palace reluctantly pushed the woman next to him away and said, Baby, let's continue later.
After picking up the phone, the boss of Tan Gong pressed the answer button. Who is it? Tang Jiaqing's voice sounded in the microphone. Uncle. It's me, Xiao Tang. Aren't the sales staff at Tan Palace off work now? I have a buddy who wants to buy a house later. See if you can ask them to work overtime. After hearing that it was Tang Jiaqing, the boss of Tan Gong's face looked a little better.
He was in the real estate industry in Shanghai, and he and Tang Jiaqing's father were old friends in his early years.
He said in an awkward tone, Xiao Tang. This matter is not easy for Uncle to handle. If we ask people to work overtime after get off work, the people below will complain. But Uncle, my brother you has a little bit of money. Tang Xiao's voice sounded again. Inside the villa, the man didn't take it seriously. How much money can you have? Look at your useless appearance.
Young Master Tang said bitterly, Uncle, this is really not a small amount of money. The balances on several cards add up to more than 80 billion yuan. We have checked it here and the POS machine has no problems. The boss of Tan Gong, who was about to hang up the phone, suddenly perked up and said in a stuttering tone, Wait, how much money do you say he has?
More than 80 billion. Uncle, is it difficult to ask the salesperson to work overtime now? The boss of Tan Palace immediately said, It's not difficult.
I will ask the salesperson to work overtime.
This Mr. Yu is with you, right?
Xiao Tang, drive him to Tan Palace. I'll go there myself, too. With a cash flow of more than 80 billion, let alone buying a Tan Palace. With a little more money, it would be no problem to buy the entire Tan Palace. He put on his clothes in a hurry and drove all the way to Tan Palace. Outside Thompson First Class, young Master Tang had an RV delivered and invited Gong Tianyu, Brother you, please.
Gong Tianyu and his family got on the RV.
If it were a supercar or an airplane, it might not be able to accommodate all the passengers.
The sales staff in Thompson 1 were all envious.
Let their General Tang be the driver himself.
In Shanghai, the only one who can do this is young Master Yu, right? Gong Tianyu was in the back seat, holding Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, and then the other hand, and then like this. Old drivers, you can think about it yourself, anyway, it's a plot below the neck.
Jiang Xiaoyu blushed and snorted, Oh, we're still in the car, and my parents are here too, don't hold my hand.
We'll go tonight. Gong Tianyu hugged Jiang Xiaoyu and kissed her gently. Oh, stop it. How can Mr. Tang drive peacefully if you do this? It's okay, Mr. Tang can't see it.
Tang Xiao, who was driving in the front, felt a huge blow in his heart. Damn, I should have known Brother Yu was doing this in the car. He called his girlfriend over, this is simply dog abuse.
Brother Yu is simply not a human being.
But he didn't dare to have any opinion, because Gong Tianyu was richer than him. In terms of assets, he also has tens of billions.
But if it's cash flow, he won't be able to take it out. After a long and arduous journey, finally arrived at Tan Palace.
Tan Palace, known as the #1 luxury residence in Shanghai, can definitely beat Thompson Residence.
The greening in Tangong Villa district is very well done.
There were luxury cars parked outside. Of course, compared with those of ordinary people, these were luxury cars, but not good enough for people of Gong Tianyu and Tang Jiaqing's level. The male and female salesmen stood in a row, holding a makeshift banner in their hands. On the banner, there were a few big words written, Welcome Mr. Yu to come to Tan Palace to buy a house. At this time, a luxury car also stopped. The boss of Tan Gong got off the car and immediately came to Tang Xiao's car.
Gong Tianyu took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and got out of the car.
The boss of Tan Gong blocked the roof of the car with his hands and said with a smile, Come on, Master Yu, go slower, don't bump into it. The group of young ladies at the door shouted in unison, Hello, Master Yu, welcome, Master Yu. This scene had already stunned the original residents of Tan Palace.
Isn't it time for everyone at the Tangong sales office to go off work? What's going on? Why are you working overtime? Moreover, why did the boss of the developer of Tan Palace come here in person?
Also, the license plate number of this RV belongs to Shanghai Tang Jiaqing, right?
Many surprised and confused eyes looked over at the few people. The boss of Tan Palace didn't pay any attention to these looks.
In the previous phone call, Xiao Tang had already said that this Mr. Yu was a wealthy man with more than 80 billion.
So young, so much money.
Not to mention coming here in person, even if he was asked to call him dad, he wouldn't get angry at all.
Amidst envious and jealous gazes, Gong Tianyu was invited into the Tan Palace. Tang Jiaqing's contribution here is indispensable. If I hadn't found Mr. Tang, I would probably have had to go through another troublesome capital verification.
Finding someone not only saves you the trouble, but also gives you the green light all the way. Gong Tianyu expressed his request to the people of Tan Palace. I want to order 2 sets of Tan Palace.
Just tell me which 2 sets are the most expensive. I won't look at the others. One is for my own use, and the other is for my parents.
The boss of Tan Palace called a female salesperson over and said, Xiao Zhang, introduce him to Master Yu. The saleswoman named Xiao Zhang, with shoulder-length hair, work clothes, a short skirt and flesh-colored stockings, came to Gong Tianyu and introduced enthusiastically, Master Yu, the 2 most expensive sets we have here are 700 million and 1 billion respectively. Gong Tianyu took a general look at the apartment layout, then readily took out his bank card. Okay, swipe the card.
Ding! 1.7 billion yuan was swiped. Payment successful. The resentment on the faces of these salesmen also dissipated, and was replaced by excitement. Master Yu, you are so straightforward, more straightforward than any customer we have met before. We wish you all the best in the future, continuous promotion and great wealth. After signing the house purchase contract, Gong Tianyu was in a good mood. These salesmen are good.
The boss of Tan Palace was also a straightforward person. He immediately waved his hand and said, for those who come to work overtime tonight, in addition to the commission, everyone will receive 10% of the money young Master Yu paid for the house as overtime pay. A group of people were in high spirits. Thank you, boss, thank you, Master Yu.
Gong Tianyu took the key to the mansion and drove back to the villa. This villa is luxuriously decorated. Every piece of furniture and every piece of floor in the room exudes the scent of money. There is a helipad, a fully intelligent garage, a private island.
There is also a bar dedicated to wine tasting.
We have everything.
There is an extra large double bed, and it is decorated in the style of a wedding room.
Xiao Yu. You said in the car before that we could do it at night. Then can I?
Chapter 53, Other people's nanny cars are more expensive than your cars.
Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed Gong Tianyu's tie and pushed him down. You just think about those things all day long.
Since you were not honest in the car during the day, I will punish you severely. Gong Tianyu looked panicked and nervous. Your Majesty, please spare my life. However, I felt a surge of excitement and thrill in my heart.
What kind of punishment is this? It's obviously a reward. Under Gong Tianyu's expectant gaze, then. Who could have imagined the contrast between Jiang Xiaoyu's quiet appearance and her ability to play freely? After a night of madness, the sky gradually brightened. 24-hour reward for the super rich, 2.4 billion was received yesterday. You purchase multiple properties, complete the luxury home collector achievement, and trigger the super rich reward. Reward, private jet Gulfstream G700, total value 700 million yuan. Reason for reward, a luxury house that needs an airplane to decorate. Expected to arrive in your city today. Completing some achievements will also trigger rewards? Moreover, does a luxury house need airplane decoration? What the hell? Is it because there are no planes on the rooftop helipad and the system feels it is too empty, so it gives this wave of rewards? Just slightly surprised. Gong Tianyu started searching for information online.
Aircraft type, private business jet, can accommodate 19 passengers, equipped with luxury houses, living facilities, home systems.
Just by looking at the information, Gong Tianyu couldn't help but feel envious. Nowadays, you can take a plane just by buying a plane ticket. But can the public one compare to one's own private one? Just then, a smell drifted into Gong Tianyu's nostrils. What's that smell? It smells so good. Who made delicious food? Why is there a smell in this mansion of Tangong? The smell of the neighbor's cooking can even drift in. Bad review. Gong Tianyu couldn't help but complain.
He had already consumed a lot of energy last night. Now, when I smell the delicious food, the feeling of hunger instantly comes over me.
Just as he was about to complain, a voice rang in his ear, "Come out and eat." Gong Tianyu came to the restaurant and saw several dishes already on the table.
He touched his nose in embarrassment. It turned out that it was his own family who was cooking.
That's fine, no complaints.
Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu also knew that she had had enough of the big meal. Therefore, this meal was just simple food. Braised crucian carp, sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed shrimp, stir-fried squid.
The color, aroma, and taste are very tempting.
The taste of this fish is fresh, salty, spicy, soft, and tasty. The spare ribs are also sour and sweet, and so soft that they fall off the bones. The shrimps are also very chewy and a bit sweet and soft, especially when paired with the sauce. They taste very good with rice.
Gong Tianyu was stunned and praised repeatedly, "My Xiaoyu is a great cook. The food is much better than what is cooked outside." Smooth talker. Although she said this, the smile on Jiang Xiaoyu's face was sweeter than honey. Gong Tianyu had long been accustomed to it. Women are such hypocritical creatures.
She obviously loves to hear compliments from her husband, but she insists on saying something glib.
However, this kind of little sister is the cutest. Jiang Xiaoyu took the wineglass and poured a glass of red wine. "Come on, husband, let's drink from each side and have a drink together." Perhaps in pursuit of mood and ritual, Jiang Xiaoyu also specially prepared music.
There was a lipstick mark left by Jiang Xiaoyu on the rim of the cup.
P.S. Readers, have you eaten yet? Are you hungry again? Then have a midnight snack. Even if you have a midnight snack, there won't be any young ladies to accompany you, lol, hee hee hee. The breakfast was quickly devoured by the two of them.
I am used to having big meals in the past, so it feels quite refreshing to just have a bite like this.
After finishing breakfast, Gong Tianyu wiped his mouth and said to Jiang Xiaoyu, "It's a nice breeze outside today, let's go for a walk outside."
After looking at the note, I saw that it was a call from Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao.
Gong Tianyu casually clicked to answer the call. "Hey! What's wrong, Shao Qin?" On the other end of the video, Qin Shao smiled and greeted, "Brother Yu, sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Gong Tianyu said calmly, "I'm taking a walk in the neighborhood with your sister-in-law." Young Master Qin said, "Fuck, this neighborhood, this green space, this landmark building, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Tan Palace, right?" Gong Tianyu smiled and said, "Well, I spent a little money and bought 2 houses here."
All of Qin Shao's friends were shocked. Brother Fun, your friend is really good at joking.
This is the Tan Palace. The starting price is over 1 billion, and he calls this a small amount of money?
In response, Qin Shao said helplessly, "For Brother Yu, it is indeed a small amount of money. You don't know how much my brother Yu spent on buying a car at the Seoul car dealership last time. The grocery carts driven by their servants are better than your cars."
This sentence can be said to be very hateful.
No matter where the rich second generation comes from, they all have a strong desire to win.
A group of second-generation rich people said unconvincingly, "Mr. Qin, you are bragging a bit. Our supercars, whose car is not worth 20 or 30 million?
Qin Shao smiled bitterly. A car worth 20 or 30 million may not even be considered a small toy car in front of Brother Yu. Brother Qin, I don't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes.
I don't believe it either." This group of guys looked down on Gong Tianyu. Young people like to compare with each other. Young Master Qin boasted about Gong Tianyu in front of them.
They are not particularly balanced in their hearts. Young Master Qin was too lazy to explain to them, and instead invited Gong Tianyu, "Brother Yu, I'm at the Supercar Club in Magic City right now.
Would you like to come over with my sister-in-law and play for a while? Anyway, it's boring for you guys to stay at home. If you come, I'll send you my location via WeChat." Originally, Gong Tianyu was not planning to go.
But then he thought, his parents will be living in Shanghai for a long time in the future.
It's better to get to know more people. More friends mean more paths. Gong Tianyu agreed immediately, "Okay. Your sister-in-law and I will come right over."
In the Magic City, inside a huge car dealership club, several local second-generation rich people were dissatisfied and angry. "Brother Qin, you must have misunderstood something, which is why you praised that boy so highly."
"Wait a minute, we'll find out if he's a rich man or a loser."
Looking at this group of dandies, Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao had mixed emotions and looked at them with pity. "I advise you to be quiet and stop jumping around and pretending in front of others. Brother Yu's strength is enough to make all of us here cry." Thinking of the last time Gong Tianyu bought a car, Qin Shao still has a shadow in his heart.
A group of people disagreed. Mr. Qin, you are exaggerating too much. Can he make us cry? I'm serious. Chapter 54, Supercar under his name exposed, rich second generation asks to be recognized as father. If you keep showing off in front of others, aren't you just asking for a slap in the face?
Qin Shao looked at his buddies helplessly. However, these rich second generations in the upper echelons simply wouldn't listen. If he succeeds in slapping me in the face, I will no longer be named Wang from now on.
I, Chen, am the same.
If this Gong guy can slap me in the face, I will change my surname immediately.
Looking at this group of people, Qin Shao was speechless. The key is, does your father agree to change your surname? This group of people almost said in unison, it's okay, my old man has spoiled me since I was a child, he should be able to make me change. Besides, it's not like we're 100% sure to lose. While a group of people were talking, Gong Tianyu and Jiang Xiaoyu walked towards the side together. Since Tan Palace is relatively close to here, Gong Tianyu chose to take the subway.
For such a short distance, there is absolutely no need to drive a supercar.
Qin Shao came over enthusiastically and handed them 2 ice creams. Brother you, sister-in-law, have some ice cream.
Those second-generation rich people did not embarrass Gong Tianyu for the time being. Hi, buddy. Gong Tianyu greeted them briefly. Hello, my name is Gong Tianyu. I am a university student in Seoul, and I came to the Magic City to play during the summer vacation. After a brief opening speech, everyone walked into the sports car club together. There are many supercars in the sports car club. There is also an exclusive lane for the rich second generation to compete and have fun. This is not only a place for entertainment, but also a place to expand your network. When they arrived at the front desk, one of the second-generation rich people said to Gong Tianyu, brother, the supercar club, as the name suggests, you have to be the owner of a sports car. And the vehicle you own must be a first-hand car, and the price cannot be less than 10 million.
Do you have a jogging car? Gong Tianyu was slightly embarrassed and said, I think my home is closer to here, so the car didn't come over. Another second-generation rich man sneered, it doesn't matter if you didn't drive here.
Just go to the front desk and enter your ID card to find out how many cars you have. If you had a car, you wouldn't be afraid to prove yourself.
Qin Shao couldn't help but said, okay, brother you is here to have fun today, not to get angry. Mr. Qin, what you said is not right. Who among us here is not a well-known figure in the Demon City? It's normal for you to want to play with us and prove your family background to everyone, right? Otherwise, are any cats or dogs worthy of being our friends? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gong Tianyu finally figured it out.
If you don't spend some real money, you really can't conquer these second-generation rich people.
Okay. Originally, I, Gong, didn't want to show off, but you forced me to do so.
Excuse me for being blunt, but when it comes to money, cars, and assets, everyone here is a younger brother.
At this moment, Gong Tianyu looked down on everyone. This wave of action directly made the second-generation rich people furious, and they couldn't help but complain, you are so arrogant. Gong Tianyu once again said, what's wrong with being crazy? If you're not crazy, how can you call yourself a young man?
He walked straight to the front desk and took out his ID. Come on, register all the licensed vehicles under my name.
The front desk clerk at the club entered the ID number skeptically. All the cars under Gong Tianyu's name were displayed on the computer's query page.
It was a long string, 3 full pages.
Moreover, the models of the cars are more luxurious than the last.
The cheapest ones are all worth 30 million.
Bugatti Huayra, worth 30 million, owner, Gong Tianyu. Bugatti Veyron, worth 50 million, owner, Gong. Leakin, worth 100 million, owner.
After finishing browsing, the receptionist opened her mouth so wide that a duck egg could fit in.
There are 30 Bugatti Veyron models alone. Damn, where did this pervert come from? Looking at the expression on the young lady's face, Wang Xiao couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Don't you have a car to your name? Has this kid been exposed? Those brainless rich second generations also rolled up their sleeves and said, great. You guys are really brave. You dare to pretend to be rich in front of our young Master Qin. Brothers, beat him up and see if he dares to show off in the Magic City again.
The lady at the front desk quickly stood up to stop them. Stop arguing.
I advise you not to fight.
Otherwise, you may have to use your family shares to pay for the medical expenses. The rich second generation who were originally ready to take action calmed down instantly. All the rich second generations looked at the computer. After seeing 3 full pages of information, the air suddenly became still. They were all dumbfounded and speechless for a long time.
Damn it! One machine costs 30 million, 30 machines costs 50 million. There are two more that cost hundreds of millions. These second-generation rich people felt as if they had been hit by billions of critical strikes. Young Master Chin gloated, those 30 Bugatti Veyrons were only opened by the chef at Brother Yu's house. Brother Yu said that it was convenient for them to buy vegetables. Chin Xiao's finishing blow undoubtedly hit them directly in the lungs.
These second-generation rich people have always been proud of their tens of millions of supercars and have a strong sense of superiority.
Nowadays, the stuff is not even as good as someone else's grocery shopping cart? Just one will do. 30 units. What is the concept? Not to mention them, even if their fathers were asked to join in, they might not be able to afford so many at the same time. The faces of the rich second generations all showed expressions of agony. The key point is that they are just asking for a slap in the face. A second generation rich kid immediately said, "Brother, is your family still in need of a chef? I can sweep the yard for you. I don't need a Bugatti Veyron, but a Lamborghini worth 20 million yuan. I will be satisfied. If you are short of a son, I can still call you dad. I can sever the father-son relationship with my father." Young Master Chin was stunned and couldn't understand. Where is your arrogance? Where is your backbone? However, everyone agreed. How much are arrogance and backbone worth? With the support of so many luxury cars, Gong Tianyu successfully became a member of the sports car club. Moreover, because he was so rich, everyone unanimously recommended him to be the president. Gong Tianyu mingled with them. "I don't have a son this old, but you just affected my mood. I have to give you a good beating. Don't you have a temper?" A group of rich second generations were all conquered. Brother Yu is so generous, who dares to have a temper with Brother Yu? Today's incident was originally our fault, and we should apologize. Brother Yu, just treat us like fat sheep to be slaughtered. Yes, just take advantage of me. At this time, the cell phone in Gong Tianyu's pocket rang. The second generation rich all kept quiet and switched their phones to silent mode, fearing that it would affect Gong Tianyu's money-making business. "Mr. Gong? We are from Bugatti. The sound of Nike you ordered has arrived. Where should we send it to?" A young lady asked politely on the other end of the phone. Chapter 55. A private plane, once again fooling everyone. Gong Tianyu smiled gently. "Send it to the Supercar Club in Magic City. I'll send you the location." More than 10 minutes later, a beautiful woman in a white shirt walked into the club. She took a pair of car keys and a car purchase contract and handed them to Gong Tianyu. Seeing the logo on the car key, the second generation rich couldn't help but lean over and ask, "Is this a Bugatti Veyron? What is Weilong? Is the car key of Weilong so cool? I think it is a thorn dragon." Gong Tianyu and the beautiful woman came outside together. In the empty venue, a handsome, brand new car that was completely black caught everyone's attention. After seeing the supercar, all the second generation rich couldn't help but scream, "Fuck! Is this the Bugatti Noir?" One of the second generation rich people scratched his head awkwardly. "I only know Bugatti Veyron. What is the voice of the night? Is it more expensive than Bugatti Veyron?" "Ha, Weilong? The price of this voice of the night can buy 6 Weilongs." The rich second generation was shocked. "Damn, it's so expensive." Gong Tianyu pressed the car key, and the door of the voice of night slowly opened upwards. Under the envious gazes of a group of rich second generations, Gong Tianyu sat in the driver's seat. Xin Xiao and others gathered in front of the car, touching it lovingly. A supercar with a landing price of 300 million. Who can resist its temptation? Xin Xiao humbly asked Gong Tianyu, "Brother Yu, can you take a picture of your car so that I can post it on WeChat Moments?" Normally speaking, these second generation rich people wouldn't behave like this. But this is the Bugatti night sound, and there is only one in the world. It is difficult for them not to be moved. Gong Tianyu said to Xin Xiao, "Go ahead and take pictures. Remember to make me look handsome." "Okay. I promise he'll be very handsome." Xin Xiao was ecstatic when Gong Tianyu agreed to his request. Gong Tianyu did not stop other rich second generations. So, everyone started editing their moments. "My brother, who made XXXX in 2017, got the Bugatti Noir. The owner of a 300 million supercar is right next to me. You would never guess his age. I'm in the club, and I know some of the richest people in the world." The titles of the moments are more explosive than each other.
Qin Xiao's father left a comment with great satisfaction. Xiao Qin, spend more time with young people like this and learn more from them.
Other rich second generations also received instructions from their families.
In his early 20s, he can afford a Bugatti Noctilucent.
Such young people should not be underestimated at all. Wang Xiao's circle of friends is different from others. Internet celebrity Lulu, the owner of this voice of the night, is so handsome. Mr. Wang, can you introduce him to me? Internet celebrity Meng Meng, I seem to see my husband.
Technician number 18, Mr. Wang, bring your friend with you next time and I will give you 1 hour of service for free. Young Master Qin glanced at young Master Wang's screen with disdain and said to Gong Tianyu, Brother Yu, Satsung's phone is full of women, but I advise you not to think too much about it. Basically, these are his leftovers.
Wang Xiao was a little unhappy. It seems like my private life is very messy. I have more than 1,000 young ladies on WeChat, and 500 of them are innocent like me.
Suddenly, there was a chorus of contemptuous voices around. We don't trust you.
Gong Tianyu smiled and joked, I don't believe it either. I usually watch short videos and surf the internet.
According to the reports about you, you are either changing women or on the way to changing women. Wang Xiao felt a chill. Brother Yu, don't listen to the rumors spread online every day.
After the official handover with Bugatti, several people met up to go to the track.
The sound of Bugatti Noir, in the darkness, was like a flash of lightning, shooting out.
The cars of other rich second generations were left far behind. No other car can compare to it. After playing around, I had a simple meal.
The sky gradually darkened. At the suggestion of Wang Xiao, they found a bar.
Danced for a while.
When they came out, the second generation rich were all drunk. Today, I met Brother Yu and had a great time drinking.
Brother Yu, if you have any problems in the Magic City, please let us know.
Gong Tianyu smiled and said, Okay, I'll trouble you guys more in the future. Buzz buzz buzz. An ordinary couple nearby, the woman exclaimed, Honey, look, there's a plane overhead. Qin Xiao and the others also looked up and couldn't help but say, There is a flight so late, but why is this plane flying so low?
Wang Xiao's throat rolled and he blurted out, This plane is so luxurious. Damn.
This plane seems to be flying towards us.
Compared to everyone's surprised reactions, Gong Tianyu was much calmer. This should be today's system reward. It was delivered late in the evening. He thought it wouldn't arrive today.
Under the curious and confused gazes of the crowd,
this large private jet slowly landed. Everyone finally saw the huge monster clearly. It's so big and long. The author is writing about airplanes here, so don't be so dirty.
Looking inside from the open door of the plane, you can see that there are many passenger seats and that there is more than enough space inside the plane. The handsome pilot jumped out of the car, looked around, and quickly came to Gong Tianyu.
You are Gong Tianyu, Mr. Gong, right? Gong Tianyu shook hands with him. Yes, I am.
The pilot brought a contract and handed it to Gong Tianyu. Sign it and accept it.
Gong Tianyu signed his name skillfully. Outside the bar, everyone looked at Gong Tianyu in astonishment. Shanghai Emperor Qin Xiao and the others were also full of surprise on their faces. Wang Xiao asked with difficulty, Brother Yu, is this big toy yours? Gong Tianyu jumped on the plane and nodded in acknowledgement. Of course it's mine.
I bought it this morning, and it was shipped this way.
The process is too slow. Wang Xiao smiled bitterly. Brother Yu, you are really rich. Young Master Qin felt a chill. Brother Yu, are you in Versailles?
If other people want to buy a plane, they usually have to book it several years in advance.
You delivered it on the same day, and you're still not satisfied? Okay, let's not think about that for now.
This group of rich second generations couldn't help but think of the scene where they showed off today. They had just begun to doubt Gong Tianyu's identity. Later, they had 32 luxury cars, the cheapest of which cost 30 million. Behind these 32 cars, the Bugatti Night Sound was thrown out.
300 million for a car.
Wait, this plane is so luxurious.
The interior is so upscale. How much does this plane cost?
Wang Xiao took out his cell phone and started checking.
There are models available, so it is very convenient for everyone to check. When the results came out, several rich second generations suddenly widened their eyes and couldn't help but scream. What the hell? Chapter 56. I didn't mean to show off my wealth, but I became famous in the Magic City. This price is too outrageous. There is nothing you can't get with 700 million, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. After finding out the information, the rich second generations were all unable to calm down.
An emotion called terror was spreading wildly in their hearts. How rich is Brother Yu's family? Fortunately, they became friends. If they didn't have eyes, I'm afraid he will end up with no complete body. Everyone walked around the plane. There are exactly 19 seats, so you can travel with your family or carry passengers to earn some money for air tickets. Moreover, if you go deeper into the plane, there are several bedrooms that can be used for rest. Everything on this plane is designed to make people feel like they are home. The rich second-generation Qinsha was envious. This big plane is great. It's like a hotel. No matter how many sports cars you have, they can't compare to this thing. Song Xiao also sighed, alas. When can I drive this? I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Don't think about it. Our dad is not good enough. In this life, we can only drive a sports car. Wang Xiao said in a depressed tone. Gong Tianyu patted a few people on the shoulders and said, don't be discouraged. As long as you are as motivated as I am every day, you will be able to drive a private jet sooner or later. The fighting spirit of the rich second generation was aroused. We must work harder and learn from you, Brother Yu. Brother Yu, from now on, even if we are not in the Magic City, as long as we are in Yanxia, if you have something to say, just call us and we will go back first. Gong Tianyu said goodbye to them, drive slower. The Qin family of Demon City. After Qin Shao returned home, all he talked about was Gong Tianyu's deeds. Father Qin looked surprised. According to the information you said, he at least showed off more than 3 billion yuan of assets in one day. All this money was spent on his personal consumption. In other words, it was all liquid capital. Qin Shao nodded, yes. Father Qin's face was solemn. From now on, as long as this young master Yu has a request, no matter what it is, my Qin family will do our best to satisfy it. The same thing also happened in the Wang family and other rich second-generation families. Some big families have already started to think, hey, when you go back to play with him, bring your sister with you. What if young master Yu takes a fancy to her? The second-generation rich man was speechless. Dad, I advise you to be a human being. My sister hasn't even started high school yet, and she has a boyfriend. I'll be in the first year of high school next year, right? I'll be 16 soon. I have a partner, so why should I be afraid? It's not like we can't break up. Besides, what's wrong with being young? What if this master Yu likes younger people? All the major families attach great importance to Gong Tianyu. He is in his early 20s, but he has tens of billions to spend at will, and even these tens of billions may just be his pocket money. For this kind of role, you must do your best to maintain good relationships. Otherwise, a single spit from others could bring them to ruin. You must be polite to this ancestor and try to curry favor with him. Gong Tianyu simply signed for the car and the plane and he became famous in the demon capital. Gong Tianyu was unaware of all this. Gong Tianyu was flying the plane while Jiang Xiaoyu was sitting in the co-pilot seat. The bright neon lights of this bustling city seem to be right under your feet. Outside the cabin is a blue starry sky. The two of them were enjoying the beautiful scenery outside. Gong Tianyu really likes this driving experience. But it would be better to find a pilot in the future. Because in this way, Gong Tianyu can move freely. By then, he can also talk more with Jiang Xiaoyu about life and ideals. Just thinking about it, Gong Tianyu felt very much looking forward to it. A private jet is the best place to talk about love, it is more romantic. Time passed quickly and the plane returned to Tan Palace. Landed steadily on the helipad on the roof. Looking into the distance, the helipads of most of the villas of other people in Tan Palace were empty. Even if there were planes, they were those junky helicopters worth tens of millions. It can be said that his helicopter worth 700 million yuan directly overshadows all of them. Next to the helipad is an open-air private swimming pool, and next to the pool are relaxing lounge chairs. At this moment, the handsome Gong Tianyu, holding Jiang Xiaoyu, who has a good figure and appearance, is standing next to the private plane, looking like a winner in life. The other owners in Tan Palace all looked at Gong Tianyu with envy and yearning. Luxury house plus airplane, beauty in arms, they also want such a life. Come to think of it, I haven't given the things I bought before to my parents yet. Give them the things first. When I got home, I didn't see my parents. Gong Tianyu called and said, Mom and Dad, are you not home? The other end of the phone, no. Your dad and I are at your aunt's house. Your aunt's daughter, your cousin is back. Come over and visit. Your aunt said she missed you. As for his cousin, Gong Tianyu doesn't have a very good impression of her.
This person has always been proud. Once he has achieved a little success, he likes to show off. It's embarrassing to say, it's the kind of thing that's not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Over the years, I have always liked to step on Gong Tianyu. Although given Gong Tianyu's current worth, there is no need to argue with her anymore. But when a person really has everything, can he really look down on and let go of the people and things in the past? Gong Tianyu can't do it anyway. This anger has been pent up in my heart for too long, and I won't feel good unless I let it out. Everything is different now. He is no longer the Gong Tianyu who was trampled upon by others. After packing their belongings, Gong Tianyu and his companion drove directly to his cousin's house. After being the green leaf that sets off her for so long, now it is finally my turn to be the red flower. Arriving at my cousin's house, my aunt greeted me warmly. My eldest nephew has become more handsome and taller in the past few years. After some hypocritical and phony politeness, the old aunt started today's topic. Your cousin just came back from studying abroad recently, and here she is. She bought me a lot of skincare products and foreign gadgets. Nephew, look, this stuff from abroad is really good. Gong Tianyu was not very interested. I prefer domestic products. I am not particularly interested in these foreign big brands. A black man next to my cousin spoke in a not so fluent Yanxia dialect. Cousin, I think you say that because you can't afford things from abroad, right? My cousin snorted in annoyance. What good can domestic products be? I won't even take them if they're given to me for free. People like you who never have the chance to go abroad in your life are just jealous. Gong Tianyu sneered. Oh? Really? Chapter 57, Domestic Luxury Goods, specializing in worshipping foreign things. Of course, a person like you who has no future can only stay in Yanxia for the rest of your life. For high-end talents like me, I come into contact with Western aristocrats. The air abroad is better than that in China. The cousin wanted to continue talking, but Gong Tianyu, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, interrupted her and said, Stop licking. The mask you bought for your mother is only over 40,000 yuan, right? Counting the health supplements next to it, it's worth at most 500,000 yuan. Do you think it's expensive? Such gifts are fine for showing off in front of ordinary people. But in front of a wealthy man like Gong Tianyu, do you have the nerve to show this off? $500,000 is only enough to give his dog a birthday. The cousin looked at Gong Tianyu unconvinced. You're talking about 500,000 at most, as if you can afford it. We both went home for the summer vacation, and I bought gifts for my parents. What about you? Did you buy anything for your parents? Gong Tianyu sneered and confronted her. What a coincidence, I actually bought the gift. My cousin chuckled and said, Why don't you take it out? Let us all open our eyes and see what this precious thing is. Gong Tianyu took out 100 facial masks and said, Who still uses Korean brands for facial masks? Born in the hot summer, you should use Tianxian facial masks, okay? The cousin looked embarrassed and looked at the black boyfriend next to her. Honey, have you heard of the Tianxian mask? The black boy shook his head. I haven't heard of it, it should be a small brand. After hearing this, the cousin chose to believe her boyfriend, TSK. Why are you pretending? It's a no-name brand that no one knows about. The contempt on my cousin's face became even more intense. Jiang Xiaoyu, the girlfriend, couldn't help but laugh at her cousin's words. Cousin, is this a cheap brand? How about you check it online? My cousin disagreed. Search if you want. However, when she entered the search information on her mobile phone, the news that popped up made her scalp tingle. The royal family of the United States spent all their money just to buy a heavenly facial mask. Tianxian facial mask outshines all other luxury goods and becomes a new high-end luxury product. Sky-high priced facial mask, 1 million per piece, why dare to sell it so expensive? When my cousin saw the price of the mask, she was dumbfounded. She felt only her own poverty. The price of one Tianxian facial mask is enough to buy 25 of her masks. Gong Tianyu just looked at his cousin jokingly. The cousin was in a daze for a long time before she dared to look Gong Tianyu in the eye. She was still unwilling to admit the fact, this facial mask is indeed a luxury item in the hot summer, but a luxury item doesn't mean anything. This mask costs 1 million yuan each, and it's hard to buy one. You brought back so many, it must be fake. Gong Tianyu took out other gifts one by one and opened the gift boxes one by one. Who said I only brought one Yanxia luxury item? From now on, you should open your eyes and watch carefully. As the exquisite gift box was opened, the contents inside were revealed. Gong Tianyu held a few cartons of cigarettes in his hand and said proudly, These are domestic cigarettes, Wangdalu Big Gold Brick,
3,000 renminbi a pack, 30,000 renminbi a pack. Premium cigarettes made to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Xinhai Revolution. After hearing the price, my cousin's expression was slightly moved. These 4 of you only cost 120,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoyu took out a bottle of liquor from the gift box. This bottle of liquor is produced by Lai Mao in 1981. The price of this bottle of national liquor is 10.7 million yuan per bottle. Gong Tianyu took out a few more bags of tea and said, "This is Golden Gourd Tribute Tea, the ancient royal tea. The price of these bags of tea is as high as 20 million. Excuse me, which one is not more expensive than your foreign luxury goods?" My cousin still refused to admit defeat and still cared a lot about her ridiculous self-esteem. Who knows if it's true or not? Gong Tianyu already knew that she would doubt the truth. Therefore, Gong Tianyu was too lazy to talk nonsense and snorted coldly, "You can take out your mobile phone and scan the authenticity code to see whether it is real or fake." My cousin still held out a glimmer of hope, so she actually took out her cell phone and started scanning the code to verify its authenticity. The moment when the results come out, my cousin was instantly petrified on the spot. These gifts are all real. There are such expensive things in the hot summer. With the financial resources of her and her boyfriend, they simply can't afford it. Gong Tianyu added, "This is not the most expensive Yanxia luxury item. You can't even afford the most expensive Yanjin or something like that." At this moment, my cousin could no longer be proud. Her approach of being not as good as the best but better than the worst is no longer effective. Her cousin Gong Tianyu was already at a level that she could never reach. The joy of showing off was gone from my aunt's family's faces, and only shock and disbelief were left on their faces. Gong Tianyu played with the house key in his hand and said to his cousin, who buys facial masks for their parents these days, "If you want to give them gifts, give them something more practical, okay?" When I came back this time, I bought a set of Thompson Epine and Tan Palace for my parents directly with full payment. You went out to study for a few days and found a black coal ball. Do you really think you are a superior person? See this key? It's for Pagani. The car keys next to it are for Bugatti Veyron, Lycan, Bugatti Noctimo. Oh yeah, I still have the keys to the plane. After years of holding back my anger, I finally let it all out today. My parents' eyes were red and there was an unconscious hint of pride on their faces. My cousin's black boyfriend was already scared. He was very familiar with sports cars. He was surprised to find that all the car keys were real. Thinking of the unpleasantness between him and Gong Tianyu before, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on the black man's head. With a thud, the black man knelt down. "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so pretentious with you just now." Gong Tianyu kicked him to the ground and said, "Get lost. Yanxia doesn't welcome foreigners like you. Don't let me see you in China again." The black man fled away. I'll get out of here right now." Watching him leave, Gong Tianyu reminded his cousin, "You don't have to worship foreigners. You can take some time to go to the hospital for a checkup. I heard that these foreigners are having a lot of fun." My cousin suddenly panicked and rushed to the hospital. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. It couldn't be like that, right? She still felt a little relieved. After venting his anger, Gong Tianyu and his family returned to Tan Palace. The father's face flushed, and his tone was excited. "Son, you really make your mother and I proud. After so many years, my son finally made a name for himself." After the family returned to Tan Palace, the old couple looked at the tarmac above their heads and were stunned for a moment. Whose plane is this? Chapter 58. Murdering Master You? Don't want to live anymore? Of course it's ours. Except for me, who else can afford this thing? Gong Tianyu said with a smile. My parents were surprised at first, and then they couldn't stop smiling. They are very proud of their son's success. No words were spoken that night. At dawn, a strange number called in. "Gong Tianyu, come to the abandoned factory in Seoul. You have to get there before dark, or your roommates' lives will be in danger." Gong Tianyu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Who are you? Who arranged this behind the scenes?" However, the phone was hung up with a beep. When Gong Tianyu called again, the call was no longer connected. Gong Tianyu just felt confused. Whose prank is this? Just when he stopped thinking about it, his roommate's family called him. "Xiao Yu. Is our Chen Haobei with you? It's been a day, and I can't get through to him on the phone. He doesn't reply to my WeChat messages." Hearing the worried tone of his brother's parents, Gong Tianyu didn't have the heart to tell the truth and told a white lie. He was surfing the internet with me.
His phone was out of battery. Oh, I see. Then I feel relieved. Gong Tianyu clenched his fists. It seemed that Chen Haobei and the others were really in trouble.
Before leaving, Gong Tianyu gave Jiang Xiaoyu a few instructions. Something happened in Seoul, I have to go back. You wait for me in the Magic City. Don't go there until the matter is resolved.
Jiang Xiaoyu said sensibly, okay.
Then you should be careful. After leaving Tan Palace, Gong Tianyu sent the number he called to Shanghai Emperor Qin Shao. Help me check this phone number. After seeing Gong Tianyu's instructions, Qin Shao immediately arranged for someone to investigate. The Shanghai Emperor, Mr. Qin, immediately created a group and invited all the rich second generations from Shanghai to join.
In the group, all the rich second generations worked together. With the involvement of so many people with connections, the number was quickly found out.
Young Master Qin tagged Gong Tianyu in the group chat. Brother Yu, this number is a virtual number. They can use software to make virtual calls from all over the country in one day to hide their actual location. The coordinates are not an abandoned warehouse, but a slaughterhouse in a remote location.
There is no road surveillance nearby. According to the information I have found, the rich people in Seoul like to get rid of some people there. Gong Tianyu quickly understood.
They lied to themselves and said it was an abandoned warehouse, but the actual location of the kidnapping was a slaughterhouse. The other party's purpose is to get rid of me and several roommates together. But he has always been low-key, not fond of showing off, and not causing trouble.
Who has such a big grudge against him? The second-generation rich people in the group responded enthusiastically. Brother Yu, don't panic, we will bring some assassins from home and call Lord Long of the Magic City. I will definitely not let the other party hurt even a hair on your head. Gong Tianyu sent a fist-raising emoticon in the group. Thank you very much.
In order to save time, Gong Tianyu flew directly to Seoul with a dozen killers. Even on the plane, one could feel the murderous aura from them.
These people generally don't show up easily.
They are all means of survival for major families.
Anything that is difficult to handle and cannot be brought to light will be handled by them.
Their hands were stained with countless blood. On this day, hundreds of luxury cars set out from Shanghai and entered Seoul. Joining the people from Magic City were the Han family of Seoul, the Shangguan family of Seoul, and Mr. Yi of the Seoul Imperial Hotel.
Joding Investment also sent people out.
Passers-by in Seoul all felt very strange. They had seen luxury cars before, but this was the first time they had seen hundreds of luxury cars and big shots from Shanghai and Seoul traveling together.
Some people looked at these luxury cars curiously. Such a big show, are they filming a movie?
So many luxury cars were rented to drive around the streets.
Who is the sponsor of this movie?
Only the truly powerful ones know that these cars are not for movie sets. The fact that so many important figures came together shows that this city is about to be plunged into bloodshed again.
When business wars come to an end, they are resolved by force.
Another person is about to be kicked out of Seoul's business world.
However, they all guessed wrong.
This group of people are not here for business competition, they are just here to help Gong Tianyu. The only name that can mobilize the forces of Demon City and Seoul together is Gong Tianyu. There is no way to do this, after all, Gong Tianyu's cash flow is too terrifying.
With hundreds of billions in cash flow and hundreds of billions in real estate assets, everyone wants to curry favor with them. It's so hard to get this kind of opportunity to perform, shouldn't we all rush to show off? Inside the slaughterhouse, in a dark and gloomy room,
Chen Haobei and others were tied up, and they had many scars on their bodies.
It doesn't matter if you don't tell me where he went. I've used you to trick him into Seoul.
After a while, when we kill him at the abandoned factory, I'll send you to accompany him on his journey. Chen Haobei's eyes were red. Fuck you, if you have the guts, untie me and fight me one-on-one.
The other party said sharply, what era is it now? Who wants to fight you in a one-on-one duel? I'm not an idiot. In the room, hundreds of professional killers suddenly looked tense. Boss.
The target didn't go to the abandoned factory, he may have come directly here.
There are footsteps approaching 2 kilometers away.
The man was terrified. Luckily you insisted on staying here, otherwise I would be in danger. This money was really well spent, it was worth it for me to sell the company to hire you. The female killer, holding the walkie-talkie in her hand, commanded, the target is not coming alone, there are many people on the other side. Shooting team, set up your guns, and prepare to concentrate fire.
Sniper is ready to kill the target person. After the assassin leader gave the order, a reply was quickly received on the intercom. Charger received. Sniper received.
In the yard of the slaughterhouse, Long Ye's men took the lead.
Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang.
A cloud of blood burst out, and several of Long Ye's men fell down. The people behind all looked nervous. The other party has a gun, quickly find cover. People from all the major forces shouted in unison, "Protect Master Yu." After everyone found shelter, the air was suddenly filled with smoke.
Everyone could not see anything. After a deafening explosion, more than 20 people died on the spot.
Young Master Wang and young Master Qin cursed, "Damn, what a huge grudge this is. Submachine guns and smoke bombs, brother Yu, if you come here by yourself today, you will definitely die without a complete body.
But now that we are here, things are different, hee hee. Chapter 59 I will make you go to hell today."
Gong Tianyu's face was stern, and he said to the killer beside him, "Give me the pistol."
2 golden desert eagles were handed to Gong Tianyu.
Amidst the smoke, Gong Tianyu, holding 2 guns, blew up 2 gasoline barrels with 1 shot. The gasoline barrel exploded with a bang, and the blazing flames burned wildly towards the killers.
Ah! Ah!
There were screams and fire broke out on the bodies of 30 to 50 people. The explosion of the petrol barrel was so powerful that there was no time to put it out.
The fire instantly burned them all into ashes.
Gong Tianyu's decisive shooting also bought time for the people around him. Long Yi and his men held submachine guns and fired wildly. Just as Gong Tianyu was about to go deeper, a killer suddenly appeared beside him. While Gong Tianyu was not paying attention, he kicked the gun out of his hand. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked towards Gong Tianyu's neck with his toes.
A sharp knife popped out along the tip of her foot.
Fortunately, Gong Tianyu dodged quickly and prevented the other party from succeeding. This wave of danger was averted, but soon, several darts were shot at his vital points.
Fuck! Gong Tianyu narrowly escaped.
At the same time, he slashed the killer's neck with a dagger in his hand. After a bright splash of blood, the killer fell to the ground and died.
The assassin leader paced back and forth in the room anxiously, complaining non-stop. "Didn't you say that the other party has no background and is just a poor student? Is this what you mean by having no background?
If you don't have a background, how can you mobilize Lord Long of the Demon City, the Qin family of the Demon City, the Han family of Seoul, and the Yi family, so many people, to take action?" The mastermind behind the scenes was also panicked. "This is the first time I know he has such a powerful background. If I had known that his network of contacts was so powerful, I would never dare to retaliate against him even if I were beaten to death.
What should we do now? How about we run away?" The female killer looked at him like an idiot. "There is no back door here, do you think we can still escape?" A deep feeling of despair enveloped the female killer's heart. The other party spent tens of billions of yuan on this business in one go, and the order only said that they were going to clear out a poor student, who was a martial artist. But to be on the safe side, she still prepared assaulters and snipers. She thought that this would be foolproof, but now it seems that her idea was too childish and naive. This is not a poor student. This is like provoking the ancestor and stirring up a hornet's nest.
If she had known that killing a student would bring out so many forces, she would never have taken the order.
She came here with good intentions, but now I'm afraid she can't go back. The battle outside was still going on.
The sniper in the dark angrily punched the wall. "Fuck, this guy kept moving around. I didn't even have a chance to shoot him.
How the hell do I want to snipe this?"
The sniper felt annoyed. It's okay for Gong Tianyu to move around randomly, he is also confident that he can hit a moving target.
But Gong Tianyu's body was like a ghost, and he couldn't find any flaws in it.
It's just like in the game, even with your superb gaming skills, you can't kill a cheating player. Now, the target is Gong Tianyu, which is no different from cheating. The sniper wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he had several opportunities to shoot, he chose not to pull the trigger.
As an excellent sniper, he will not shoot easily unless he is 100% sure. If you miss a shot, your position will be exposed. The sniper just felt a lot of pressure. "Hey! Buddy!"
A man's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and a hand patted his shoulder. The sniper's face turned pale, his heart was shaking rapidly, and a sense of fear arose. He had no idea how the other party appeared, and he didn't hear even the slightest sound of footsteps.
"It's over, he's going to be in trouble."
The sniper turned around with difficulty.
Swish!
The killer in front of him pointed a knife at his chest and stabbed it. The sniper stretched out his hand to pull out the knife, and his hand was instantly stained red with blood. the killer kicked him down from a high place. At a height of 5 or 6 floors, the sniper was smashed to pieces. The killer wiped the blood off his hands, put on his white gloves, picked up the sniper rifle, and left. He returned to young Master Qin and said to young Master Qin and Gong Tianyu, "Young Master Yu is really as good as a god. There really is a sniper lying in ambush in the dark. I killed all the snipers." Gong Tianyu was not surprised by this result. Just now during the battle, he keenly sensed the crisis from very far away. At such a long distance, you can figure out with your toes that the other party must be a sniper or something. Gong Tianyu doesn't like this kind of hidden threat. Gong Tianyu said to the killer, "Thank you, brother. Hee, it's my honor to work for Master Yu." While they were talking, the battle ended. Gong Tianyu kicked open the door of the slaughterhouse. Chen Haobei and the others shouted to him excitedly, "Brother Yu, you're here. That's great. Quickly untie me. These past few days, this bastard has been asking us every day to tell him where you've been. If we don't tell them, they'll beat us up. I'm going to kill them, the son of a bitch." Gong Tianyu untied the ropes of his brothers and comforted them. "I'm sorry, my affairs have implicated you." Chen Haobei scratched his head awkwardly. "We are all brothers, why are you talking about this?" Gong Tianyu looked towards the corner and recognized the person in front of him. "Master Jing, you are really generous in order to kill me. This event must have cost at least several hundred million, right?" Jing Xiangyu glared at him fiercely. "As long as I can kill you, I will not hesitate to spend any amount of money." "Oh? You hate me so much?" Gong Tianyu had a playful look on his face. Jing Xiangyu gnashed his teeth and said, "You slept with my fiancé, stole my love, and destroyed my life. You made me a eunuch for the rest of my life and took away my life's happiness. Do you know why I chose the slaughterhouse? Because there is a meat grinder here. I can dismember you and then grind every piece of your body into pieces. It's just that I didn't expect that I still underestimated you." Gong Tianyu sneered, "Your fiancé doesn't like you, how can I steal her away? You speak as if she has already married you. She is my woman. You let the Jiang family tie her to your bed. I will punish you. It is only natural and reasonable for me to punish you." Demon City Dragon Lord said at the side, "Master Yu, don't talk so much to him, how do you want to deal with him?" Gong Tianyu had a murderous look on his face, and his tone was ruthless. "Let him die. Do to him the same way he wanted to do to me just now." A smile appeared on Long Ye's face. "Then I understand." Seeing the killer approaching step by step, Jing Shao panicked, and was so scared that he peed and shit all over, his voice choked with sobs. No, don't come over here, Gong Tianyu, I was wrong, I will never compete with you for Xiaoyu again. Can you please let me live?" Chapter 60 Pool Carnival, the Ladies' Summer Party. Jing Shao's eyes were filled with fear and regret. "My heart was pounding and my limbs were struggling. Long Yi and the others were all ruthless and cruel. Cripple your hands first." Long Ye's little brother raised his sword and struck with it. "Ah! My hand!" After a shrill scream, Jing Shao's hands fell to the ground. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Lord Long picked up the things on the ground and threw them into the meat grinder beside him. Watching his hand being shattered, Jing Shao burst into tears. Gong Tianyu, please give me a quick death." Gong Tianyu grabbed Jing Shao's hair and looked down at him. "In your revenge plan, have you ever thought about giving me a quick death? You are too vicious, so I have to cure you. The kind that can't die for a while, and can only watch itself being dismembered and crushed. This process is not only painful, but also very tormenting." A few hours later, Jing Shao died tragically in extreme torture. With the manipulation of various forces, there is no Jing family in Seoul anymore. It's not the sense of bankruptcy, but the whole family has no signs of life anymore. Hundreds of gasoline barrels were carried into the abandoned slaughterhouse. After everyone came out, Gong Tianyu threw the lighter in his hand back in. Everything was burned in the raging fire, and peace returned to the place. Shangguan Wanwan looked at Gong Tianyu and said, "Little brother, I didn't expect your background to be so great that you even invited the Qin family from the Magic City and Lord Long. I underestimated you in the past." Gong Tianyu smiled and said, "Little girl, long time no see." "Yes. Long time no see. Have you missed me, brother?" Shangguan Wanwan smiled playfully. Gong Tianyu kicked the ball on the spot. "Do you miss me?" Shangguan Wanwan's cheeks were flushed. "Then come closer and I'll tell you." Gong Tianyu moved closer curiously. "Moo-ah." Gong Tianyu's clean and fair face suddenly had a lipstick mark. and the temperature on his face suddenly rose. You. Young Master Wang and young Master Qin shouted from the side, "Ahem, brother you, aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will find out?" Gong Tianyu shrugged helplessly, "I am innocent, I didn't know she was going to do this to me. I have little experience in this area." A group of rich second generations, "Zizizizi, you old man, we don't believe you." The head of the Shangwan family said to Shangwan Wan, "We have relatives coming to our house tonight, so you may have to stay out all night. It's a good opportunity for you to accompany Master Yu." As a second-tier family in Seoul, any discerning person can see what the head of the Shangwan family is planning. For a wealthy man like Gong Tianyu, even if hundreds of rich second generations were put together, they would not be as good as one. If we can make him a son-in-law, will we still worry about the family business not prospering? Moreover, it just so happens that Wan has a good relationship with Gong Tianyu. The people from other families in Seoul disagreed. How can your Shangwan Wan be the only one to accompany Master Haoyu? My niece should also accompany him. And my daughter. After a while, a group of beautiful girls appeared beside Gong Tianyu. These girls, because they are daughters of wealthy families and have never lacked money since childhood, have well-maintained faces and bodies. They have willow-like waists, graceful figures, red lips, white teeth and rosy cheeks, and they are all top-notch. They came to Gong Tianyu and said in a tender voice, "Master Yu, it's hot in summer, let's find a swimming pool and cool down." Shangwan Wan was beside Gong Tianyu. "Little brother, do you prefer to be alone with me, or do you prefer to have them all join in?" Gong Tianyu's smile was as bright as a spring breeze. "It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Let's play together." A burst of sweet laughter rang out in my ears. "Master Yu, you are so approachable." At the invitation of everyone went to the beach and changed into cool swimsuits. As for swimsuits, they only cover certain parts of the body. But it is also full of temptation because of this. The girls have curvy and well-proportioned figures. What a pair of beautiful legs. Gong Tianyu was dazzled by what he saw. It really fits the old saying of Confucius, a myriad of colors, all white. "Little brother, does it look good?" Shangwan Wan came to Gong Tianyu and sat on his lap very boldly. Feeling the young lady so close to him, Gong Tianyu's cheeks felt a little hot. Good looking. A few more girls came over barefoot. "Master Yu, what about us?" It looks good, and looks good too." Gong Tianyu was really helpless. These family members had just helped him, and he didn't want to offend any of them. Even so, it does look good. The young ladies began to complain in dissatisfaction. "What? You're such a playboy. My legs are obviously longer. Your skin is not as white as mine. But you are all very flat, stunted, and a little poor." This wave was really murderous. Several young ladies snorted coldly. "You are not poor, you are much more tired than us when you run. That's better than your lack of nutrition. The little brother likes people like me." Gong Tianyu sighed helplessly. "So many beauties are showing off their figures crazily in an attempt to win my favor. They are actually jealous of me." A young lady massaged Gong Tianyu's shoulders, while others massaged his legs. There was also a young lady who treated him to imported grapes. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared in the swimming pool. Zhang Nan at school looked at Gong Tianyu with disdain and said, "What a disgusting way to play. You have so many rich lolas and rich ladies to accompany you. How much money do you need?" Gong Tianyu was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. "Think whatever you want, as long as you are happy." Zhang Nan, who was wearing a swimsuit, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Shangwan Wan said from the side, "Is this woman sick?" Gong Tianyu deeply agreed. Yes, he ran away from the second hospital. These young ladies were also indignant on the side. "Master Yu, how about we go and help you teach her a lesson? We didn't do anything to her, but just tore her mouth to pieces." Gong Tianyu smiled and rejected their suggestion. "Why should we let a fly ruin our fun for the whole day? Well, let's not think about her." Shangwan Wan got some sunscreen from somewhere and blinked at Gong Tianyu. "Little brother, my hands can't reach the back, can you help me apply it?" Gong Tianyu looked at the group of young ladies beside him. After all, there is a difference between men and women. It's not good. How about they help you? Shangwan Wan was a little angry. No, I just want my brother to help me. I don't want anyone to touch me except you." Chapter 61 Billions of Toys Begin Delivery. Gong Tianyu was helpless. "Well, lie down." Shangwan Wan blushed and said proudly, "I knew that little brother favored me the most." Gong Tianyu gently applied the sunscreen with his warm palms.
several girls came to join in the fun. Hey, little brother, we got some coke on us, can you help us wipe it off? Gong Tianyu was really helpless.
Women are such troublesome creatures.
But Gong Tianyu didn't say anything and helped them seriously.
Shangwan Wanwan felt such an intimate contact, her cheeks flushed, and she said shyly, "Little brother, it will be evening later, let's go to the bar and have a few drinks together."
The other girls also echoed, "Yes, Master Yu, how can we have a completely enjoyable night without wine?" Gong Tianyu was so confused that he tried to dissuade them. "Don't. There are so many girls like you. What if they drink too much?"
A girl in a swimsuit leaned close to Gong Tianyu's ear and said, "If we drink too much, you can take us to the hotel."
Then, he.
The girl in front of him suddenly giggled, which scared Gong Tianyu. He reached out and touched her forehead, and said speechlessly, "You don't have a fever."
"What are you giggling at, little sister?"
The young lady's face changed slightly.
Damn, she has said it so bluntly, doesn't he understand? Straight man. This is a straight man.
But she quickly adjusted her mood. This kind of man who started from scratch and has everything on his own probably doesn't have much time to interact with women, which is why he is so unromantic. The young lady smiled sweetly. "I'm thinking about something that makes my heart beat faster."
Shangwan Wanwan cursed at the side, "My little brother is a serious person, don't lead him astray." A few people were chatting and drinking iced drinks. The cool evening breeze blew the girl's body fragrance into Gong Tianyu's nostrils.
At this time, the cell phone in Gong Tianyu's pocket rang. It was a call from abroad. After a brief pause, he pressed the slide button to answer the call.
"Hello?" A female voice sounded in the receiver. "Hello, is this Mr. Gong Tianyu?" Gong Tianyu smiled and said, "It's me, who are you?"
The purpose of the call was stated. "A few months ago, you ordered a few cars outside our country. Now the cars have been produced and we are on the way to deliver them."
"Are you in Seoul? Ordered the car a few months ago?" It had been a while since the last time, and Gong Tianyu couldn't remember for a moment. "What kind of cars are they?" "Lamborghini Hermes, Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, Golden Sports Car." After hearing what the other party said, Gong Tianyu remembered.
"A few months ago, the system rewarded such a gift package. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and now they have started to be delivered."
Gong Tianyu immediately arranged, "Don't send it to the villa, I'm playing in the swimming pool. I'll send you a GPS location via WeChat later and send the card directly to the swimming pool."
The person on the other end of the phone said politely, "Okay, then I won't bother Mr. Gong for now."
"Have fun, sir." In a corner of the swimming pool, Zhang Nan was eating popsicles and came to Gu Xia. "Guess who I bumped into just now?" Gu Xia asked uninterestedly, "Who did you meet?"
Zhang Nan said slowly, "I saw Gong Tianyu."
Several queens and Lolita were accompanying him in swimsuits. "I finally know where his money came from. And that woman actually fed him grapes, not with her hands, you know that, right?" Gu Xia retched for a while, "It's so disgusting and unlucky. Why do I always run into this poor bastard wherever I go?" Ma Mingyang, who was standing by, rolled his eyes and suggested, "Xia, do you want to take revenge on Gong Tianyu?" Gu Xia became more interested. How to take revenge on him? Ma Mingyang raised his lips and snorted coldly, "Isn't Gong Tianyu serving a rich woman?"
"Then let's film everything and report it to the school, saying that he has a chaotic private life."
Gu Xia's face lit up. "That's a good idea."
No company would hire a student with a messy private life.
Once it's recorded in the file, his college years will be completely wasted. Zhang Nan was also calculating, "I will call the police later. Gong Tianyu is with so many girls at the same time. Does this count as soliciting prostitution? Make him spit out all the stolen money."
"I'm already looking forward to that guy spending the rest of his life in jail."
After discussing it, several people decided to do this.
They prepared their selfie sticks, held up their phones, and headed towards Gong Tianyu. In order to completely kill Gong Tianyu, they even started video recording. When Ma Mingyang and Song Hao saw the girl next to Gong Tianyu, their eyes turned red with jealousy. "This damn Gong Tianyu, this poor bastard.
Why are there always beautiful girls around him? And each of them is so exquisite and has such outstanding looks. How exactly are they inferior to Gong Tianyu?"
The two of them were going crazy with jealousy.
Shangwan Wanwan spotted them immediately and warned Gong Tianyu, "Brother, that woman is back again. She seems to be taking pictures of us." Gong Tianyu just glanced at him coldly and said nothing.
He also has no right to stop others from taking pictures of the scenery here. He was not paying much attention to Gu Xiaxia, but was most concerned about those sports cars. He has been looking forward to these big toys for several months.
Seeing that Gong Tianyu was not interested in them, the girls couldn't help but feel curious. Master Yu, you seem to be waiting for someone? Gong Tianyu said in a good mood, waiting for a batch of big toys.
I don't know what these girls were thinking about, their faces suddenly turned red.
Seeing this, Gong Tianyu was helpless. I'm talking about the normal toy, which can only be played by 2 people. Shangwan Wanwan covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, as soon as you said it, we knew what it was.
Little brother, I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so dirty.
What? Gong Tianyu was stunned.
He was just waiting for a bus, why did he become so dirty? Forget it, I won't explain anymore, the more I explain, the darker it gets. At this moment, the roar of a supercar suddenly sounded from the swimming pool.
The first handsome blue supercar came in with a drift. This is a Bugatti Meteor. Then, there are Lamborghini Hermes, Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost.
These cars are more handsome than each other. Finally, a golden supercar stopped.
Gong Tianyu smiled. My toys are here. The young ladies opened their mouths wide. You call these things toys?
Several blonde girls, under the stunned gazes of countless people, walked straight towards Gong Tianyu. Sir, this is the sports car you bought from our car dealership 3 months ago.
Chapter 62, Cool Supercar Exposed, Gold Digger Regrets. Gong Tianyu took the car keys in his hand and signed the car purchase contract. Shangwan Wanwan and the other girls suddenly realized. It turns out that the big toy Gong Tianyu was talking about was a car. They thought it was that thing.
Oh no, it turns out that it wasn't the little brother who was dirty, it was them.
It's so embarrassing.
The rich girls present walked around the cars and said excitedly, these handsome big guys are more handsome than any car I have ever seen.
The price won't be too affordable, will it? Shangwan Wanwan smiled bitterly. It's very expensive, extremely expensive.
That Lamborghini Hermes is worth 380 million, and the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is worth 1.55 billion.
The gold supercar costs 2.03 billion, and they are all limited edition worldwide.
The Shangwan family mainly engages in the luxury goods business and travels back and forth between China and abroad all year round. I often go to Dubai for business, so I am knowledgeable about cars.
The rich girls were all surprised. Oh my god! A car costs more than 2 billion yuan. Poverty really limits our imagination.
These cars are worth nearly 4 billion yuan.
If I use the money to buy villas, I can buy at least 7 or 8 villas.
Their hearts were deeply shaken. Based on their past understanding of cars, 50 or 60 million is the ceiling. These cars cost hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. If they hadn't seen them with their own eyes today, they wouldn't have believed that there were such expensive cars. In the sports car made entirely of gold, Gong Tianyu held the steering wheel with one hand.
A full set of branded clothes and the decoration of a golden supercar make Gong Tianyu look very layered. In addition to Gong Tianyu's outstanding appearance, his overall temperament suddenly became very sophisticated. Overall, the image of a handsome young man. On the side, Gu Xiaxia and others who were taking secret photos were already dumbfounded. Song Hao, Ma Mingyang's lackey, looked up in astonishment. Brother Ma, these cars are actually worth tens of billions.
Gu Xiaxia stared at the phone screen intently, muttering, no, it's impossible. He is poor. How can he afford such an expensive car?
Impossible.
Gu Xiaxia held her head in pain and squatted on the ground. Zhang Nan had a bitter look on his face and staggered back a few steps.
Ma Mingyang couldn't help but yelled at Gu Xiaxia, that's impossible. Gong Tianyu's cars are really worth billions.
You've caused me so much trouble. If I had known Gong Tianyu was so powerful, I would have negotiated with you.
Gu Xiaxia was stunned and looked at Ma Mingyang with red eyes. What do you mean? You got me pregnant, and now you don't want to talk about it? You scolded me because of Gong Tianyu? Ma Mingyang lost his mind, his eyes red. Not only will I scold you, I will also beat you.
Before, if Gong Tianyu had a problem with me, I would have died 800 times.
You cheap bitch, I'm going to beat you to death.
Ma Mingyang and Gu Xiaxia soon started fighting each other.
Song Hao also went up and kicked her hard. You stinky bitch, I'll kick you to death for cheating my brother Ma.
Zhang Nan stared at all this in a daze. As Gu Xiaxia screamed, her skirt was stained red with blood.
Ah! Blood! My child!
As a result of the beatings, the baby in Gu Xiaxia's belly was miscarried. Gu Xiaxia collapsed to the ground, crying miserably. She rolled and crawled towards Gong Tianyu. He raised his head and looked at Gong Tianyu for help.
My dear. It's only now that I understand that we are love. Honey. Let's get back together, and never break up again. I've had enough of the fun, can you take me home?
The humble Gu Xiaxia begged for mercy like a stray dog. Only Gong Tianyu can save her now, she said with tears in her eyes.
Gong Tianyu felt nauseous. Are you tired of playing and then you think of rekindling the old relationship with yourself? He won't be the kind of person who takes over.
Ma Mingyang and Song Hao raised their heads in horror and looked into Gong Tianyu's eyes. You, Master Yu, do you want to get back together with Gu Xiaxia?
Gong Tianyu said unhappily, are you kidding?
Ma Mingyang and Song Hao both showed ferocious smiles on their faces. That's easy. Gu Xiaxia still didn't give up and continued to pester Gong Tianyu. Dear, save me.
We used to have many happy times.
Gong Tianyu kicked her aside and said, your life or death has nothing to do with me, Gong Tianyu.
Gong Tianyu turned around and got into the car with a resolute look on his face.
He said to Shangguan Wanwan, Miss, I need someone on the passenger seat.
Get in.
Shangguan Wanwan was stunned at first, then got into the car with surprise. Little brother, besides Sister Xiaoyu, I am the only one sitting in your passenger seat, right?
Gong Tianyu smiled and said, I guess so. He. I'm so happy. It's a pity that your first time was not taken by me. Shangguan Wanwan joked playfully. Gong Tianyu couldn't help but glared at her, but you are the first female driver to hit me.
The first car accident in my life was caused by you.
Shangguan Wanwan blushed. Oh, it's been so long, you still remember it?
Gong Tianyu complained, of course, when I was 3 or 4 years old, if someone scolded me, I can still remember it now. I hold grudges very well. The other ladies were upset. Master Yu, at least we have been with you for a day, is it really okay for you to treat us like air?
Gong Tianyu whistled, then get in the car. Let's run around the road and then go to the bar. The girls then smiled and said, that's pretty good.
Zhang Nan trotted over, holding onto the car window, sweat dripping from her forehead, but she still humbly called out, Master Yu.
Gong Tianyu glanced at her, what's the matter?
Zhang Nan knelt on the ground with a thud, and apologized and begged for mercy. Master Yu, I was ignorant and mean in the past.
I hope you can take revenge on me in any way you want. I accept it all. I don't want to go home and live in fear every day.
Whatever grudges you have in the past, just avenge them in person.
Gong Tianyu was stunned for a moment.
It turns out that she did it from behind herself. Gong Tianyu thought for a moment, then said, then, slap yourself 50 times, each time with force, and I will write off everything from the past. Zhang Nan's face was filled with tears, and he finally said, okay.
Bang! Bang!
After a while, Zhang Nan's face was covered with blood.
She raised her head and looked at Gong Tianyu. Master Yu, am I okay? Gong Tianyu said calmly, well. Get lost.
Zhang Nan felt relieved and said gratefully, thank you, Master Yu, for your tolerance.
Gong Tianyu drove all the way to a bar in Seoul.
Under the night sky, the faces of several young ladies were red from drinking.
Gong Tianyu originally called their home.
But their families, as if they had agreed beforehand, all refused to answer their calls.
In the end, Gong Tianyu had no choice. Took them all to the villa in Seoul. Shangguan Wanwan suddenly hugged Gong Tianyu from behind, little brother.
The temperature in the room gradually rose, and Shangguan Wanwan's cheeks turned red. Gong Tianyu was a little frightened. Miss, you.
Chapter 63, Acceptance of Chinese Garden Villa Grand Finale. A confusing night passed and it was the next day. Inside the villa, the faces of several girls turned slightly red. Where is this? Gong Tianyu smiled faintly. You guys drank too much last night, so I took you home. Several women panicked and covered their bodies. What about us last night? Don't worry, I didn't do anything. Gong Tianyu comforted.
The beautiful bartender in the villa couldn't help but exclaimed, Boss, you say one thing and mean another.
For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. In order to ease the embarrassment, Gong Tianyu asked the bartender, I didn't ask you to make drinks, what are you doing here? The bartender stuck out his tongue playfully and said, it's like this, boss.
There's a team outside who said they've finished building the Chinese-style building you asked them to build a few months ago.
They asked you to come for inspection, and we came here specifically to inform you. Gong Tianyu was stunned at first, then he remembered this, okay. Invite them in and have a light meal together. The young ladies around him were all starry-eyed, wow. Master Yu, for a house of your level, you actually buy land and hire someone to design it? Gong Tianyu smiled and said, of course. Money is used to buy a high-quality life. People need to know how to enjoy life.
Several admiring eyes were all directed towards Gong Tianyu. I really envy Master Yu's thoughts.
When will we be able to live the same life?
After having a quick meal, several people took a car together to inspect this Chinese-style garden building.
Under the stone arch bridge is a river so clear that you can see the blue sky.
An antique ferry makes people feel as if they have returned to the Tang and Song dynasties overnight.
Artificial rockery and a small pavilion in the bamboo forest.
The design of Chinese-style architecture is even more ingenious and breathtaking.
Looking up at this huge building, Shang Wan and the others couldn't help but sigh. Our Yanxia Chinese style is so romantic.
It's much better than those Western-style villas.
Gong Tianyu was also very satisfied with this.
Walking in this Chinese garden, every step is pleasing to the eyes.
This is what Chinese people live in. In order to have more fun, Gong Tianyu found a cosplay makeup artist. At this moment, all the young ladies were wearing long silk skirts, transformed into ancient beauties.
Gong Tianyu was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, holding a long spear with a red tassel, looking very heroic.
For a moment, I actually felt like a knight. After staying in Seoul for a while, Gong Tianyu drove back to the Magic City.
Time flies, and several years later,
under the attention of the whole world, a new little one was born. Wow, wow, wow. What a cute little guy. My wife gave birth. Madam, she's giving birth again. Madam, she gave birth again. End of the full text.